Back when we were agonizing over college applications, we swore a blood oath to conquer Peking University together, but I was backed into a corner and forced to intentionally bomb my Chinese exam with a 0. Ultimately, I scraped together only 600 points, shattering my dreams, while he vanished overseas to pursue his studies instead. What he remains completely oblivious to is the crushing reality that I never stepped foot on campus. I was forced to drop out, relegated to the grind of delivery work. On this cold, fateful night, dragging my battered, exhausted frame through the streets en route to my final delivery of the shift, I was violently blindsided and leveled by a Range Rover. In the frantic moments that followed, a woman sporting sharp crimson high heels approached and crouched down beside my broken body. "Are you alright?" I swear I didn't mean for this to happen. The woman hastily snapped open her Gucci clutch, whipping out a thick stack of cold hard cash. It looked to be at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. "Take this money for the time being. Get yourself to a hospital immediately to check for damage. I have an incredibly dire emergency I must handle right now." With those words, she shoved the bills into my trembling hand and turned to make her swift escape. But she froze abruptly, crouching back down, retrieving a pen from the depths of her bag. She snatched a stray extra sticky note and scrawled a phone number across it. Then she pulled out her personal ID card and pressed it into my palm along with the note, commanding me, "Call me the second things take a turn for the worse. My name is Li Xia." By the time my eyes focused on her ID card, she had already vanished into the night. The entire encounter barely lasted 60 seconds. We hadn't even shared a real conversation. The white Range Rover roared off into the distance as I struggled to drag myself up from the asphalt. Later, I limped home alone, pushing my mangled electric scooter, clutching that mysterious driver's ID tight in my grip. The world was shrouded in the dead of night. After a momentary lapse into hesitation, I reached for my phone and dialed the number. My first attempt was met with haunting silence. A minute later, I dialed a second time. This time, the call was instantly coldly rejected. A surge of stubbornness flared within me, so I dialed for the third time. This time, the call finally connected. A sharp, impatient voice barked from the other end. "Who is this?" "Whatever it is, make it quick." I maintained a very polite tone. "You just struck me with your vehicle." "Oh, I am so sorry." Her demeanor underwent a sudden massive shift, apologizing profusely, admitting it was entirely her fault. "I'm truly deeply sorry. Which hospital are you at right now? Have you been examined by the staff yet? What was the doctor's diagnosis?" Hearing her concerned tone eased my mounting frustration, I replied calmly, "I'm personally fine. But the frame of my electric scooter is pretty cracked. It's a relief that you aren't hurt. How much for the scooter? I'll compensate you fully. The cash you gave me is already enough for the repairs. However, your ID card is still in my possession. When would be a convenient time to retrieve it?" "Is right this second okay?" she asked with a slightly hesitant, inquiring tone. "I'm tied up with business and can't get away. Can I send a friend over to pick it up instead?" I then provided her with my home address. After terminating the call, I slumped down on a wooden bench and began applying Yunnan Baiyao to my wounds. Roughly half an hour ticked by before I heard a heavy pounding on the door. Opening it, I found 4 men standing there. The one leading the pack looked about my age, while the 3 looming behind him were massive brutes. The man in front locked eyes with me and demanded, "Are you the one who called?" "That's me." But before I could even finish, the man snapped with extreme impatience, "Is Li Xia's ID card in your hands?" "It's right behind me." Before the words could even escape my lips, the man slammed a brutal punch right into my face, followed by a vicious kick straight to my solar plexus. Before I could even process the assault, I was sent crashing violently to the floor as I struggled to crawl back up from the ground. The man's boot came flying toward my face. Instantly, I tasted it inside my mouth. The metallic rising surge of blood. My neighbor Liu Qiang, my usual drinking buddy, swung his own bedroom door wide, cast a fleeting panicked glance inside, then slammed it shut with frantic speed. The man stalked toward me with predatory intent, grinding his heavy leather shoe into my forearm, demanding with a chilling gaze, "Where's the damn ID?" I desperately clawed for the words to explain, but half of my face was paralyzed with numbness, and I couldn't utter a single syllable. The man jerked his head toward the side, ordering the 3 brutes behind him to raid the room. That cursed ID card and the handwritten note were just sitting there exposed on the bedroom desk. The lackey who charged in located them instantly, bringing them out to present them to the boss. The man briefly inspected the ID card and tucked it into his pocket with a smug, satisfied smirk. The weight crushing my arm intensified even further as he hissed coldly, "Are you blind, you pathetic dog? Trying to run a scam on my woman of all people. I'll let you off with just this warning today. But if you ever dare to harass that woman again, I will personally make sure you're buried." With that final threat, he delivered one last brutal kick and turned his back to make an exit. Before he even reached the threshold, he seemed to recall a lingering detail. Wheeling around to stride back into my bedroom, he snatched my phone from the surface and shattered it against the floor right before my eyes. Ensuring the device was nothing but a heap of scrap metal, before finally strutting away like a king after their shadows finally vanished. I sat in total isolation by the bedside, a cheap 7 yuan Hong Taishan cigarette smoldering between my fingers. I simply couldn't wrap my head around it. Why this world is perpetually drowning in injustice. What confused me even more deeply is how everyone carries a mask that is so expertly crafted for deception. Why would she bother leaving her ID card behind? Only to orchestrate a hit squad to beat me senseless. I demand an answer for what she's actually playing at. The rain lashing against the window grew more torrential, as if the heavens refused to stop for the entire night. When the sun eventually crests the horizon tomorrow, this city will have one more drifter lost in its depths. The first piercing ray of morning sunlight slanted into the room through the dusty windowpane. I had already packed the meager remnants of my life, everything crammed into my worn suitcase. Today marks my final exit from this cramped rental. Because of that savage gang from last night, the landlord is convinced I'm rubbing elbows with some sketchy, dangerous criminal elements, so he's officially kicked me to the curb. With my suitcase balanced on my battered electric scooter, all that remains to my name is the 2,600 yuan that woman tossed at me in the rain yesterday. When my last paycheck hit, I wired every cent back to cover my father's mounting medical bills, scraping by on a pathetic pittance for living expenses. Out of this 2,600 yuan, I dropped 800 on a smartphone just to keep the delivery grind alive. The hustle never stops. The remaining 1,000 plus yuan is strictly for rent. If I can't secure a roof over my head before sunset, I'll be relegated to sleeping under some cold bridge. I jammed the SIM card into the new device, and the moment it flared to life, my second uncle called. "Chen Fan, what the hell are you up to?" My second uncle Chen Xiaoji is a real piece of work. My grandpa literally plucked him off the side of the road. He's 6 years my senior, and he spent those years dabbling in plenty of shady business. In 4 words, he's infamous for his reputation. Squatting on the curb, I asked, "I'm not doing much of anything right now. What made you think to hit me up?" "Listen, I'm in Kunming scoring medicine for your old man. Word on the street is there's a legendary TCM doctor here who is an absolute god at treating kidney disease. The second I tracked down his contact info, I hauled ass straight over. I'll crash at your spot for the night and catch the train back tomorrow morning." Hearing my second uncle say that sent me into a total panic. If he discovers that I've ended up homeless and drifting without a place to live, what kind of blow would that be to his pride? If he leaks the truth to my parents back home, they'll both be worried absolutely sick. Plus my face is still a mangled mess of bruises. Knowing my second uncle's volatile personality, he'll go into a full interrogation the moment he sees me. That would be a massive, unavoidable headache. I stammered out, "Second uncle, don't bother coming to find me. Just head back early once you've secured the meds. I'm buried under a mountain of work right now." But he stubbornly doubled down and barked. "Your mother even hauled a crate of farm eggs for you. She insisted you take them no matter the cost. Anyway, expect a call the second I touch down." With that final word, my second uncle killed the connection, scouring for a decent apartment and coughing up rent. To move in instantly was a total pipe dream. Yet my second uncle was due to arrive in a mere 2 hours. This was a full-blown crisis. After a fleeting moment of desperation, I resolved to hunt down a cheap hostel near the station, to stash my second uncle safely over there, and force him to abandon the idea of crashing at my place. As long as I could get my second uncle settled, it didn't matter if I ended up on the streets myself. I could just rough it out somehow. Exactly 2 hours later, I intercepted my second uncle at the train station. He was exactly the same rogue as always, rocking a blatant knockoff Nike t-shirt with his massive muscles bulging through the fabric and fresh ink sprawling across his arm. The very instant our eyes met, he froze in his tracks, demanding with sharp concern, Fan, what the hell happened? Did you get into a scrap with someone?" I fed him a weak lie about a clumsy fall. But my second uncle didn't buy a single word of it. "Are you really trying to play your second uncle like you play your parents? Who the hell trips and ends up looking like a car wreck? What's the deal? You got jumped and you're too scared to talk." I knew second uncle was a seasoned veteran of countless brawls. Trying to pull a fast one on him was a losing game. But I had zero intention of dragging him into my mess either. I brushed his questions aside saying, "Let's just move, come on. I'll get you squared away at a place to stay first. Then I'll accompany you to fetch the herbal meds this afternoon." My second uncle remained ominously silent, just looming beside me as we walked. Inside the cramped hostel room I'd snagged in advance, I told him, "You're bunking here for the night. I've got to hit the grind after we grab the medicine later. And don't you dare mention my injuries to my parents. I don't need them worrying themselves to death." My second uncle pressed on relentlessly, "What's the real story? Who laid their hands on you like this? Chen Fan, are you keeping secrets from the bloodline? First give me a name who hit you. And what was their pathetic excuse for doing it?" I let out a frustrated curse under my breath. I don't even have a clue why they jumped me. So I laid out the entire nightmare from last night. In the end, I didn't forget to warn my second uncle. "You absolutely cannot breathe a word of this to my parents, lest they spiral into another fit of worry. I still have a few hundred yuan left on me. Take it back to my father for his recovery when you returned. Chen Shaoji dropped his gaze and remained broodingly silent for a few minutes, then finally muttered, "Fine. I'll keep this secret from your parents." As he spoke, my second uncle pulled out 2,000 yuan and shoved it toward me. "Keep your money. Don't send it to your folks. I'm giving you an extra 2,000. Go scout out a decent apartment complex to live in. Stop living like a dog and treat yourself better." "Second uncle, I can't take your money." "I don't want it." But he cut me off with a commanding growl. "If I'm handing it over, you're taking it. Cut the crap and shut up. This afternoon, I'll secure the herbal medicine for your old man. You go hunt down a proper apartment. Get your life back on track first. We'll grab dinner together tonight. And I'll catch the early train back tomorrow morning." I exhaled a heavy breath, feeling the raw weight of second uncle's genuine care for me. I didn't want him losing sleep over my situation either, so I finally yielded to his plan. "I'll lock down a place this afternoon, while you handle the medicine-run second uncle. My father's kidney disease has been a soul-crushing battle for years. Fighting it all this time has completely bled the family savings dry. Though Grandpa left behind tens of thousands when he passed, second uncle didn't touch a cent, dedicating every coin to Dad's treatment, even though he spends his days acting like a complete hooligan. His loyalty and character are absolutely beyond reproach." That afternoon, I tracked down a listing at a local agency, a 3-bedroom unit tucked away in a quiet residential complex, operating as a shared rental. Rent is $700 a month. The living room, bathroom, and kitchen are communal. The other 2 rooms were already claimed by a couple and another young woman. After inspecting the space, I figured the conditions were solid enough, so I signed the lease. By the time the paperwork was finalized, it was already past 4 p.m. Second uncle pinged me with a message informing me he was waiting back at that cramped hostel by the station to share one last dinner together tonight, since he had to catch the crack of dawn train the next morning. Just as I was preparing to head out, I crossed paths with the single girl I'm subleasing with. She had literally just clocked out of her shift, dressed in a sharp professional business ensemble, complete with a sleek cropped scissors in a Giorgio blazer that radiated an air of sophisticated elegance. When she leaned forward to swap her shoes, I accidentally caught a fleeting glimpse down her collar. I swear on my life it wasn't intentional, but I have to admit she's breathtakingly attractive. One look and it was nearly impossible to tear my eyes away. As a result, by the time she finished and stood tall, I was still caught foolishly staring at her chest. She shot me a gaze filled with razor-sharp hostility and hissed the word pervert with sheer unadulterated loathing. Clutching her collar tight, she retreated into the second bedroom. After sharing a final dinner with my second uncle that night, I was far too drained to trek back to the Paris Spring complex, so I just crashed in another room at that gritty hostel. The following morning, after seeing my second uncle off, I dove straight back into the relentless grind of food delivery. In this world, no hustle means zero income, and for someone like me, this is the only path forward. I kept pushing myself until the clock struck 11:30 p.m. My final order of the night came as a total shock. It was actually placed by my very own roommate. Her name, as I'd learned, is Lin Yifei. I hauled the delivery back to our shared apartment. The couple from the master suite was nowhere to be seen. Their door was sealed tight, with not a single flicker of light escaping from within. However, the second bedroom was glowing with life, rhythmically punctuated by the clatter of a keyboard. I shed my jacket, tossing it haphazardly into my room, then approached her door with the steaming bag of food, and gave it a hesitant light knock. She swung the door open, draped in casual loungewear. The moment she realized it was me standing there, her expression instantly soured into a mask of coldness. Instinctively shielding her collar with her left hand, she spat with pure venom. "What the hell do you want?" I simply raised the bag in my hand and muttered, "The meal you ordered." Lin Yifei's temper instantly flared. She barked, "Who gave a creep like you permission to touch my food?" Before I could even attempt to explain, she violently snatched the bag right out of my grip. Her next move was something I truly didn't see coming. She hurled the entire meal straight into the trash by the door. Because the order included a piping hot bowl of soup, the moment she violently snatched the bag away, the scalding liquid erupted, soaking straight into my jeans. It was agonizingly hot, yet she treated me like I was invisible, stepping back to slam the door shut in my face. I just stood there in the hallway, completely at a loss, shaking my head at the sheer absurdity of it all. I retreated to my own bedroom to lick my wounds. My phone suddenly chimed with the latest order feedback, a devastating 1-star negative review. The venomous reason she provided was, "What right do you have to hand my food to a stranger? How can a delivery driver be so damn irresponsible?" I stared at the screen, feeling the weight of the injustice. A single negative review instantly docks 300 from my pay. An entire day's grueling grind from dawn until dusk might not even total 300 yuan in earnings. I worked myself to the bone like a dog today, but this one spiteful petty review just nuked my entire day's progress back to zero. Wednesday at noon, my phone suddenly buzzed with a call from second uncle. I assumed he was giving me an update on the situation back home. I pulled my scooter to the curb and asked, "What's the word, second uncle?" I'm right in the middle of a heavy delivery rush. Can this wait until I've finished my rounds? I'm standing at the intersection of Wanghua and Renmin Road, waiting right here for you. Don't you dare pick up another order after this one. Just get your ass over here now. I froze, thinking I had surely misheard him. Wait, where exactly are you? The small garden, the very spot where you got leveled by that car. Stop stalling and hurry the hell up. Show me exactly where that Range Rover took you out. I had a sinking premonition that Chen Xiaoji was hunting for trouble. Weren't you supposed to be back home by now? Why the hell are you back in Kunming already? I'm here to collect the debt they owe you. It's fine if you don't show up. I'll just scour a few more surveillance feeds until I find them. I was left completely, utterly speechless. I know exactly what kind of loose cannon my second uncle is. I understand his volatile nature all too well. After rushing through my final delivery, I bolted to the scene. And sure enough, there he was. I spotted second uncle lurking at the small garden intersection. The man was squatting casually by the dusty roadside. His eyes locked onto the traffic cameras like a predator tracking prey. I had absolutely no clue what kind of chaos he was plotting. After spotting me, second uncle demanded to know exactly where I got hit. I tried to set the record straight, telling him I wasn't the one struck. The Range Rover was mid-turn when I slammed right into its side. He couldn't help but let out a sharp, frustrated curse. Everyone knows turning vehicles have to yield to those going straight. Just point out which direction that bastard was heading. I gestured across the street and told Chen Xiaoji it happened right there. Second uncle, let's just drop this before it gets ugly. We're just outsiders here in the city of Kunming. It's better to avoid a storm than to go out hunting for one. But he just grunted, it's too late for that now. Once I track down that Range Rover's license plate, I'll hunt down every single thug who laid a finger on you. Now quit hovering and get back to your hustle. With that, Chen Xiaoji lowered his head and vanished into the shadows. I stood frozen and bellowed, "Second uncle, I'm staying at Paris Spring. Are you coming over tonight?" Without even turning his head, Chen Xiaoji tossed back two words, "Forget about me." I watched as Chen Xiaoji's silhouette dissolved into the sea of people. A heavy gnawing sense of dread began to pool in my chest. That crew clearly wasn't some group of low-level pushovers. They're rolling around in a luxury Range Rover, and that woman was rocking a Gucci bag worth well over 10 grand. Chen Xiaoji is a total stranger in this concrete jungle of Kunming, going off to play detective so recklessly. If that isn't a death wish, I don't know what is. But I also knew there was no talking sense into a man like him. Beyond the constant worrying, I was utterly powerless to stop him. 3 agonizing nights later, Chen Xiaoji's name flashed on my phone screen once again. He told me that within the next 30 minutes, I needed to haul ass to the Century City car cube. He was staked out in the outdoor parking lot, waiting for my arrival. When I finally reached the lot and located Chen Xiaojie, he was crouching in a dark, inconspicuous corner by a flower bed. Positioned diagonally across from his hiding spot, sat that infamous white Range Rover from that fateful night. The jagged scratch along its side was still visible, plain as day. I was absolutely floored by Chen Xiaoji's terrifying resourcefulness. I couldn't fathom how he'd managed to hunt it down in the city. A cold shiver of anxiety ran through me, and I tried to plead with him one last time. "Second uncle, just let it go. Don't let this spiral out of control." He replied with a voice devoid of any warmth, "Not a chance. We're collecting the interest on that debt today." I scanned our surroundings nervously. Even though it was already well past 8 o'clock p.m., the entire area was still buzzing with a restless crowd. This isn't exactly a place where you can easily settle a score. "Light one up," Chen Xiaoji muttered, tossing me a pack. I realized it was actually high-end soft Chunghua. He gestured toward a beat-up black Santana nearby and said, "Get in the damn car and sit tight. All we have to do now is wait for them to crawl out. Don't worry about whose ride this is. Just get in the car with me." My heart started racing the moment I stepped inside. This Santana was a 10-year-old relic, totally trashed and ancient. Tucked right beside the driver's seat, I spotted a heavy steel pipe wrapped in surgical bandages. This was undeniably the weapon intended for tonight's hit. I couldn't maintain my composure for even a second. Despite how much I loathed them for stepping on me, actually going out to hunt someone down left me feeling paralyzed with nerves and raw fear. I desperately tried to talk second uncle out of this madness, but he completely shut me out. I was essentially pleading with the brick wall. At approximately 9:15 p.m., the primary targets finally emerged. The thug who had brutalized me that night, and Licia, the woman from that roadside encounter, they both made their appearance. The two of them strolled side by side toward the Range Rover. The man marched to the driver's side and yanked the door open. Chen Xiaoji asked with a chilling calm, "Is it them?" "Second uncle." "Enough." Chen Xiaoji snapped with sharp impatience. "Cut the crap. Just give me a straight answer, yes or no." I took a jagged deep breath and whispered the words, "Yes." Chen Xiaoji didn't make a move just yet. His eyes were locked onto the Range Rover like a predator. The luxury SUV roared to life and slowly exited the stall. Chen Xiaoji ignited the Santana's engine in response, shadowing the Range Rover's tail with lethal precision. I was wound tight with tension the entire way. Exactly what kind of violence Chen Xiaoji is capable of, I understood with terrifying clarity. The Range Rover surged ahead through the city streets. After several turns, it veered off the second ring road and turned onto a desolate, secluded side road. Chen Xiaoji instantly recognized his opening. After accelerating to overtake the Range Rover, he violently cut the wheel and swerved directly into its path, before slamming his foot onto the brakes. The car skidded sideways, completely barricading the white Range Rover. I have to admit that Range Rover's braking system is elite. Any lesser car would have plowed straight into our rear. Once the vehicle screeched to a halt, Chen Xiaoji was in no hurry to make his move. The Range Rover driver, the same thug who hospitalized me, had already vaulted out of his luxury ride. He stormed toward the Santana's driver's side door, face twisted in rage, lashing out with a violent kick against the car door. He barked out a string of insults. "How the hell are you driving trash? Did you buy your license or what, you moron?" Chen Xiaoji's fingers coiled around the bandaged steel pipe, while his left hand calmly unlatched the Santana's lock before he violently kicked the door outward with explosive force. The man standing outside took the full impact of the door, staggering back several paces as he lost his balance. Chen Xiaoji stepped out, the steel pipe glinting in his grip. Without uttering a single syllable of warning, he swung the heavy pipe directly at the guy's skull. The man instinctively threw up his left arm to shield himself from the brutal strike, but Chen Xiaoji's boot had already buried itself in his gut. The man stumbled back 2 steps and tripped over the curb, completely paralyzed by Chen Xiaoji's murderous aura. Collapsing onto the pavement, he stared up at Chen Xiaoji, his face turning a ghostly pale as the words died in his throat. His previous bravado had evaporated into thin air. Li Xia scrambled out from the passenger seat, rushing to the fallen man's side in a frantic panic. She crouched down, her voice trembling with worry. "Jiahao, are you all right? Are you badly hurt?" After those 2 panicked inquiries, she snapped her head up toward my second uncle and screeched, "What gives you the right to hit people?" Second uncle turned his head and called out, "Chen Fan, get over here. How do you want to break this piece of trash?" I approached second uncle's side, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and whispered, "Second uncle, just drop it. You've already taught him a lesson. Let's just get out of here. Who the hell are you people?" It was clear Li Xia didn't recognize me at all. Looking back, it wasn't exactly surprising. That night she was in a frantic, desperate rush, and I was just another faceless delivery guy in a uniform, straddling an e-bike with a helmet obscuring my features. It made perfect sense that I was a complete blank to her. But in this tense, suffocating moment, she was burning a hole through me and Chen Xiaoji with her gaze, asking in a state of sheer panic, "What do you want from us?" Chen Xiaoji completely iced Li Xia out. He slowly crouched low, gripping the steel pipe in his right hand. The cold tip of that pipe ground hard against the man's thigh, and you could tell he was putting his entire weight into it. The man's features began to contort in agonizing pain, but he attempted to play the tough guy, clenching his jaw and enduring the pressure without a scream. Witnessing his twisted face, Chen Xiaoji flashed a smug, predatory grin. He hissed at the man, "You laid your hands on Chen Fan, and you pulverized his phone? I'm giving you a generous one-time discount. 5,000 yuan. Transfer the funds right this second. Pay up and we'll consider this debt settled." Chen Xiaoji let out a chilling dark laugh. "If you refuse, don't expect to crawl out of this alley in one piece today." I suspect Li Xia already had a pretty good idea of exactly what kind of scumbag this guy usually was. Combined with the ruthless, murderous aura radiating from my second uncle, it left her completely paralyzed with terror. She frantically fumbled with her designer handbag, pleading, "Please just don't hurt him anymore. I'll give you whatever you want." As she spoke, she yanked a thick wad of cash from her bag, stuffing it into second uncle's hands without even pausing to count. I had no clue exactly how much was in that stack. "Take it, I'm giving you everything I have." Chen Xiaoji cast a fleeting glance at the money and grunted, "This should cover it. We'll let this little incident slide for now. Don't think your bank account gives you the right to stomp on people. You'd better burn that into your brain. If you're still feeling salty about it, come find me. My digits are easy to remember, 1356677XXXX. If you've got a problem, call me anytime, day or night." With that final ominous warning, Chen Xiaoji finally stowed the steel pipe away. He turned to me and barked, "Chen Fan, move out. If this piece of trash ever dares to bully you again, I will personally make sure he's crippled for life." I was left standing there completely dazed. This was the raw, brutal way Chen Xiaoji handled business. As we began to make our exit, I couldn't resist stealing one last glance at Li Xia. She truly was breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were so exquisite that words simply couldn't do them justice. While I was staring intently at her, she was also locking eyes with me. In the fleeting second our gazes collided, I was hit by a sudden crushing sense of shame. I quickly averted my eyes and scrambled into the car. Chen Xiaoji could clearly sense my mounting dread, and barked with a tone of pure, unadulterated disappointment, "What are you shaking in your boots? Playing the pathetic coward now. Listen, every man's got only one head on his shoulders. So what the hell makes you so damn afraid of them? If you're a man, you stand your ground and fight. To be perfectly honest, his words stung and annoyed me. After drifting through the cold streets of Kunming all these years, I've always accepted my role as a lowly, faceless out-of-towner. I've never had the stomach for pointless arguments, and I despise the idea of physical violence even more. I always believed it was smarter to dodge trouble whenever possible. Just keep my head down, grind for cash, and wire it back home, desperately hoping to save enough for my father's kidney transplant. Seeing that, I remained stubbornly silent. Chen Xiaoji tried to ease the tension, muttering, "Forget it. Stop looking so miserable, it's not the end of the world. If that punk dares to breathe your way, I'll just wreck him again, until he's completely broken and submissive. You can hop out at the next intersection. Take this stack of cash and don't be a moron with your spending. I'm sticking around Kunming for a while. You call me the second things go south." He didn't give a damn whether I agreed to take the money. He just tossed the entire crumpled pile into my lap, knowing my father's medical bills were a bottomless pit. I didn't bother standing on ceremony with him this time. There was roughly over 6,000 yuan in that stack. I tucked every bill away into my pockets. I asked him, "Wait, aren't you heading back home? Don't you worry about my business here in Kunming. Whatever I'm doing, it's sure as hell not delivering food. Just remember, if he messes with you, you tear his world apart. Don't be a wimp." The survival philosophies of my uncle and I had always been separated by a massive, unbridgeable chasm. After stepping out at the intersection, I wandered aimlessly through the city's midnight haze, with thousands of yuan in cold cash burning a hole in my pocket. It felt like this money had come far too easily, so effortless that it left me feeling nauseous and uneasy. I even entertained the crazy idea of reaching out to Li Xia just to return every single cent of this cash to her and explain that this whole violent mess was just a misunderstanding. I'll admit those thoughts were swirling in my head, mainly because I'm just an ordinary guy struggling in poverty. I simply can't afford to be a character in that kind of drama. But there was a darker hidden motive as well. I secretly fantasized about actually finding a way into Li Xia's world. At the very least, I didn't want her to harbor a vile impression of me. In my dazed state, I realized this train of thought was terrifying. How could a guy like me even beg for a goddess's attention? Even fantasizing about crossing paths with the exquisite Li Xia felt insane. I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at my own pathetic delusion. The next day, I indulged in the luxury of sleeping until I woke up naturally. I tapped the app to begin my grind and started accepting orders. The very first ticket was a massive high-stakes delivery, a total of 40 lunchboxes destined for the elite Katy International Hotel. The security detail directed me toward the internal freight elevator, straight up to the high-end meeting room on the 29th floor. On the first trip, I could only haul up 20 of the lunchboxes. Only the assistant who placed the order was present in the room. She instructed me to just stack the containers on the conference table. Then I descended back to the lobby to retrieve the remaining load. When I made my second ascent back to the top floor and lugged the rest of the lunchboxes into the meeting room, I was greeted by a scene that left me absolutely paralyzed. The moment my gaze locked with Li Xia's amidst the crowd, I could hardly fathom the reality before my own eyes. But there was no mistaking it. Li Xia was standing right there in this executive suite, staring back at me. A man meticulously opened a lunchbox and presented it to her, murmuring with deep respect, "President Li, that was an exhausting session. Please eat first." At those words, my scalp went completely numb. Only yesterday, I was standing side by side with Chen Xiaoji as we brutally dismantled her boyfriend in that alleyway. And now I'm delivering takeout directly into her own lair. Isn't this the literal definition of walking into a death trap? After frantically dumping the food, I bolted for the exit. I scrambled into the elevator, my heart hammering against my ribs. The second the elevator doors hissed open, I was struck dumbfounded. At least 4 burly security guards were staked out right there. I dipped my head, trying to push past them while feigning total calm. 2 guards lunged forward and immediately barricaded my path, barking at me to shut up and come with them right now. I put on my best act playing the clueless victim, and told the guards, "You've clearly snatched the wrong person." "Cut the damn crap," the lead guard snarled. He gestured to the other 3 with a sharp, direct command. "Drag him away," I roared back. "On what possible grounds?" "You guys are just low-level security guards. You have absolutely no right to restrict my personal freedom." With that desperate shout echoing through the hall, dozens of people in the lavish hotel lobby turned to stare. The lobby manager, however, was an expert at damage control, explaining to the curious onlookers with a polished, fake smile, "Our deepest apologies for disturbing your stay today. A hotel guest just reported some extremely valuable lost items. Suspecting the delivery guy exploited the situation to steal, we have already successfully brought the suspect under control, and will be turning him over to the authorities immediately. We offer our deepest apologies." Wait, is that delivery guy actually a thief? The caliber of delivery drivers these days is just pathetic. Who would even dare to order takeout in the future? I strained my voice until it cracked. howling with a contorted expression that I was being framed. But in the end, my desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, and nobody gave a damn about my frantic shouting. There were only cold, soulless, indifferent faces, hoisting up their phones to capture my humiliation. Those 4 hulking security guards did not follow through with the lobby manager's word about hauling me off to the police station. Instead, they just kept me under house arrest in a room, confiscated my smartphone, and bound me securely to a chair. I kept screaming at the top of my lungs, "Let me go!" "This is illegal detention. You're breaking the damn law." The bloated security guard growled a threat. "I don't give a damn about illegal detention or whatever. I just follow the boss's orders to the letter. If you dare to keep barking at me like that, I'm taking these crusty socks I haven't washed in a week and shove them straight down your throat." He won. That threat was undeniably effective. Terrifying enough that I didn't dare utter another word, because I sensed he was truly unhinged enough to do it. I sat there waiting with a gnawing, uneasy heart, clueless as to what nightmare would unfold next, or what kind of monster I would have to face. Mere moments later, the 2 security guards actually drifted off on the bed. I desperately attempted to make a break for it, but my limbs were anchored tightly to the chair. Every ounce of my struggle was completely futile. Perhaps 3 agonizing hours had ticked by, when the heavy locked door suddenly swung open. Startled by the abrupt sound of the door, the 2 guards scrambled frantically off the bed. Licia strode into the room flanked by 5 people. Among those trailing her was a young woman, the very same girl who had ordered the food today. Beside her stood the 2-faced lobby manager, and the final 2 were burly security guards. Spotting Licia's entrance, the 2 sentries, who were previously napping, stood up in a panicked hurry, respectfully bowing while greeting her as President Lee. Licia's brow furrowed slightly in disapproval, as she demanded, "Why on earth is he tied up?" "Didn't you—" The lobby manager shot a lethal glare at the fat guard, instantly barking, "Who gave you permission to bind people like this? Cut those ropes and untie him this instant." Once the restraints were finally stripped away, Licia commanded the crowd surrounding her, "Everyone get out. Do not set foot back in here without my explicit orders." Sensing the absolute authority in Licia's tone, the staff didn't dare utter a single word of protest. One by one, they slunk out of the room in total shame. Licia fixed me with a frigid, piercing stare and interrogated, "What kind of beef do you have with Jiahao? Why did you go so savage on him yesterday?" "So his name is Jiahao. Finally, I've put a name to that piece of trash's face. Is there really a point in playing dumb with me? Aren't the reasons for that brutal beating crystal clear to you?" Licia adopted a condescending tone, as if she had seen through lowlifes like us 1,000 times. Sneering, "You thugs spend your whole lives brawling. Does it actually make you feel powerful? Is there nothing that can be settled with a civil discussion? Does resorting to violence ever truly fix the problem? It's clear Licia has labeled me as some brainless street thug." I locked eyes with Licia and countered, "Are you actually willing to hear my side of the story?" "I don't have the time," Licia snapped, showing me zero respect. She continued coldly, "The only reason I detained you here was to deliver a single final warning. From now on, stop ambushing Jiahao in the dead of night. If it's money you're after, just name your price to me, but stop making his life a living hell." My blood began to boil at her sheer arrogance. Glaring back at Licia, I demanded, "You had your goons keep me bound here for hours, sabotaging my entire afternoon of hard-earned work, just to lecture me with this absolute load of crap." Licia countered with a smirk, and, "What else could a woman like me possibly have to say to you?" My temper exploded into a white-hot rage in an instant. "Since you're so eager to give me a piece of your mind, then I've got a little secret to share with you too. That very first lunchbox I brought up at noon, did you enjoy the taste of it? Because let me tell you something. I already dug into that meal and took several bites myself. You were literally choking down my leftovers. I even hawked to spit right into it." Licia's eyes bulged in absolute horrified shock. The very next second, she clamped her hand over her mouth and bolted for the restroom. That felt incredibly, undeniably satisfying. I snatched up my phone and strutted out the door with zero regrets. The lobby manager and his goon squad were all lurking outside. The way they stared me down was beyond bizarre. I just brushed past them like a total savage. The more I played it back, the more therapeutic it felt. Walking out into the lobby, it was just in time for the dinner rush. I planned to jump back onto the delivery grind, only to discover my account had been cold-bloodedly deactivated. I demanded an explanation from customer service immediately. They claimed I was flagged for involvement in a high-profile theft case, and my rider credentials were being indefinitely suspended. In plain English, I just got canned. Who the hell did I piss off to deserve this kind of karma? Is it really this damn hard just to deliver some takeout? I honestly have no clue how I got tangled up with these psychos. I shot a lethal, resentful glare back at the Katy International Hotel and spat a thick glob of defiance onto the pavement. Suddenly, a pack of security guards erupted from the hotel entrance, howling, "He's right there, grab him. Don't let that brat vanish." No freaking way are they actually arresting me just for spitting. I hauled ass running like a complete madman. The outcome, I was violently kicked to the asphalt by a guard at the gate. The rest of the pack swarmed me, pinning me to the dirt once more. This time, they didn't drag me back into the lobby. Instead, they shoved me into a black Buick GL8, a heavy-duty business van, and then Licia was already waiting in the second row. Stony-faced in the left side seat, my bound limbs were tossed onto the right side seat beside her. These cowards were clearly terrified I'd put up a fight. So they wrapped the rope around me twice for good measure. 2 more guards loomed in the third row, while another one took the wheel up front. My nerves started firing off like crazy. I craned my neck toward Licia and demanded, "What exactly is your game here? I only stole 2 measly bites of your precious lunch. You wouldn't actually off me just to keep me quiet, would you?" "Shut your mouth." Licia pierced me with a look of pure unadulterated disgust. "If you dare utter another word about that lunch, I'll have them hurl you out of this moving car right now. But there's something you have to tell me. Where exactly are you dragging me off to? You've already managed to dismantle my life enough. I even lost my damn job because of you," Licia countered with a face of pure ice. "I couldn't care less about your pathetic job, but if Jiahao suffers any permanent damage, I will personally drag your soul through the courts." "Wait, who exactly is this Jiahao to you? And what does his condition have to do with me?" "Li Jiahao is my younger brother, and I won't stand for him being harmed." "Wait, he's your brother?" Hearing Licia drop that bombshell, I actually felt a bizarre tiny spark of relief. "Still, what does your brother's injury have to do with me? Your psycho friend kidnapped my brother, and now I'm using you as collateral for a trade." I stared at Licia and questioned, "How is it that I didn't even know I had such a terrifyingly badass friend? It's that Chen Xiaoji monster from last night." "Damn it, second uncle. What kind of chaos did he unleash?" I felt like my skull was about to detonate. "Didn't we reach a truce last night to end this? Why the hell did he hunt down Li Jiahao again? Do you honestly think Li Jiahao is a pushover just because he's rich? Could second uncle really be unhinged enough for this?" I was drowning in a sea of uncertainty now, and I didn't dare to utter another word. The entire journey was suffocated by a heavy silence, traversing from the city deep into the East Third Ring suburbs, before finally skidding to a halt at a derelict warehouse. Beside 2 parked cars sat a solitary grimy table. On the surface were several cans and a spread of braised snacks with over a dozen empty beer bottles strewn about. Chen Xiaoji sat like a king on one side of the square table, while Li Jiahao and his squad of broken goons were slumped on the other 3 sides. These guys looked absolutely pathetic. Every single one of them battered black and blue. Even the wealthy Li Jiahao was no exception. Witnessing this absolute carnage, Licia reached her breaking point. She bolted from the car, sprinting toward Li Jiahao. "Jiahao, how did you get mangled like this? Who did this to you?" as she demanded an answer. Her lethal gaze locked onto my second uncle. Second uncle completely iced Licia out. The bloated guard violently kicked me out of the van, and the other 2 goons hauled me up from the dirt, roaring with arrogance. "Unchain our young master this instant, or we'll zero out the hostage." Second uncle was visibly blindsided when his eyes landed on me. He scowled deeply, but remained deathly silent. Second uncle slammed down his glass and stood tall. "What the hell is going on here?" Licia pivoted her gaze toward Chen Xiaoji and demanded, "Are you the one who mangled my brother like this? Didn't we reach a truce last night to end this madness? Just what is it that you're truly after? Sis, just stop talking already." Li Jiahao hauled himself to his feet, dropping his gaze while muttering, "Don't pin this on them. This one's on me. The 5 of us couldn't even touch him. I earned this beating." If Chingier hadn't witnessed the carnage firsthand, I wouldn't have believed this nightmare was reality. The 4 muscle-bound thugs Li Jiahao brought along clearly possessed every physical advantage over him, yet they were all utterly demolished by Chen Xiaoji. He had systematically broken them until they were completely submissive. Li Xia reached out with a heart-wrenching tenderness to graze Li Jiahao's hideously swollen face. Asking in a fragile whisper, "Does it hurt?" Li Jiahao gave a slow, pained nod, then shook his head saying, "I'll live. It's not my first time getting scrapped in a fight, but he's the first man to actually make me bend the knee. Don't hold this against them." "Enough, enough, enough." Second uncle cut Li Jiahao off, barking, "Your sister has certainly got some nerve. She actually had the guts to snatch my nephew. Today's drama, let's just call it even. You unhand my nephew right now, and I'll grant you a pass to leave. I'll even waive my appearance fee for today's little showdown." "Ew, but don't you dare let there be a next time." The bloated guard tried to flex his ego in front of Li Xia, rolling up his sleeves and blustering, "President Li, these punks are way too full of themselves. Let me step in and teach him a real lesson." Li Xia shot a lethal glare at the fat guard. Turning back to Li Jiahao, she snapped, "What is this beef really about? Can we settle this debt once and for all today? Stop looking for trouble, do you hear me? You're not some pampered kid anymore. When are you finally going to grow the hell up? I was tasked with protecting you before they left. Can't you show even an ounce of backbone? I'm already drowning in the company's weight without babysitting you. Do you think balancing all of this is easy for me? As the words left her lips, Li Xia actually began to shed bitter tears of grievance. Witnessing Li Xia's breakdown, Li Jiahao instantly spiraled into a panic, pleading desperately, "Sis, I know I completely screwed up. Please just stop crying, okay? This whole mess is entirely my fault. I was salty about the beating I took last night, so I rounded up a few bros today to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect to be so outclassed. The 5 of us couldn't even touch him. I swear I won't cause any more drama for you. Just please, I can't stand seeing you cry. Hey, while you guys are having this emotional heart-to-heart, could someone maybe untie me first? I'm still literally bound and gagged over here because of you guys. They call this a prisoner exchange. But my second uncle didn't even lay a rope on your brother. Can you guys show at least an ounce of good faith? And set me free first." Li Xia shot a sharp glance at the fat guard. The fat guard scrambled over to finally untie my restraints. She was clearly consumed by concern for her brother, demanding, "Why on earth did he intercept you last night?" "Oh, stop playing the innocent victim, all right?" I bellowed at the top of my lungs. "You leveled me with your car, then dispatched him to my own home to brutalize me. And you even pulverized my phone. Don't you dare tell me you were clueless about all this." Hearing my explosive accusation, Li Xia was left completely and utterly paralyzed. She stared me down for a full 3 seconds frozen, then whipped her head around to glare at Li Jiahao. Li Jiahao dropped his gaze and stammered, "Sis, let me explain." Li Jiahao didn't even have the spine to meet Li Xia's eyes, muttering under his breath that night, "Didn't you tell me you'd hit some guy with your car and begged me to go retrieve your ID card? I honestly thought you were being targeted by a professional scammer, and that the guy was weaponizing your ID to extort you, to bleed you dry. So I took some of the boys to his place and forcibly snatched that ID back. I was also paranoid that he had your personal number and would never stop harassing you. So before I bailed, I smashed his phone to pieces too." Li Jiahao's voice began to fade into a pathetic whisper. And then, well, last night happened. Li Xia was struck with pure unadulterated shock. She looked at me, then back at the shamed Li Jiahao. The latter had nearly retracted his head into his collar, looking utterly petrified. "Is the picture clear enough for you now?" I stared Li Xia down and demanded. Still no time to hear my side of the story. "Then by all means enjoy your brother's confession. Are we finally on the same page? First you plow into me with your luxury car. Then you dispatch a hit squad to my doorstep. Today your lobby manager even branded me a thief. And as of this moment the platform has blacklisted my Rider account for good. I've officially been stripped of my livelihood. This is the spectacular handiwork of your family. Did I ever once provoke a single one of you? Why the hell did you have to ruin me like this?" "I'm so sorry." Li Xia's face flushed a deep crimson, and her arrogant tone softened into a whisper. She stammered an apology, saying, "I'll compensate you. Keep your money? I'm not interested. Stop assuming your bank account gives you a free pass to wreck lives." After dropping that truth bomb, I marched over to second uncle's side with zero hesitation, snatched up a beer and chugged the entire bottle in one go. I shattered the silence by tossing the empty bottle aside, and told second uncle I had no idea you were such a monster in a fight. Second uncle gave a dismissive shrug. "I get by." Then he stood tall and addressed Li Xia. "Listen, young lady, I can see you actually possess a shred of common sense. Dealing with someone reasonable is a breath of fresh air. You're the ones who initiated the crash. You're the ones who invaded his home to assault him and trash his gear. And now my nephew is unemployed because of your family's ego. That's a debt you officially owe him. You've got to put a real solution on the table, don't you think? He shouldn't have to swallow this level of injustice for nothing." "You're right," Li Xia admitted, her face still burning with shame. "Then name your price. How much cash will settle this?" Second uncle paused for a beat before saying, "Forget the cash. If you hand him a lump sum right now, he'll just turn around and wire every cent back to the village to cover his father's skyrocketing medical expenses. Instead, why don't you offer the boy a real job?" "Not a chance. I don't want it." The two of us barked out the rejection simultaneously. Li Xia shot a sharp sideways glance at me and muttered under her breath, "Our firm doesn't hire individuals with questionable character." "Excuse me," Chen Xiaoji growled, his face twisting with irritation. "What exactly about my nephew's character is questionable?" He, Li Xia was visibly fuming, her face flushing crimson as she blurted, "He swiped my meal and had the nerve to feed me his leftovers." I couldn't restrain a sudden burst of laughter. I turned to second uncle and said, "Let's bounce. Don't stress about my hustle. If I can't grind as a courier, I'll just find another way to stack my paper. Oh, by the way." I locked eyes with both Li Xia and Li Jiahao and demanded, "This is finally the end of it, right? You're not going to come looking for more smoke, right? No more kidnapping me or locking me up, right?" Li Xia's face turned beet red under the weight of my words. Li Jiahao barked back, "Chill, man, I'm down with that. I've got nothing but respect for Brother Jia now. If you ever need a favor, just say the word." Second uncle ignored the kid's posturing and told me, "Let's roll." Since the beef is settled, I'll drop you back at your place. I hopped into that legendary beat-up Santana. I couldn't help but ask out of pure curiosity, did you really solo that entire squad of goons? Chen Shaoji shot back with a smirk. Is that supposed to be a challenge? Suddenly, I was completely at a loss for words. Second uncle is a certified top-tier badass. Once we were back in the heart of the city, are you really going back to that delivery grind? I told him my Rider account was permanently cooked, so delivering food is officially off the table. I'll find another way to survive, don't worry. Before he sped off, he gave me the same parting advice, telling me to hit him up the second things go sideways. The moment I stepped out of the car, a wave of emptiness hit me like I never felt before. I used to be on the move from sunrise to sunset, always praying for a day where the hustle would finally stop. But now that the silence has actually arrived, I'm completely clueless about what my next chapter looks like. I slumped down on the cold curb, near the back entrance of the Dianchi Spring Complex, staring at the skyline feeling utterly isolated and frozen. Just then, a scruffy stray dog trotted over, circling around me with a hesitant curiosity, once before finally settling down right by my side. Two lost souls who were total strangers, sharing the exact same frequency of loneliness. As it turns out, Lin Yifei feeds this little stray every day. And thanks to this pup, Lin Yifei and I finally broke the ice. We hit it off and became much closer after our talk. The next morning, I was wide awake by 7:30 a.m. I was hunting for my delivery threads just like every other morning, until the weight of reality finally crashed down on me. My Rider account has already been nuked. I'm officially banned for night from snagging orders or grinding today. Then like a bolt of lightning, I remembered my ride. My bike is still stranded at the Katy International Hotel. Back when those goons were pinning me to the asphalt, my e-bike was still right there in the lot. Is it still there? I scrambled into some clothes, hailed a motor taxi at the entrance of my complex, and surged toward the Katy International Hotel. Glancing at the security booth of that luxury hotel, I spotted that same bloated guard from yesterday's mess. He was currently holding down the fort on duty. The second I clocked him, his eyes locked onto mine. Gripping his rubber baton with a predatory grin, he barked. What are you doing back on our turf, kid? Are you actually begging for another beatdown? Piss off. I snapped beyond irritated. Where's my bike? What bike? The fat guard brandished his baton threateningly, sneering at me. Whatever junk you're looking for isn't here. Now beat it before I make you... My e-bike? Where the hell is my e-bike? I had it parked right in this spot yesterday. Which one of you thieves snatched it? Show me the surveillance footage right now. The fat guard let out a mocking wheeze, asking in a voice dripping with pure disdain. You think the high-end footage from an international hotel is just something a lowlife like you can check on a whim? Who do you think you are? The CEO. I felt a desperate urge to slap that smug look off his face. The guard looked absolutely intoxicated by his own power. Continuing to jeer, look for a piece of trash like that. Even if you crawl to the local police station, they won't waste a second filing a report for you. And yet, here you are treating it like lost treasure. Before he could even finish his condescending rant, this fat clown suddenly snapped to attention and saluted. Looking like a disciplined professional all of a sudden. Is some big shot rolling up? I whipped my head around to check, and spotted Li Xia's sleek white Range Rover cruising toward the entrance. The luxury SUV screeched to a halt right beside me. She was perched inside the cabin, fixing me with a cold stare. What are you doing here again? I shot back feeling incredibly salty about the situation. You think I actually enjoy being in this dump of yours? I'm just here to reclaim my bike. It was parked right in this spot yesterday, but now it's vanished into thin air. The fat guard leaned in and sneered, President Lee, just ignore this loser. Over that absolute heap of scrap metal he calls a bike. He actually has the audacity to demand our hotel's surveillance footage. He clearly thinks he's way more important than he actually is. President Lee, please head inside and attend to your business. I'll personally make sure this bike situation is handled. Li Xia fixed her gaze on the guard and demanded, and how exactly will you handle it? Where is his bike right now? The fat guard responded with a malicious oily grin. I heard the scoop from Xiaozhang on the graveyard shift, that they stood there and watched as that pathetic e-bike was hauled onto a truck by city officials and dragged away. I was absolutely vibrating with pure unadulterated rage. You stood there and watched my bike get violently seized and towed away by the city. And you didn't even have the decency to say a word. I was literally here providing a service to your hotel. Not only did I lose my entire livelihood because of you people, but you couldn't even be bothered to watch my bike for a single minute. Do any of you have a single shred of humanity left? The fat guard's grin widened as his eyes bugged out, flaunting a look of pure sadistic schadenfreude. As he mocked me, why in the hell would we ever lift a finger for you? That's enough, Li Xia snapped, her voice dripping with irritation. She barked at the guard, swiped the elevator for him immediately, escort him directly to my private office. With that final command, she accelerated toward the executive parking lot. No way. The fat guard stammered, completely blindsided. With a look of utter mouth-breathing confusion, he muttered, "There's no way I heard that right. President Lee actually wants me to bring a guy like you to her office." Li Xia's sanctuary was perched on the 29th floor, with the title General Manager emblazoned in gold on her door. I was stunned to realize Li Xia was actually the GM. To claw her way to such a high-stakes position at her age is honestly nothing short of legendary. Li Xia's sprawling office was easily the most opulent workspace I had ever laid eyes on. Li Xia actually took the time to brew a cup of coffee just for me. As she leaned over to hand me the steaming cup, she asked simply, "What was the market value of your e-bike?" I don't know what came over me in that moment, but I suddenly had an overwhelming urge to mess with her head. I looked her dead in the eye and asked disdainfully, "Money. In your world, is cash really the only solution to every problem?" Let me tell you, I've survived on that e-bike for 3 grueling years. From the very first day I started grinding as a courier, that bike has been the only partner by my side. It survived every high and low right alongside me. But after just one single delivery to your company, it ended up being forcibly retired just like that. Does your conscience not eat at you even a little bit? Li Xia swirled her cup of coffee, leaning against her mahogany desk while eyeing me, asking, "You speak with such self-righteous fire, as if you and that scrap metal bike share some sacred bond. But no matter how deep that bond is, it's utterly worthless. I can't exactly go manifest it back from city custody for you. So why don't we just quit the games and cut to the chase? Exactly how much cash do you want me to cough up? Is money the only language you're capable of speaking?" Li Xia addressed me with a chillingly arrogant smirk. When dealing with someone who has blatant character flaws, money is the only common ground we actually have. Character flaws? Are you serious right now? If you didn't have them, would you be snitching bites from a customer's meal? I was completely floored. I honestly had no rebuttal left in the tank. Li Xia flicked her wrist to check her luxury watch and snapped at me, "Stop wasting my precious time. I have a high-stakes board meeting starting any minute. Just throw out a number. Whatever it is, I'll pay it just to be done with you." I don't know where the sudden surge of pride originated, but I felt a desperate need to defy Li Xia's ego. I bellowed, "I don't give a damn about your money. I want my partner back. I want my bike." "Fine. Is 5,000 yuan enough to shut you up?" I didn't utter a sound. "What about 8,000? Still not happy?" I maintained my stubborn, icy silence. "Fine. I'll make it 10,000 yuan." Li Xia's voice reached a sharp, impatient crescendo. "That has to be more than enough to buy your silence right." I stared Li Xia down and asked coldly, "Do you really think I'm just here to shake you down? Do you truly believe in that cold heart of yours? That my soul is actually that bottom tier and cheap? Enough. 20,000. If you don't take it now, then get the hell out of my office this instant. And don't you dare let me see your face again." I raised my hand and pointed a defiant finger at Li Xia, backing toward the door while keeping my aim steady onto her. I dropped one final lethal line to leave like an absolute king. "Your existence is truly deeply pathetic. In those eyes of yours, there is nothing but cold currency. How could a person like you ever begin to comprehend the agonizing heartache of losing a loyal partner? Attempting to discuss feelings with you is just a total waste of my energy. You just keep on living your pathetic life, clutching your blood money." Goodbye. With that final jab, I spun around and stormed out. "Wait!" Li Xia's voice echoed sharply from behind me. She warned in a threatening hiss, "Don't you dare regret this. I'm offering you one final lifeline. 20,000 yuan in cold hard compensation." "I don't need your charity," I spat back, refusing to look back. Li Xia shouted at my retreating back, "Fine then. Consider it a debt of honor that I owe you. If the day ever comes where you're desperate for help, as long as it doesn't compromise my integrity, I will absolutely settle the score and repay this debt. Now memorize my number." The moment I cleared the gates of the Katy International Hotel, I had a sudden violent urge to slap myself across the face. I definitely leaned way too hard into that lone wolf persona. That was 20,000 yuan? So, why in the actual hell did I refuse to take it? I just had to play the high and mighty hero with that rich girl. Sure, the main character flex was flawless, but the cost of that pride was flushing 20,000 yuan down the drain. How am I even supposed to justify this to myself? By telling myself getting Li Xia's digits was the real prize. Fine, if that's the only way I can cope with this massive L. On the trek back, I started mindlessly scrolling through my feed, and I was blindsided by a sudden post from Liu Jun. As it turns out, today marks his birthday. Liu Jun was my ride or die from back in high school. Back then, we were practically joined at the hip. Guys were a rare breed in our liberal arts track, and since seating was strictly determined by academic rank, the two of us were always anchored in the very front row. Every time the exam results were posted, both my scores and Liu Jun's were consistently elite. The top spot was a constant tug of war between the two of us. But once graduation rolled around, Liu Jun headed to Yunnan University with a solid 590, while I crushed a 600 plus only to walk away from it all. My family simply couldn't conjure up the funds to finance my dreams of higher education. Besides, with my father's debilitating kidney condition, draining every spare cent for constant medical treatments, I had to jump into the workforce early to keep us afloat. 4 years ago, Liu Jun moved to Kunming for his degree, and I moved to Kunming to begin my life of labor. During those early days in the city, the two of us were inseparable, hanging out at every chance. Eventually, as our social spheres drifted further apart, the frequent check-ins began to fade into the background, but the brotherhood we shared remained deep in our souls. Upon seeing Liu Jun's latest status update, I quickly commented, "Happy birthday, my brother." Liu Jun instantly slid into my WeChat DMs, "Chen Fan, are you free to hang tonight? Any chance you can swing by and join my birthday bash? It's been like 6 months since we last linked up, right?" I messaged back, "Actually over half a year. You're finally hitting graduation too, aren't you?" He mentioned he was already allowed off campus. I'm currently hunting for an internship. I probed to see if he had snagged any solid leads. He texted back explaining, "I've been grinding as a business admin major. I've actually ghosted a few mediocre job offers. My heart is set on a hotel management gig. Slide through tonight if your schedule is clear. Let's catch up properly face to face. We're at Dianchi Road and don't forget to bring a girl. I gotta see if you're actually winning at life, bro." If I hadn't been forced to skip college 4 years ago, then today, while vibing with the homies, I could also casually and confidently flex. I'm looking to pivot into executive hotel management. Some people are born with the power to choose their path, while others are destined to wait to be picked. A girlfriend, seriously? Where the hell am I supposed to manifest a girlfriend from? Right then, Lixia's image suddenly flashed in my mind. Didn't she swear she owed me a massive favor? Could I actually pull Lixia out for dinner tonight and use the chance to introduce her to Liu Jun? Doesn't Liu Jun want a shot at hotel management? Lixia is literally the GM of KD International Hotel. Even if she can't slide him into KD International, her name alone would be a legendary reference. Maybe she can hook him up with some elite connections. I scrambled to dial Lixia's number. The moment Lixia answered the call, she immediately interrogated me. "Already regretting your pride and coming for that 20,000. Can you stop being a drama queen for 1 second?" I poked back, asking, "In that cold heart of yours, is the only reason I'd ever called to beg for cash?" Haha, Lixia's laughter erupted without any restraint. Before she asked, "Then what's the occasion? Didn't you promise me an anytime favor today? As long as it's within your moral code, you'd say yes. Weren't those your exact words?" "Yeah, I stand by that. So what exactly is it you want from me?" "Accompany me to a friend's birthday bash tonight. Just a simple dinner." This request doesn't clash with your precious principles, does it? It's not asking too much, right? A dinner date. Lixia's voice practically exploded over the phone. "You actually expect me to go out for a meal with you? Do you honestly think I have that kind of leisure time? Look, if you're not coming, I won't force your hand. But at least then, I'll see the truth. I'll know exactly what kind of person Lixia really is. Beyond being someone who only worships cold hard cash, she's clearly someone who can't even keep her word. Whether you show up or not is entirely on you." That definitely struck a nerve with Lixia. She snapped back resentfully. "Just you wait. I'll sit through this meal with you tonight. But after this, don't you dare ever pester me again. Consider our debt settled for good. You have to give me your word on one thing. Don't try to undermine or humiliate me during the party." "Of course. And I won't pull any inappropriate stunts with you either. Just show up as a friend." Lixia replied instantly, "Fine, okay. I get the play. See you tonight." Successfully recruiting Lixia made me feel pretty damn smug, since it had been half a year since our last meeting. And considering it was Liu Jun's big birthday, I snagged a red envelope at the convenience store on my way. I stuffed 500 yuan inside. Truthfully, 500 yuan is a massive hit to my budget. But knowing Liu Jun's inner circle is likely all college students, and knowing how much they like to flash their cash these days, if my red envelope looked too thin, it might actually humiliate Liu Jun in front of his peers. By 6:15, I pulled up to the restaurant entrance. Lixia's sleek white Range Rover was already idling there. The moment I surfaced, she stepped out of the vehicle and marched toward me. She was actually still decked out in a sharp professional suit. I just stood there at the entrance, sizing Lixia up from head to toe. Lixia shot me a lethal glare and snapped, "What are you staring at? You never specified a dress code for this thing. And besides, I didn't have a spare second to change. The moment I received that address you sent, I hauled ass straight here from the office." I smirked and remarked, "Who would have guessed that in a suit?" You'd actually radiate such high-tier class. That single cheeky comment earned me another legendary eye roll from Lixia. I escorted Lixia into the restaurant's private VIP room. Swinging the door open, I spotted Liu Jun in the seat of honor, vibing with some guy sitting to his left. There were at least a dozen people packed into the space. Liu Jun caught sight of me and bolted upright, exclaiming, "Chen Fan, you finally showed up, man. We've all been holding out for you. Get over here and take a seat." The second the words left his mouth, he signaled for the guy next to him to clear some space. I moved toward the spot the guy had just vacated, offering a cigarette to the dude who gave up his seat. He shot a look at my budget tier Hongtaschen brand and declined with a polite but firm wave, instead pointing at the pack of premium Chunghwa on the table. Claiming he was set as Liu Jun, began the introductions. He announced, "Everyone, let me introduce you to Chen Fan, my ride or die from high school back in the old county." The guy was a total academic beast. Crushed the college entrance exams with a score over 600. I let out a hollow laugh and told him, "Drop it, Liu Jun. No use living in the past. Happy birthday, man." I finished by handing him the red envelope. Liu Jun's fingers instinctively gauged the thickness of the cash inside. Waving it off, he muttered, "Chen Fan, you're being way too extra. Having you pull up today was never about the money or the gift. I just realized it's been 6 months, it was time to link up. Let's get the feast started first. We can throw back some drinks and talk while we eat. And I assume this is your girl, right? What's the lady's name?" Surprisingly, Li Xia didn't seem to take offense to being labeled as my girl. With a charming smile, she replied, "I'm Li Xia." Liu Jun locked eyes with Li Xia and declared with an air of ego, "The name's Liu Jun, business admin major over at Yunnan University. Chen Fan and I go way back, grew up in the same dirt." The moment Liu Jun flexed his school and major, his volume spiked noticeably. He sounded absolutely intoxicated by his own prestige. Another guest chimed in, "Let's get the food out." Feast time, and the room erupted into chaos once more. Liu Jun flicked out a cigarette and offered it to me, muttered to me, "Listen, Chen Fan, if you hadn't abandoned your studies back then, you wouldn't be grinding as a delivery boy today." A delivery driver, the girl perched next to Liu Jun, interjected with a blatant condescending snort, "Are you Team Meituan or Team LA.me? The web is constantly flooded with stories of drivers poaching bites. Is that actually for real?" Before I could even respond, another guy jumped into the fray, Wang Hui. "You're thinking way too small time. Stealing bites is child's play compared to the real horror. Haven't you seen that viral clip yet? Some dude in an elevator using a customer's soup as mouthwash, then hacking it right back into the container. Absolutely foul. That whole industry is a dumpster fire now. The platforms are too lazy to even vet their workers. It's basically just a bunch of people without real futures. Just societal drifters scraping by on scraps. I mean, who would actually deliver food if they had a real career?" For a split second, I felt like my skin was physically on fire. I didn't have the stomach to face this group of gossiping elitists, and I especially couldn't bring myself to look at Li Xia beside me. While the room was busy dissecting my life, a girl suddenly shifted her gaze toward Li Xia and probed, "Are you stuck in the delivery hustle too?" Li Xia met the girl's eyes and replied with a composed smile, "Chen Fan and I are in the same game. We're officially colleagues." The girl sighed with a look of feigned pity, grinding every day, battling the scorching sun and the biting wind. "That must be a total nightmare, right? Surviving in such a harsh, dirty environment, and yet somehow you've managed to keep your skin flawless. I'm honestly low-key jealous of you." Li Xia simply maintained her smile, offering no further context, letting these sheltered, privileged girls keep flapping their mouths. Liu Jun was clearly feeling the cringe. He leaned in to whisper, "Chen Fan, don't let it get to you. They're not trying to be malicious. It's just mindless table talk." I managed a hollow smirk and told Liu Jun, "It's cool. I get it." I wasn't just trying to placate Liu Jun either. I genuinely understood the situation. After years of clawing for survival in Kunming, I've developed a thick skin for all walks of life. College kids are easily the most unfiltered bunch. They're still trapped inside that cozy academic bubble, so very few of them have any clue how to read a room. And honestly, very few people actually give a damn about the internal struggles of those around them. Each of them strutting around like they're the main characters. After 3 grueling rounds of drinks, the floodgates of conversation finally swung wide open. Liu Jun pivoted to me asking, "How's your old man holding up? Is that kidney transplant surgery even on the table yet?" The moment he mentioned it, my heart felt like lead. I gripped the wine glass sitting before me and drained the entire thing in one desperate gulp. "The doctors say the outlook is pretty grim," I muttered. "A transplant costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, a sum my family couldn't dream of scraping together. And even with the cash, it's not just about the money. You have to pray for a perfect donor match." Matching, he's been stuck on conservative treatment for years, dragging himself to the hospital for dialysis every single week. The constant battle has left him as nothing but skin and bones. Liu Jun let out a long, heavy sigh of his own. Lost in thought, he said, "You crushed a 600 on that exam. Why didn't you just double down and go to college?" I remember it like it was yesterday. The entire school even launched a fundraiser for you. That cash was supposed to secure your future. I cut Liu Jun off mid-sentence, stating flatly, "I diverted every cent to my father's medical bills. But do you regret it? If you'd taken the academic route, you'd be looking at a completely different life right now." I slowly shook my head and sparked the cigarette Liu Jun had offered me, adding desolately, if I had to choose 100 more times, I'd still burn that money on my dad's survival. How can you be so incredibly naive? The girl perched on Liu Jun's other side interjected with a tone dripping with condescension. You should have invested that money in your education. Look at us, she scoffed. First you secure a spot at a top-tier university, then you bag your diploma and your degree. That's how you actually get leverage in the job market, instead of being trapped in the dead-end life you have now. Seriously, besides hauling food, what skills do you even have? Li Xia, who had been silent as a statue, finally spoke. Don't presume to judge lives you can't possibly fathom. Your logic might seem sound to you, but it's far from the correct answer. Every person is dealt a different hand in this world. That girl gave a dismissive flick to her glasses. Liu Jun stepped in barking, Liu Ruyan, knock it off. Chen Fan's father has been battling this for a long time. His mother is housebound tending to his dying father 24/7. The weight of the entire family's survival rests on his shoulders alone. Liu Ruyan let out a sharp, disdainful mumble. Short-sighted, honestly, what more is there to say? I felt my knuckles whiten as my hand began to tremble around the glass. In an instant, I felt a sensation of incredible softness. A pair of warm, delicate hands draped over the back of mine. I pivoted my head and found Li Xia staring back at me, her expression radiating a sudden, unexpected gentleness. Liu Ruyan shot us a look brimming with pure contempt, before turning her interrogation back to Liu Jun. Did you actually send out those resumes I flagged last week? I've already secured an official interview. Confirmation. Well, what about you? Did you even get a call back? Liu Jun put on a mysterious smirk and unlocked his phone, thrusting the screen directly in front of Liu Ruyan's face. With a surge of adrenaline, he exclaimed, "Take a look. The interview notification just hit my inbox. It landed right at noon today. I'm heading in first thing tomorrow morning." That's incredible, Liu Ruyan squealed in pure ecstasy. She threw her arms around Liu Jun and planted a kiss on him, proclaiming with absolute certainty, I just know that we're both going to crush it and get hired by this hotel. A girl sitting across from them piped up, "What's the big news with you two lovebirds? You look like you just won the lottery." Liu Ruyan bragged with an insufferable amount of pride. Liu Jun and I synchronized our job hunt applications. And now our absolute dream tier hotel just summoned us both for an interview tomorrow. Major congrats to you both. Everyone bottoms up. Let's toast to their success. See, this is why a high-level degree is a total game changer. You actually get to handpick the industry you're passionate about. Liu Jun ghosted so many elite firms just to be with you. So Liu Ruyan, you better not slack off now. Once the dinner wrapped up, the squad decided to move the party to a KTV lounge. The spot was roughly 2 kilometers down the road. As we filed out of the restaurant's private suite, his college crowd surged ahead in a noisy pack. Li Xia and I trailed behind at a distance. I leaned in and whispered to her, "The dinner's done. You've officially cleared your debt to me. You don't need to concern yourself with me anymore. You're free to go. Thanks for actually being a woman of your word." Li Xia inquired in a hushed tone, "Are you actually planning to crash their after party?" I shook my head. Nah, I'll find some excuse to bail. Truth is, we don't exactly vibe with this crowd. Li Xia pouted her lips slightly, before asking, "So where are you off to?" "Hop in, I'll give you a lift." As we reached the restaurant's exit, Liu Jun had already flagged down 3 taxis. The first cab was already packed with 4 people. 2 others piled into the second one, while another couple prepared to climb aboard, leaving 5 of us standing on the curb. There was me and Li Xia, Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan, and some guy whose face I didn't even know. Liu Ruyan turned to Li Xia and suggested, "Why don't the 5 of us just squeeze into one? We'll just tell the driver to deal with it. It's a short trip anyway." Li Xia smiled politely and said, "Chen Fan and I have business to handle. Let's catch up another time." Liu Jun's face fell with clear disappointment. "You're leaving already. Come vibe with us for at least a little while. It's not every day the squad gets together." Liu Ruyan gave Liu Jun a sharp hidden pinch and hissed at him, "That's enough. Stop trying to force them. This is prime time for the late night snack rush. They could probably squeeze in a few more deliveries tonight. Don't go wasting their precious hustle." I looked at Liu Jun and said, "Maybe next time. We're both based in Kunming anyway. Let's just stay in the loop and meet up soon. We're gonna head out now." "Fine then," Liu Jun sighed, offering a reluctant goodbye. He added, "At least let me call a cab for you guys. Make sure you get home safe. No need for a taxi. I stayed sober tonight." As the words left her mouth, Li Xia clicked her remote. The sleek white Range Rover idling nearby flashed its lights in response. She gave Liu Jun a friendly wave, simply saying, "Take care." Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan stood there, their faces completely frozen. Li Xia and I walked in sync toward the Range Rover. Just as we were reaching for the door handles, I caught Liu Ruyan's voice from behind us, dripping with pure unadulterated venom. "That childhood bestie of yours is actually quite a piece of work. He definitely rented that ride just to flex on us." I have no clue what venom was spewed after that, because I was already cocooned inside Li Xia's car. I sank deep into the leather seat, closing my eyes, unable to visualize a single spark of a future, yet feeling the cold sting of tears tracing paths down my face. When the crushing weight of existence robs me of the very air in my lungs, I can only retreat into the shadows to lick my wounds. I refuse to let Li Xia witness my breakdown, so I cracked the window, letting the biting wind dry the tracks, and evaporate my sorrow into the night air. The engine went silent outside the Paris Spring complex. I stepped out and bid Li Xia a quiet farewell. Just as I turned to go, her voice sliced through the quiet, calling out, "Chen Fan, is there anything left that I owe you?" I froze dead in my tracks, pivoted back to face her and slowly shook my head. Nothing. Good to hear. A flicker of genuine relief danced on Li Xia's lips. She offered a calm goodbye before driving off. I slept until the sun was practically scorching the earth, only to be jolted awake by a relentless ringtone. Without even glancing at the ID, out of pure professional instinct, one swiped to answer the call, greeting the world with a groggy hello. Li Xia's crisp voice echoed from the receiver. She teased, "Still hibernating, are we? Is being this slothful your full-time job?" I shot back, my voice thick with sleep. "Since when is my lack of hustle any of your business? Could you actually do me a solid?" "Depends. What's the play?" "Get down to my office, I'll fill you in when you arrive." "If you're planning to flake, I won't beg." I wavered for a heartbeat or two, then sighed into the phone. "Just wait for me. I'll be pulling up in 30 minutes. Just make sure you leash your watchdogs." "I'm not in the mood to get bitten today." Li Xia chuckled, pleased as if you've actually felt their teeth. Standing inside the high-end sanctuary of her office, I found her buried behind her desk, eyes glued to the screen. As she tore through a mountain of executive paperwork, I sauntered up to the edge of her desk, planting both palms firmly on the polished surface. I locked eyes with her and asked, "What's so damn urgent that you're dragging me out of my forced retirement?" Li Xia released the mouse from her grip, leaning back and folding her arms across her chest. Fixing her gaze on me, she stated, "The HR department is running several interviews today. I'm calling in a favor from you. You'll be stepping in as our HR supervisor today, to determine if these candidates are actually worth hiring." I stared at Li Xia and asked, "Are you pulling my leg? You actually want me to be your lead interviewer?" "Precisely." Li Xia replied with a straight face, "I'm dead serious. The candidates have already arrived on site. If you're game to help me out, you can dive into the interviews this very second. My assistant Xiao Lu will provide full support throughout. Playing the interviewer isn't rocket science. You just need to evaluate these hopefuls. If they vibe well, they stay for a trial internship. If they don't meet the mark, you show them the door. Trust your gut. It's all based on your intuition." I shot Li Xia a look of absolute bewilderment. "I honestly can't wrap my head around why you're handing me the reins to your recruitment. Is there some hidden motive behind this?" The corner of Li Xia's mouth twitched into a cryptic, lingering smirk. She rose from her seat and commanded, "Move out. Xiaolu will escort you down to the HR wing. The reason why I chose you will become clear once the interviews begin with us." Burning sense of intrigue, I followed Xiaolu toward the interrogation room. 4 distinct sets of profiles were waiting on the desk. Xiaolu began the briefing, explaining, "Only these 4 survived the initial vetting process. However, the company only has room for 2. Scrub through their backgrounds first. I'll head out and coordinate the lineup to summon them in for their one-on-one sessions. The final cut rests entirely on your shoulders. Those are President Lee's explicit orders." I flipped open the first candidate's dossier. 26 years old with 2 years of grinding in hotel management, an alum from the Southwest University of Political Science and Law. The second resume belonged to a girl, a graduate from the School of Business Administration. Her grades weren't exactly earth-shattering, but her personal statement was penned with striking humility. A girl who clearly prefers to fly under the radar. But when I pried open the third resume, I was completely floored. The face staring back at me was none other than Liu Jun. A sudden realization hit me like a ton of bricks, and I frantically tore open the 4th dossier. Just as I suspected, Liu Ruyan's portrait was front and center. Last night, they were buzzing with such intense energy at the dinner table, boasting about snagging an interview at a prestigious hotel. They were practically floating on cloud 9. To think the dream job they meant was Katie International. And now Li Xia expects me to be the one to grill them. What kind of game is she playing at? I locked in, pondering her motives for a heavy moment. Then it clicked. Li Xia's hidden kindness finally made sense. A few minutes later, Xiao Lu, the assistant, stepped back into the office. She informed me everything is coordinated and ready. Should I summon the first candidate for their interrogation? I gave a sharp nod. I told Xiao Lu bring all 4 of them in simultaneously. Wait, all at once. Xiao Lu looked genuinely taken aback. A flicker of skepticism crossed her face, as if she were doubting if I had a single clue how this worked. I held my ground and repeated firmly, "Yes, I want all 4 of them in here together." Since I didn't back down, Xiao Lu decided not to push the issue any further. She swung the door open and disappeared into the hall. When she finally returned, She was leading all 4 candidates into the room. Addressing the group of 4, Xiaolu introduced me, everyone meet. Director Chen, the head of our HR department. The 2 of you who make the cut today will be decided solely by Director Chen's verdict. Following the intro, she took her post at the desk to my left, her fingers poised over the keyboard to log every word. Chen Fan. Liu Jun blurted out my name, unable to mask his disbelief. He gasped in shock. Is my mind actually playing tricks on me? I simply smirked and gave him a knowing nod. My gaze scanned across the lineup, and I didn't miss the look on Liu Ruyan's face. An irrepressible surge of smug excitement. She looked like she thought the job was already her birthright. I played the role perfectly, stating, everyone take a seat. I've already scrutinized your professional backgrounds. The fact that you survived the weeding process to get here proves that you're supposedly the cream of the crop. Even if you don't ultimately land this role, making it this far is a testament to your caliber. The company currently only has 2 vacancies available, Liu Ruyan declared with an arrogant smirk. Well, it looks like those spots are reserved for me and Liu Jun. Those bold words immediately drew a sharp, resentful glare from the other male candidate. Liu Jun frantically tugged at Liu Ruyan's sleeve, hissing, "Will you stop talking nonsense?" He then offered a quick, awkward apology to the man. However, the other girl remained completely unfazed, as if Liu Ruyan's petty taunt hadn't even registered. I reached for the water glass and took a calculated sip, continuing, the final interview prompt is quite straightforward. Suppose your monthly salary is exactly 5,000. You are presented with 3 distinct housing options. The first is a cramped room in a suburban slum, renting for 500. The second is a decent apartment, shared with several roommates, costing 1,000. The third is a premium apartment, where you enjoy the luxury of the entire unit, but the rent is 2,500. Which path do you choose? Liu Ruyan was the first to jump in. I definitely take the 2,500 chi apartment. I demand a high-quality environment and my own private independent sanctuary. Liu Jun, what's your take? Liu Jun scratched his head nervously. I'd go for the apartment, the shared one specifically. I shifted my focus toward the third girl. Her name was actually quite catchy, Bai Pei Pei. This was the very first time I'd heard her speak. Her voice was incredibly soft and ethereal. She spoke with a cautious tone. I would opt for the shared apartment. A healthy living atmosphere is vital, and roommates with a similar income level likely share my same values and outlook. I believe we would harmonize quite well, and it's a great way to broaden my social horizons. Co-living seems like the most balanced choice. Finally, the other man stated with absolute conviction, I'd choose the grind in the suburban slum. Let's face it, a 5,000 salary is barely scraping by. Wasting my limited capital on fancy housing is foolish compared to investing it in networking. Once all 4 had articulated their logic, I turned to Xiaolu at my side and said, we'll wrap up today's session right here. Xiaolu locked eyes with me and inquired, so which 2 candidates made the cut? The verdict will be officially announced tomorrow morning. Everyone can head home and await the call. Xiaolu stood up and announced, thank you for your time. As Director Chen stated, that officially wraps up today's session. Regarding the 2 successful hires, you'll receive the final results via phone tomorrow morning. Everything rests on Director Chen's ultimate judgment. Thank you, everyone. Allow me to escort you out. Please follow me, and with that, Xiaolu began leading the group toward the exit. The first man trailed closely behind Xiaolu, followed immediately by Bai Pei Pei. Seeing that the others had cleared the room, Liu Ruyan suddenly lunged toward my desk, exclaiming with a manic, excited grin, Chen Fan, weren't you just some delivery driver? How on earth did you land a gig like this? This is seriously a godsend. So can me and Liu Jun officially start grinding here next week? A faint, enigmatic smirk touched my lips. I honestly didn't even know where to begin. Liu Jun tugged at her arm, muttering, Ruyan, let's move. Anyway, Chen Fan, are you free later tonight? You bailed way too early yesterday. We didn't even get a chance to toast properly. What time do you punch out? I'll swing by so we can keep the drinks flowing tonight. I looked at Liu Jun and said, I'll hit you up after my shift. Just as they reached the threshold of the door, Liu Ruyan possessively linked her arm with Liu Jun's and whispered with absolute unwavering confidence, to think your bestie is actually the HR director of the legendary Katy International Hotel. Why the hell didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Fan is clearly a high-level operator. We need to stay close to him from now on. Got it. All 4 candidates eventually vacated the interview chamber. I sank into my chair and brooded for a moment, before rising to head back to Li Xia's office. The moment I stepped through the door, I saw Li Xia focused intently on her monitor, and I could actually hear the playback of my own voice. Noticing my entrance, Li Xia beamed at me and remarked, impressive. Chen Fan, that final prompt of yours had some real teeth. It's fascinating how much you can divine about a person's character from a housing choice. I scowled and asked, so you witnessed the whole thing? Li Xia swiveled her monitor toward me, answering, I caught the live broadcast as it happened. Now I'm just analyzing the highlights. So that office was rigged with a camera the whole time. I was left momentarily speechless. Was this her way of showing she didn't trust me? Just as I opened my mouth to confront her, Licia interjected, "Don't get it twisted. That interview room has always been monitored. When we're flooded with back-to-back candidates, making an instant verdict is nearly impossible. HR has to dissect the footage over and over before they can pull the trigger on a final hire." I gave a slow, stiff nod of understanding. Licia leaned in with a playful smirk. "So in your expert opinion, who are the two survivors? Bai Peipei and Liu Jun?" Licia raised an eyebrow. "And your justification? If you cut Liu Ruyan from the roster, aren't you terrified your buddy Liu Jun will turn on you?" I reflexively fished out a cigarette and perched it between my lips. Just as I was about to spark it, I caught myself and hesitated. I was trespassing in someone else's executive suite after all. I sighed and tucked the lighter back into my pocket. Licia spoke up, "Don't stop on my account. I'm not bothered by a little smoke. Appreciate it." I finally ignited the tobacco and turned my focus back to Licia. "I've fully grasped why you summoned me here today. I'm grateful for the elaborate setup you arranged. You're looking out for me, so I refuse to be reckless with your company's future. Liu Ruyan is blinded by her own arrogance and lacks the basic refinement this job demands. She's a lost cause for any serious professional training. Bai Peipei, however, is a diamond in the rough, both on paper and in the way she carries herself. She possesses a genuine sense of humility. Furthermore, her visual appeal is top tier, radiating a vibe that's naturally magnetic. While Liu Jun is a total rookie in the field, his moral compass and core values are rock solid. Stripping away my personal ties to him, I'd still bet on his potential for this role. As for whether blacklisting Liu Ruyan will cause Liu Jun to harbor a grudge, all I can really say is that I refuse to weaponize your kindness toward me by making choices that sabotage your company's potential. That's exactly why I didn't drop the hammer on the results just now. The final execution on who gets hired remains solely in your hands." Licia reclined in her executive chair, studying me intently. She remarked, "When I reviewed those dossiers this morning, I was honestly floored that such a wild coincidence could even happen. That's precisely why I summoned you here. You witnessed it firsthand during that interview, didn't you? Transitioning from a lowly delivery boy yesterday to the powerhouse role of HR director today, with just a superficial shift in status. The way people perceive you changes as fast as a heartbeat. This world is brutally pragmatic, and the people navigating it are often masks of hypocrisy. I fully grasp your noble intentions. You wanted to help me reclaim my shattered dignity and hold my head high in front of my peers. But in doing so, you've backed me into a corner. Both Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan are convinced that I hold the ultimate power over their futures. Now things have just become painfully awkward." Licia adopted an air of total indifference, shrugging. "If the pressure is too much for you, then just sign off on both Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan. It makes no difference to me. I've got over 100 employees at the Katy Hotel. Carrying one more dead weight like Liu Ruyan won't break me. It all boils down to what you're willing to live with." I shot a look at Licia, finding myself genuinely at a loss for words. I pivoted and marched toward the exit, throwing a final remark over my shoulder, "Play your own games. I'm out. Stop using me as a pawn. I'm done being part of the act." "Wait," Licia's voice called out, stopping me in my tracks. "If you truly believe your childhood ride or die, listen, Liu Jun lacks the depth to see why you'd reject Liu Ruyan and chooses to sever ties over it, then I'd argue this brother of yours isn't someone who deserves a place in your life. He's undoubtedly aware of the poison in her character. Furthermore, do you honestly imagine that if Liu Jun remains shackled to a fake girl like that Liu Ruyan, he'll ever find a shred of real happiness? Naturally, when it comes to their romance, we are mere spectators with no right to interfere. But when someone's character is this blatantly toxic, shouldn't you at least drop some truth for your brother?" I stood there absorbing Licia's sharp words, finding myself with nothing left to say. I gripped the handle, pulled open the door, and walked out. Licia's voice echoed after me from the shadows of the room. "Since you've already committed to this task, then see it through until the bitter end. I won't have the favor you promised me, left as some half-baked unfinished mess. Just like that miserable dinner party yesterday, I still stayed by your side until the very last second. Tomorrow, you'll be the one to drop the final verdict. If you flake, I'll just hire both Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan, just to save your pathetic reputation in front of them." Licia's twisted sense of generosity had basically handed me a live grenade. I was at a total loss on how to face Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan. I couldn't care less about Liu Ruyan's feelings, but the last thing I wanted was to crush Liu Jun. Tonight's dinner was shaping up to be beyond awkward. Even with the gut feeling that it would be a disaster, there was absolutely no running away from it now. At 4:30 p.m. sharp, Liu Jun rang me up to check when I'd be clocking out. I told him I was already done for the day. He sounded absolutely ecstatic the second he heard the news, frantically asking where we should link up to finally throw back some drinks and celebrate. I told Liu Jun to meet me over at Paris Spring, at a basic run-of-the-mill joint just outside the gates. Tonight's on me, I promised. Liu Jun said he'd be there in a heartbeat. Catch you in a bit, he chirped before the line went dead. I have no idea how tonight is going to play out. Whether a decade-long brotherhood will shatter into pieces, or come out of the forge stronger than ever, I'm flying completely blind. After all, we've both evolved over these long years, and our worlds have slowly started to drift apart. I'm clueless on how to even broach the subject. All I can do is pray that things don't go south. By 5:30 p.m., Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan both strutted into the restaurant. A sudden wave of intense anxiety washed over me. I'm desperate to protect this friendship, but I refuse to spit on the kindness Li Xia showed me. I'm officially trapped in a total nightmare of a dilemma. After a few courses were served, the conversation they steered toward me revolved obsessively around Katy International Hotel. They grilled me on the internal atmosphere, the salary packages, and the intricate hierarchy of the entire corporation. Many inquiries were far beyond my knowledge, leaving me with no logical way to respond. I could only force an awkward grin and pivot the topic. Both Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan sensed my blatant evasion. The overall vibe of the dinner remained in a state of agonizing tension throughout. Both sides felt completely stifled. The first one to finally snap was Liu Ruyan. She gripped her chopsticks like a weapon and remarked in a venomous tone, "Listen, Liu Jun. It seems Chen Fan isn't exactly thrilled about you joining Katy. Don't even go there." I interjected, trying to keep my cool. "Whether or not you guys land a desk at Katy is simply not a call I have the power to make." Liu Ruyan fired back, emphasizing every word. "You were literally the lead interviewer today. The word is that Xiao Lu is the general manager's right hand. Even she explicitly said our fate rests in your hands. How can you sit there and claim it's not up to you?" It felt like no matter what I argued, I couldn't scrub the suspicion off. Liu Jun locked eyes with me and pleaded with total sincerity, "Chen Fan, this opportunity is life-changing for both me and Ruyan. While Kunming has plenty of five-star establishments, after crunching the numbers and weighing our options, we've realized Katy is the absolute peak for our career growth. And why exactly is that?" I stared at Liu Jun, genuinely baffled. "Like you mentioned, Kunming is teeming with luxury hotels. Why are you so hell-bent on Katy specifically?" Liu Jun lowered his voice mysteriously. "You're an insider, so you surely caught wind of the rumors, right? The patriarch of the Katy group, Li Dezhong, was involved in a catastrophic plane crash in Hawaii. He was pronounced dead after resuscitation failed. Word on the street is that the person currently running the show is Li Dezhong's hidden illegitimate daughter. She is currently orchestrating a brutal purge of the staff, desperate to assemble her own loyalist squad and cement her absolute authority over the brand. In a chaotic transition period like this, she's desperate for a massive infusion of fresh blood. The real reason we've targeted Katy is because we're banking on this exact chaos. Legendary figures are forged in times of turmoil. I want to take a gamble on this alongside Ruyan. Instead of rotting away at some stagnant, stable firm, it's better to dive into a cutthroat, high-stakes arena to truly validate one's own worth. I could grasp Liu Jun's ambitious logic. This truly was a golden opportunity to flex his capabilities. But I absolutely refused to betray my own conscience by greenlighting Liu Ruyan. I attempted to steer him gently, suggesting, "Actually, a low-drama workplace has its own perks. You avoid all that toxic corporate backstabbing." "Chen Fan." Liu Jun locked eyes with me and said sternly, "If it's possible, you have to secure a spot for both me and Ruyan. I'm putting my future in your hands." Throughout the meal, I never gave Liu Jun a concrete commitment. I simply told them both to head home and await the notification. Flashing back to that scene at the desolate warehouse, Li Xia had dropped a heavy line to Li Jiahao. "I promised to look after you, if my instincts were serving me right. The illegitimate daughter Liu Jun was gossiping about is almost certainly Li Xia herself." The moment I got back to my place, I stepped onto the balcony and dialed Li Xia's number. Li Xia picked up, asking, "It's getting late. Is there something urgent on your mind?" "It's about the hiring process again. Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan cornered me for dinner tonight. You can probably imagine the nature of the conversation. I think we need to put an end to this charade. If we push this any further, it's going to get messy. You've analyzed the interview footage yourself. I know you already see who truly deserves the cut. Liu Jun and Bai Pei are clearly the top picks. At least that's my professional assessment. I'm asking you to clear up this mess for me." Li Xia's tone shifted to one of sharp annoyance. "Chen Fan, let me ask you this. How did I handle my promises to you? You asked me to attend that dinner, and I ditched a critical board meeting just to show up. Despite my loathing for social galas, I stood by you. Until the bitter end, even while being mocked as a delivery girl. I swallowed my pride and endured all of it. Because when I give my word, I see it through to perfection. Now, when it comes to the one favor you owe me, you're seriously considering folding halfway through. Drop the act already, okay?" I practically begged Li Xia. "I get that you're just trying to help me settle the score, and I'm genuinely grateful for the backup. But at this point, This whole situation has taken a massive nosedive. It's about to incinerate my oldest friendship. Lucia's voice turned cold and unwavering. You have the power to save it, you know? Just sign off on both Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan. I've already handed you the keys to that kingdom. Can you stop being so damn pig-headed? The company belongs to you, Xia. Are you really willing to play games with your own legacy? I'm not playing Chen Fan. From her tone, I couldn't tell if she was genuinely fuming or just relishing the chance to torment me. She continued, consider this payback. Payback for that stunt you pulled with my dinner. Be at my office tomorrow morning sharp. You're going to handle those hiring calls yourself. Personally notify the 2 chosen candidates to report to the HR department or to department for onboarding. Only then will I consider your debt to me fully paid. If you're actually the man you claim to be, you won't be a coward who bails when things get heavy. With that final jab, Li Xia cut the line. It felt like I'd been shanghaied onto a pirate ship, and there wasn't a lifeboat in sight. I lay there staring at the ceiling, agonizing over my next move. This was a brutal ultimatum she'd laid at my feet. No matter which path I chose, I'd lose. The next morning, back in Li Xia's office, I absolutely loathed the way she was eyeing me. Her gaze was dripping with pure unadulterated mockery. A sleek landline sat waiting on the mahogany desk. Li Xia lounged across from me at the coffee table, cradling a steaming cup of coffee in her hands, looking far too relaxed for my comfort. I stared at that phone, my internal conflict peaking. Start dialing, Li Xia commanded, her face a mask of calm. Look at it from a realistic perspective. Even if you try to convince Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan that you aren't actually the HR director, they'll just think you're lying to their faces, won't they? I glared at Li Xia, my blood beginning to boil. Actually, right from the jump, you never intended to help me find my pride. You just wanted to cage me in this impossible choice. Is that so? Li Xia remarked, as a fleeting spark of disappointment flickered in her eyes. She added dismissively, believe whatever suits you. With that, she rose from the velvet guest sofa and retreated to her executive desk. She was right. Even if I tried to tell Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan that I wasn't actually the HR director, they'd just assume I was gatekeeping the job. If the bridges are already burnt, why hesitate now? I gripped the landline and punched in the extension. The line connected instantly to Xiaolu. Clinging to the receiver, I commanded, notify Liu Jun. He's officially made the cut. Tell him to report for duty this Monday. Copy that, Xiaolu replied from the other end. And who is the second successful candidate? Who would be the second one? I felt my hand trembling as it clutched the phone. Across the room, Li Xia's sharp gaze was pinned on me, never wavering. Xiaolu's voice crackled through the line. Director Chen. Who else are we bringing on board? Liu Ruyan's name was the obvious second choice. It climbed up my throat multiple times, but I just couldn't spit it out. Xiaolu prompted me once more through the receiver, nudging me. Director Chen. Go ahead, I'm still here. The moment I uttered the name Bai Pei Pei, a massive wave of relief washed over my soul, even as I realized my shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat. Understood. I'll initiate the calls to Liu Jun and Bai Pei Pei immediately, to have them report to HR on Monday morning. If that's the final word, I'm signing off. I was the first to slam the receiver down. I collapsed against the sofa cushion, staring blankly at the ceiling, listening to the rhythmic click of Li Xia's heels approaching. She reclaimed her seat on the sofa directly across from me and said softly, Chen Fan, thank you. In truth, this was all a test for you. I let out a harsh, dry chuckle. Testing me for what exactly? Stop spinning these fairy tales just to soothe my conscience. I'm not some naive toddler you can play with. You orchestrated this entire circus, purely to get even with me for messing with your head. If I had the power, I'd crawl back to a few days ago in a heartbeat, and never utter a single lie about eating your food. But the truth is, I never actually did it. Li Xia shrugged nonchalantly. That's irrelevant now. Life doesn't offer many what-ifs to play with. Honestly, I'm almost glad you spun that lie. It gave us a reason to cross paths again. Regardless, I owe you a sincere apology. I shouldn't have rigged such a brutal test for you. Before Li Xia could even finish her thought, my phone vibrated aggressively. Right on cue. The caller ID flashed Liu Jun's name. I answered the call, only to hear Liu Jun demanding, Chen Fan, can you explain what the hell is going on? With Li Xia observing me from across the table, I was backed into a corner with no room to explain. I could only mutter to Liu Jun, I'll hit you back later. I'm waiting, severing the connection. My heart sank even deeper into my chest. Li Xia continued, I'll start with an apology, and then I'll reveal my true motives for this. Whether you decide to forgive me or not, I'll remain indebted for the loyalty you showed me today. I kept my eyes locked on Li Xia. A flicker of genuine remorse touched her features, mingled with a sense of sheer vulnerability. She spoke in a low, soft voice. I forced an impossible choice upon you, yet you still prioritize my interests at the finish line. The company has been spiraling lately. We're purging and restructuring every single department. I'm desperate to surround myself with loyalists, real allies who actually have my back. I need to forge my own inner circle. Truthfully, asking you to lead those interviews yesterday was just a way for me to help you flex and command some respect from your peers. Even if you had decided to hire both Liu Jun and Liu Ruyan, it wouldn't have cost me much. To a corporation this size, it would just mean adding another face to the intern pool. At worst, they'd be phased out after a month anyway. Reaching this point in her confession, Xia hesitated, catching her breath. She carefully scanned my face for any sign of anger, before adding, while you were grilling them yesterday, I was monitoring the entire feed. I was stunned when you didn't drop the hammer right then and there. When you returned to my office, you stood your ground and told me Liu Ruyan wasn't a fit. To be honest, I also felt she was totally unsuited for my corporate culture. Let's not even dive into the messy reasons why. Hearing you admit those hard truths to me, a sudden daring thought sparked in my mind. This recruitment drive had to be executed by you, just to see what your ultimate verdict would be. In the end, you didn't let me down one bit. You stayed loyal to the righteous path, even though this choice was agonizing for you, and you might even lose your best bro over it. I'm dying to know why you were so stubborn about this. Was it all for me? A cynical smirk touched on my lips. Don't flatter yourself. I simply follow my own set of ironclad principles. I just quite frankly refuse to spit on my own conscience. Perfect, Li Xia chirped with delight. I need someone with exactly that kind of backbone. Now let's have a real unfiltered conversation. And just what is there to talk about? I fished out a cigarette and perched it between my lips. Li Xia couldn't help but let out a slight scowl. I raised my voice, lose the attitude. I'm not on your payroll right now. I'll light up whenever I damn well please. You have zero authority over me, even if I were stuck under your thumb. You shouldn't be micromanaging my freedom to smoke. It's fine, Li Xia replied with chilling composure. You turned my office into a lounge yesterday too. It seems nicotine is the only thing that sparks your brain. Every position in this company is currently on the chopping block. Which department do you want to conquer? Where do your true interests lie? What was your previous field of expertise? What kind of professional background do you possess? The kind where I deliver takeout and sneak a few bites. Li Xia shot me a lethal, piercing glare. Hissing at me, I am dead serious. Can you drop the clown act for 1 second? Delivered food slogged as a waiter in a KTV joint. Even hauled heavy bricks on a construction site. The more I listed, the more my confidence hit rock bottom. Basically, I've ground through every bottom tier job imaginable. If you're truly looking to hand me a genuine career opportunity, spit it out, Li Xia urged with a smirk. What's your dream gig? Just give me a title, and I'll guarantee a paycheck that'll make you smile. I promise it won't be as measly as your delivery tips. Hey, don't sleep on delivery drivers. I'm clearing 6 or 7 grand a month easily. Fine, I'll start you at 8,000. Then make me a security guard. The look on Li Xia's face at that second was pure gold. She blinked in stunned silence before asking, Are you for real? Dead serious. I doubled down. Do the guards get hooked up with free room and board? Is there a bonus for never missing a shift or whatever? How does the rotation work? How many hours am I grinding versus chilling? I can actually catch up on my reading during the downtime. Honestly, the guard life sounds like a vibe. Be here on Monday morning. I'll have Xiaolu personally fast-track your security placement. The company handles your meals and lodging. But be warned, it's a shared dorm situation. Just a standard bunk bed setup. It's decent enough for crashing after a shift. As for the nitty-gritty details of the security schedule, I'm not entirely sure how they run things. My subordinates manage that whole operation. And on that note, Li Xia flicked her wrist to glance at her watch, then suggested, let's grab some lunch together. Quick question, is this on my tab or yours? That one cheeky remark earned me a world-class eye roll from Li Xia. After we finished our meal at the hotel, just as I was prepping to head out, Li Xia signaled Xiaolu to present me with a crisp security uniform. She looked at me and said, just report to Xiaolu in this gear on Monday. She'll assign you to your designated post. I still had to double check with Li Xia. So a security guard really pulls 8,000 a month? Li Xia coolly confirmed it was a stone-cold fact. Once home, I slipped into the uniform in my room. Checking my reflection, I looked sharp, straight up lethal. But just as I was admiring my new look, Liu Jun's name flashed on my phone again. After I broke down Li Xia's true identity to him, the pieces finally clicked into place for him. Monday morning at 8 a.m. sharp, I tracked down Xiaolu while decked out in my security kit. After sizing me up, she actually complimented my rugged looks. But I just leaned into the arrogance and smirked. If I were the one calling the shots on the dress code, I'd have every guard on duty decked out in full tactical gear. Now that would be straight up badass. To my surprise, she let out a soft chuckle and remarked that once I officially take the reins, I'm free to overhaul the security department's uniforms however I see fit. Next, she escorted me to the second floor security headquarters. She didn't hesitate to knock on the deputy manager's office door. The guy inside didn't even bother looking up before barking at us to scram. Knock again and wait for permission to enter. Xiaolu responded with chilling indifference. Manager Cao, I certainly hope I'm not interrupting your gaming session. In a heartbeat, he panicked, shoved his phone out of sight, and stood at attention. Xiaolu formally introduced me and Manager Qiao to one another, firmly stating he must cooperate with me, his brand new manager. Once the awkward introductions were out of the way, Xiaolu led me to a completely different office. The space was incredibly vast and meticulously clean. I never envisioned this in my wildest, most feverish dreams. That after slogging as a delivery boy just a few days ago, I'd be sitting in my own private executive office today. Xiaolu handed over the keys. The security team is all yours. If any drama goes down at work, you hit me up directly. I'll have Manager Qiao drop off the relevant files in a bit. This role is buried in trivial, annoying paperwork. You better put in the work, got it? I definitely won't betray the trust you and Licia placed in me. I hope you find your new grind fulfilling. Little did I know before my seat was even warm. A frantic pounding erupted at the door. The guard standing there spoke with an insufferably arrogant tone. We've got a guest outside stirring up a massive storm. You need to get down there and handle it right now. Shouldn't guest disputes be the lobby manager's headache? Since when does someone causing a scene at Katie International fall under the jurisdiction of the security department? Diegate. The guard snapped back impatiently. They've used their car to completely bottleneck the parking entrance. Manager Qiao is already on the scene waiting. He sent me to extract a solution from you personally. When I finally rushed over, the gravity of the situation hit me. A BMW was parked sideways, aggressively barricading the exit. The owner was hurling insults, screaming that his car had been keyed. The kicker, there was absolutely no surveillance footage of the act. And wouldn't you know it, the camera aimed at his spot was conveniently dead. Manager Qiao smirked and pointed directly at me. This here is our newly appointed department manager. Don't fret. I'm positive he'll provide a perfectly reasonable explanation. The owner roared, so you're the one calling the shots here. Start talking. How the hell are you going to compensate me? Good grief. Not even an hour into the shift and they're already testing my limits. Just as I found myself backed into a corner, a stunning woman stepped forward and claimed she was the culprit. She had apparently mistaken the BMW for her ex-husband's ride. Just like that, my first major workplace crisis vanished into thin air, leaving Manager Qiao with nothing to do but stew in his own frustration. Unexpectedly, shortly after I retreated back to the office, the company's general manager Li Mingquan marched in with Qiao and another director in tow. Li Mingquan shot me a cold, dismissive glance. You're finished. Get your things. Qiao Youwei is taking over as security manager. I was absolutely floored. I literally just clocked in for my first day. Fortunately, Xiaolu and Li Xia swept into the room at that exact moment. Xiaolu smirked and remarked, the general manager's personal appointee, and you're just going to kick them to the curb like that. Is that really how we play things here? The man in the suit looked visibly rattled. Xia, you were the one who handpicked this guy, Kinshatia. Li Xia replied with icy composure. The hotel has been drowning in security complaints lately. Axing the old manager didn't fix the underlying rot. So I decided to personally install someone I trust to take the lead. Do you have a problem with that, brother? Li Mingquan instantly forced a hollow laugh. Of course not. However, swapping out a department head usually requires a verdict from the board of directors, doesn't it? Li Xia remained completely unshaken. Does hiring a mere intern require a board assembly now? There's no need to waste their precious time. We can talk meetings once the appointment becomes permanent. Besides, a disobedient deputy manager feels pretty expendable anyway. Should we just clear his desk too, brother? What's your take on it? Qiao Youwei nearly jumped out of his skin, looking desperately toward Li Mingquan for backup. Xiaolu shot me a look silently telling me to keep my mouth shut. The man scrambled to backpedal. Let's not be hasty. He stays. The new manager is still a rookie in this business. He's going to need old Qiao's expertise to stay afloat. Let old Qiao act as his support for the time being. Li Xia nodded slightly. Then we'll follow your lead? We'll give Qiao Youwei one final chance to prove his worth. With that, Li Xia turned and exited the room with Xiaolu. As Li Mingquan reached the threshold of the door, he threw a dark, menacing glare back at me. I didn't realize until much later, he is none other than Li Xia's half-brother Li Mingquan. Following the sudden passing of Li Dezhong, the empire was handed over to his illegitimate daughter Li Xia. On the surface, Li Mingquan plays the loyal assistant, but secretly, he's weaponizing her staff changes to incite a board revolt. His influence within the company is skyrocketing, while Li Xia's grip on the throne is becoming increasingly fragile. By the time I stumbled home that night, I was utterly drained. I collapsed and passed out right there on the sofa. It was Lin Yifei who eventually nudged me awake, and I even managed to score a home-cooked meal out of it. Ever since we cleared up that stray dog drama, the walls between us have been coming down fast. After eating a sudden ring from second uncle jolted me back to reality. He was summoning me to the bar for a few rounds. As it turned out, I was desperate for some stress relief myself. On a whim, I invited Lin Yifei to tag along, and to my shock, she actually took me up on it. Second uncle ushered me deep into the heart of the bar. Seated in the booth were 3 men and 1 woman, all looking like they were in their prime 30s. The woman in particular had an incredibly athletic physique. Chen Xiaoji did the honors, show some respect, and call these guys brother. And this lovely lady here is Sister Hua. I raised my glass high to the three men and Sister Hua, and of course to my second uncle. Your second uncle, Yin Yi Hua, asked puzzled. Who exactly is that? Chen Xiaoji, obviously. He told me to address you all as brother, but I'm not about to let you guys claim seniority that easily. So I'll just have to outdrink you all instead. The entire table exploded into a roar of laughter. Yin Yihua nudged Chen Xiaoji. You're such a menace. Your nephew is infinitely more charismatic than you'll ever be. Come here, little brother, sister is going to match you drink for drink. As the small talk flowed, the truth came out. These guys were all elite coaches at a high-end fitness club, where Chen Xiaoji specialized in teaching Sanshou. Everyone was drinking at their own pace, with zero pressure to overdo it. I was genuinely vibing with this authentic, laid-back atmosphere. But just as the mood was hitting its peak, Li Jiahao suddenly materialized out of nowhere. He snatched a beer from the table and chugged the entire thing, gasping for air as he barked at Chen Xiaoji. Brother Jia, I have officially crushed all 300 push-ups. I sat there completely dumbfounded. Li Jiahao grabbed another cold one and turned his gaze toward me. Man, I'm here to offer a formal apology. No fight, no friendship, right? I'm slamming this whole bottle down. Drink as you see fit, he barked and started chugging. I shot a questioning glance at second uncle. He offered a faint smirk. The kid's my student learning Sanshou. Li Jiahao finished another bottle. I've never bowed to anyone, save for Brother Jia himself. Everything that went down before was a total misunderstanding. Don't let that petty drama weigh on you. The past is buried in the past. We're all men of our word here. I shifted slightly closer to Lin Yifei, guarding her space. I raised my glass high. Then here's a toast to you. Li Jiahao boldly drained his third bottle in one go. As we chatted, I probed about his department at Katie. He shook his head. I can't stand being cooped up at Katie. My sister refuses to let me step foot in there anyway. Why isn't Katie basically your family's empire? Your sister is the chairman and the GM after all. Right. Li Jiahao sighed deeply. Look, I don't care if you judge me. I've been a total screw-up since I was a brat. Dropped out of high school just to roam the streets. I was even trash enough to curse out my own mother. It wasn't until her final breath that she dropped the truth, that our biological father was the legendary Li Dezhong. The old man actually treated us fairly well. He kept our pockets lined with serious cash. Then he checked out unexpectedly at the start of this year, slicing the Katie shares into 3 distinct pieces. One for my sister, one for myself, and the final cut for our half-brother Li Mingquan. He officially crowned my sister as the chairman. She begged me to come and back her up. But after a week in that hellhole, I realized those corporate sharks aren't exactly the friendly type. I'm wired for a lazy lifestyle, and I just became ammo for them to target my sister. So I just walked away from it all. He became increasingly worked up as he spoke, hoisting a fresh beer bottle like a weapon. Do you honestly think I'm just a worthless piece of trash? I clinked my glass against his. Get that out of your head. You just can't stomach the corporate backstabbing. That just means you have a straightforward soul. I'd rather vibe with someone real like you any day. I don't have many virtues, but I'm loyal to a fault. Li Jiahao thumped his chest hard. No fight, no brotherhood. In the future, if you're ever in a bind, just say the word. If I even flinch, I'm a total disgrace. Cheers. After slamming back the drink, I looked him in the eye and told him, your sister actually pulled strings to get me into Katie's security department. A grunt in the security department? Man, my sister is being a total cheapskate with you. I'll grill her tonight and make sure you get a better placement. Actually, I picked the role myself. You chose it out of all the high-end departments in that hotel. Why the hell would you settle for security? I lit a cigarette and sighed. Honestly, I don't have any other skills. I might as well start from the absolute bottom. Besides, your sister has already been incredibly generous. She installed me as the security manager right out of the gate. I'm already more than satisfied with that. Li Jiahao let out a dry, cynical laugh. Keep it 100 with me. Did some snake try to sabotage you on your very first day? If I'm wrong, I'll chug another 3 bottles right now. Suddenly, every eye at the table was locked on me. I gave a bitter smile. The deputy manager set a trap. What went down? Even the usually stoic Chen Xiaoji chimed in. I gave them a full breakdown of today's corporate drama, adding a final warning, and don't even think about throwing punches. Brute force isn't going to fix a mess like this. I want to grind through this and treat it like a real test. If I can't even navigate this minor hurdle, I'd never be able to look at myself in the mirror again. Yin Yihua nodded in approval. Chen Fan's sister Hua has your back. If you want to survive in any cutthroat environment, you have to master the unwritten hidden rules. Violence is just a temporary fix for a permanent problem. The silent Chen Xiaoji finally broke his quiet. Obliterate his reputation. Systematically dismantle his loyalist circle. Eradicate the issue at its very source. I replayed his words in my head, calculating the moves. It sounds simple enough in theory, but executing it is a whole different beast. The tank of a man to Xiaoji's right chuckled, that security team. With dozens of guards, there's no way they're all ride or die for him. Most of them are just bowing to his petty authority. The second you flex real strength and the right mindset, you'll see how fast they switch their allegiances when you're the one in charge. Raw charisma beats oppressive power every single time. Give those fence sitters a solid reason to turn on him. The more I chewed on their advice, the more I realized this drink was a gold mine. That night, sleep was a total stranger to me. My mind was racing, mapping out every step of the counterattack. I didn't finally drift off until the clock hit 2 a.m. First thing in the morning, I shot a direct text to Li Xia. I'm going to transform Katie's security department into a powerhouse. I just need to know you'll have my back for whatever comes next. The message was officially sent, but I still hadn't received a reply by the time I reached the office. I couldn't shake the mounting anxiety in my chest, but there's absolutely no turning back at this point. As I predicted, after a brief departmental huddle, it became clear that not everyone was drinking Manager Cow's Kool-Aid. That incompetent guard who was on duty during the surveillance blackout was immediately terminated by me on the spot. This sparked an explosive screaming match between me and Chao Youwei. Before the dust could even settle, HR came knocking at my door. Apparently, Li Mingquan refused to authorize the guards firing. Luckily, Liu Xiaoru materialized at the perfect moment, informing HR that Mr. Li had a direct order to defer entirely to the decisions of the security department's leadership. The HR representative looked visibly shaken. I'll report this back to the director immediately. Once the room cleared, Liu Xiaoru offered a knowing smirk. You see the game now, right? This isn't just about axing some low-level security guard. It's a full-blown proxy war between the powers lurking in the shadows. I exhaled a heavy breath. I'm starting to see the board. Purging the opposition the second you walk through the door, aggressively restructuring the team like this could trigger a massive revolt. But regardless, you have my full support. Liu Xiaoru's phone suddenly erupted with a ringtone. She listened intently for a few seconds before cutting the line. The situation just went nuclear. The board is weaponizing this incident to put Xia in a chokehold. She needs you to gear up and get ready. She needs you by her side. What the hell is happening? I pressed Liu Xiaoru for details. Did my actions just paint a target on Xia's back? What exactly does she expect me to do? Liu Xiaoru explained that Li Mingquan was absolutely livid about a rookie firing a veteran staffer on day one. He's seizing this golden opportunity to convene an emergency board meeting, dead set on impeaching Xia then and there. The showdown is scheduled for 2 p.m. sharp. You're the spark that started this fire, so your presence in that room is non-negotiable. Whether we survive this storm or sink depends entirely on you. I felt a wave of suffocating tension wash over me. Remember, the shareholders only care about the bottom line. If you can sway the majority of them to take your side, Xia might just walk out of this alive. Liu Xiaoru warned that if we slip up now, Li Mingquan will use the vacuum to install a puppet general manager, or perhaps even seize the chairmanship himself. Xia cannot afford to lose her grip on the Katie empire. I hear you. I took a deep, steadying breath. I'm locked in and awaiting the signal. The moment Liu Xiaoru stepped out, I hauled it over to Gofang Road to secure some tactical gear. I dropped over $1,000 on a lightweight, high-performance kit. Suited up, I looked exactly like an elite Special Forces operative. The second I breached the 29th floor conference room, a shareholder shot an annoyed glance toward Li Xia. This kid is barely out of diapers. Can we actually trust him with this? A veteran shareholder chimed in. There must be a reason for this delay. Since this entire assembly revolves around him, we want a full breakdown of his so-called contributions. Li Mingquan sighed, sounding mockingly disappointed. It's nothing major. Just axing a veteran staffer on only his second day on the job. She is losing her grip on HR and is gunning for massive layoffs. I'm genuinely terrified for Katie's future under this regime. That's why I'm calling for a pivot in our corporate strategy and a total re-election for the general manager position. The subtext couldn't have been more glaring. He was moving to officially impeach Li Xia. The moment Li Mingquan stopped talking, one shareholder barked, I'm here to see returns on my investment. I'll back whoever has the most competence. Exactly, another investor grunted in agreement. Katie isn't just some private playground for the Li family. We respect the late chairman's final wishes, but we favor raw talent and results above all else. Regardless of whether it's Li Xia, Li Mingquan, or anyone else in this room, I'm putting my weight behind the one who can actually deliver. I appreciate the candor, everyone, Li Xia stated calmly. I overhauled the security leadership. Because our guest complaints have been hitting record highs. Manager Chen, floor is yours. Lay it out for them. I strode to the empty seat beside Xia, scanning the room. I invested in this gear out of my own pocket today at Guofang Road. Because the face of security is the face of this entire hotel. Our current guards are lounging in shirts and slacks, looking sluggish and sloppy, which is an insult to the Katie brand. I'm transitioning the entire force into tactical uniforms and implementing a mandatory high-intensity daily training regimen. I'll be on the front lines leading every drill personally, to forge a world-class aesthetic and elite discipline. Regarding the termination of that veteran employee, here are the cold hard facts. I gave a razor-sharp summary of yesterday's debacle. If a man can't even monitor a simple surveillance feed, he has no place in a high-stakes security operation. My mission is to build nothing less than an elite squad. I'm weeding out the dead weight just here to collect a paycheck. I'm counting on all of you to back me up. I have the absolute drive to transform the security department. That is all, thank you. The moment the words left my lips, one of the senior board members began to applaud. Li Jiahao enthusiastically followed suit. Soon a wave of clapping swept through the entire room. I nodded to the crowd, if you'll excuse me. I have work to get back to. And with that, I exited the lion's den. Upon returning to my office, I found a stack of self-recommendation letters scattered on the floor. Every single one was from a guard hungry for a squad leader position. As I sifted through them, Li Xia walked in. Exhaustion was etched clearly across her face. The board meeting wasn't a total disaster, was it? Li Xia forced a weary smile and cut me off. The board meeting was actually a success. Your vision resonated with them. They're officially backing your play in the security department. However, you're on a strict 1-month probation. Whether you survive the cut is entirely on you. I replied softly, thanks for giving me a shot at this. If I ever end up delivering food to you again, I swear I won't touch a single fry. That joke earned me a legendary eye roll from Li Xia. She lingered in the office for about 10 more minutes, dropping some casual small talk before heading out. I organized the applications and turned the deadbolt. My blood was pumping with pure ambition. Yet I knew the path forward was littered with landmines. Back home, second uncle called to get the post-game report. Once I filled him in on the boardroom drama, he advised me to immediately strip Chow Yue of his influence. I needed to handpick 3 squad leaders and turn them into my ride-or-die loyalists by granting them real power. Power enough to openly defy Cao Yue's orders. He reminded me that as a rookie, I'm blind to the internal politics. By empowering the squad leaders, I'd make their loyalty unshakable. Chen Xiaoji's wisdom was a total wake-up call. I spent the night grinding out a lethal management strategy. The next morning, I officially handpicked my 3 squad leaders. One of the recruits was a guy named He Dazhuang. He's a battle-hardened veteran, and exactly the kind of muscle I was looking for. I summoned the entire department for a briefing that afternoon. Right in front of a fuming Cao Yue, I formally announced the promotion of the 3 new leaders, and I made it clear every member obeys their leader, no exceptions. Squad leaders will face double the penalties for any blunders. Cao Yue instantly snapped, Director Chen, do you have zero respect for my position? How could you authorize a move this big without consulting me? Every single guard's eyes were glued to me, sensing the tension. I shot him a cold smirk. You're the deputy manager, which means the duty of reporting to me falls on you. Listen up, everyone. If you hit a wall in your duties or your personal lives, you bring those grievances straight to your squad leaders, or feel free to take them to Manager Cao. If they prove too incompetent to fix the issue, the squad leaders have a direct line to me for a final verdict. This meeting is over. Dismissed. Cao Yue's face turned a bruised shade of purple with fury. Shortly after, I tracked down Liu Xiaoru to secure the budget for the custom gear. She informed me that it had to clear the standard finance hurdles first. The moment the green light flashed, I headed to Guofang Road to hash out the deal with the shop owner. By the next morning, the military surplus store owner arrived in person with his crew to drop off the shipment. Once the inventory check was complete, I casually invited him into my office for a quick breather. He didn't hesitate for a second. As soon as he stepped inside, he reached back and clicked the lock shut. 2 grown men locking themselves in during broad daylight. I thought, there's no way he's trying to make a move right. Just as I was questioning his motives, he fished a thick envelope from his pocket and slid it across the desk. He flashed a greasy, friendly grin. Manager Chen, consider this a small token of my appreciation. And what exactly is this supposed to be? The owner chuckled softly. Come on, Director Chen. This is just the way the world turns. The shop is a modest operation with razor-thin margins, so I'm hoping we can look out for each other down the road. Next time we can inflate the invoice price on the books, and I'll make sure your kickback is even more substantial. I pried open the envelope to find a fat stack of $100 bills staring back at me. The temptation was agonizing. My father's weekly dialysis bills are a heavy burden. I used to kill myself delivering food day and night just to scrape by. I never imagined that making easy money was as simple as this. But a war was raging inside my head. One voice screamed to take it, calling it a standard industry perk. But a louder voice reminded me that the look of disappointment on Li Xia's face would haunt me forever. After agonizing over the choice for what felt like an eternity, I decided to hand the bribe over to the finance department. Earning Xia's trust is worth infinitely more than this 10,000 yuan. Just as I was prepping to head out, squad leader He Dazhuang buzzed me, reporting that Group 1 had assembled at the clearing behind the hotel, all set to initiate the very first training drill. Since I'd pledged to lead by example, I casually tossed the bribe into my desk drawer and marched out fully decked in my tactical kit. After a grueling 30-minute session alongside them, I dragged my drained body back into the office. I sparked a Hong Taishan cigarette to take the edge off. But after one single drag, a cold intuition hit me. I yanked open the drawer, only to find the envelope of cash had vanished into thin air. I tore through both drawers repeatedly frantic, but there wasn't a single trace of that money left. The office lock was pristine, no signs of a forced entry, and the security grid outside the window made a break-in impossible. The chilling reality set in someone else held a key to this room. A shiver raced down my spine as I scrambled to call He Dazhuang, barking orders for him to scrub the surveillance footage, to identify who had breached my office during those 30 minutes. But fate had other plans. The camera in the meeting room had been rendered useless months ago, completely obstructed by a piece of gum placed there by the guards. 6 or 7 different people had entered that room during my absence. Every last one of them was now a potential suspect. Then a WeChat video notification from Li Xia pinged my phone. The moment I clicked play, my entire scalp went numb. The footage captured the entire transaction, the store owner sliding the envelope across the desk and into my hands. Even our conversation was recorded in crystal clear audio. My private office was rigged with a hidden camera, and I had been playing right into their hands the whole time. But the true nightmare began when Liu Xiaoru called. Her voice was dripping with resentment as she hissed, "You've crossed the line." Pocketing kickbacks after only 3 days on the payroll. Even if you were that greedy, couldn't you at least be discreet? Are you actually brain dead? The video of you taking that bribe is hitting every department. It's already gone viral in all the corporate group chats. Do you have any idea how humiliated Xia is right now? Do you have anything left to say for yourself? I stood there paralyzed, clutching the phone, and desperately tried to clarify. Xiaolu, please, just hear me out. I was literally on my way to turn that money over to finance. Lu Xiaoru let out a sharp, freezing laugh. Do you honestly think I'm stupid enough to buy a pathetic excuse like that? I suddenly realized how ridiculous my own explanation sounded. If the roles were reversed, I wouldn't believe a guy who accidentally left a bribe in his drawer either. Claiming I was just about to hand it over, the line went dead as she hung up in a fit of rage. Once I saw that damning footage circulating in the work group, the entire trap became crystal clear in an instant. A suffocating, awkward silence swallowed the office. I sparked a cigarette, having no desire to waste my breath on explanations. Words were utterly worthless at this point anyway. Then the HR director marched into the room, coldly delivering the notice of my immediate termination. They even reserved the right to drag me through a legal hellscape. Axed on my 3rd day as a manager. What a pathetic joke. Sometime later, I sat slumped on the stone steps by the ancient town's pond, cracking a beer and chugging it to drown the bitterness. Lucia materialized behind me out of nowhere. She silently settled onto the step beside me. You're not here to shake me down for that 10,000 yuan, are you? No, Li Xia whispered. The pressure at work has just been suffocating lately. I used to live near this old town with my mother. I'd always accompany her on long walks through these streets. I just came here today to chase a few shadows of the past. I really let you down, didn't I? I stared into the distance. If I told you my original plan was to turn that cash into finance, would you actually buy it? I let out a hollow, self-deprecating laugh. Forget it. Nobody falls for a story that thin. You received the official notice from HR. Li Xia said softly, more of a statement than a question. Got it loud and clear, I muttered, taking another swig. I'm aware it was Cao Youwei who recorded that video, and I know he was the one who swiped the 10,000 from your drawer, she answered with a chillingly calm demeanor. I also know he personally handed it over to the legal team. I laughed. So they're coming for me on bribery and corruption charges. Chen Fan, Li Xia said, trying to console me. I see the whole picture. Don't let this eat you alive. I mocked my own misfortune. How cinematic. Parachuted in as the big shot head of security, loaded with ambition and ready to change the world, only to be booted for corruption before the week is out. I know Cao Youwei rigged the game against me. That's the price for standing in his way, I guess. I thought I could actually make an impact, but I ended up digging my own professional grave. Perhaps, Li Xia murmured, you were just too naive for this world. I truly wanted to set you up with a real career. I never imagined it would blow up in our faces like this. I stood up and sighed. I don't hold it against you. I only blame myself for being so damn naive. Thanks for having my back tonight. After that, I snatched up my half-empty bottle of beer and stumbled unsteadily toward the exit. A sudden desperate urge to flee the city washed over me, but I had absolutely no destination in mind. As I was wandering aimlessly outside, a little girl barely 6 or 7 approached me. She was incredibly adorable. And since I had nothing but time to kill, I bought her some flowers and struck up a conversation. Her grandmother was right there beside her. After talking with the old woman, the truth came out that her own daughter and son-in-law vanished into thin air years ago after moving here for work. She had traveled here with 3-year-old Nunu to track them down. It's been a grueling 3-year search. They've spent countless nights huddled in back alleys and streets. Eventually, the flower field director took pity on them, letting them stay in a mud hut to watch over the crops. They scraped by selling leftover flowers just to stay fed. The little girl was so remarkably well-behaved and mature. I stayed there talking with the pair until late into the night. My heart ached for their tragic situation. When I compared my own problems to theirs, what right did I have to wallow in such self-pity? I made sure to save their contact info, vowing to support them in any way I possibly could. When I got home, Lin Yifei was slumped dejectedly on the sofa. Turns out, she'd officially walked away from her job. She reached her breaking point with her boss's predatory hidden rules. I pulled out Nunu's photo to show her and shared the heartbreaking story of their search. She was visibly moved to tears, immediately wanting to join me in helping Nunu and her grandma. Then Li Jiahao's name popped up on my phone. Chen Fan, where the hell are you? Get to Jinyue Fitness Club right now. Your second uncle and I are waiting for you. We'll break it all down once you get here. He teased with a grin, hurry it up. My big bro Chen Xiaoji is trying to play me for a fool again. The call cut off over a chorus of rowdy laughter. I hailed a ride and sped over to the fitness club. In the back lounge area, Chen Xiaoji was brooding in a thick cloud of cigarette smoke. The crew from the bar was there too, chatting away. Chen Xiaoji crushed his cigarette and barked at me. Why the hell didn't you tell me you were being set up? But how many times do I have to drill this into your head? You call me the second things go sideways. I didn't even attempt to talk back, just stood there feeling like a total amateur. Yin Yihua stepped in to play peacemaker Xiaojai. Cut him some slack. Chen Fan just didn't want to drag you into his mess. Chen Xiaojai finally ceased his lecture and barked into his phone, get up here. Moments later, a man shuffled into the room. Li Jiahao snarled, finally decided to show your face, you piece of work. Look, I'm sorry, I never thought this would spiral so far out of control. The man offered a frantic, awkward apology. I glanced up, and my jaw nearly hit the floor. It was the military surplus store owner. He spotted me and rushed over. Manager Chen, I am incredibly deeply sorry. I had no idea that 10,000 yuan would ruin your career like this. Save the apologies for later. Right now, we focus on the counterattack. Chen Xiaojai said icily, let's review the strategy. The owner pulled a USB drive and set it on the table like a live grenade. The WeChat history and the recorded confession, everything is ready to go. Li Jiahao fired up his laptop. I was dying to know what kind of dirt was on that drive. Once the files loaded, I was absolutely floored. Wait, you're actually planning to flip the script like this? The lead file on the drive was a raw 2-minute video confession. The store owner spoke directly into the lens 24 hours ago. A stranger hit me up on WeChat. They demanded I slide a 10,000 yuan kickback to Director Chen. If I didn't play ball, they threatened to cancel the entire order. I assumed it was Director Chen using a burner account to shake me down, so I followed the instructions to the letter. Then he gets axed. And it hits me I was just a pawn in a setup. That WeChat account ghosted and blocked me immediately. But I've got every single screenshot as receipts. The video cut to a slideshow of the WeChat logs. The final frame proved that he'd been blacklisted by the mystery contact. Li Jiahao smirked as he explained, this WeChat profile belongs to none other than Cao Yu Wei. Between this video and the screenshots, we're going to bury him in his own trap. Chen Fan, you're walking back into Katie with your head high. Cao Yu Wei doesn't stand a snowball's chance of clearing his name. Second uncle, you're a straight-up mastermind. I turned to look at my uncle stunned. I realized this entire counterplay was orchestrated by him. But honestly, my interest had completely evaporated. Drop it. Don't waste your energy framing Cao Yu Wei. I have zero intention of crawling back to Katie anyway. That toxic backstabbing corporate cesspool just doesn't mesh with who I am. I can find work literally anywhere else. What's wrong with you losing your nerve already? Chen Xiaoji demanded with a piercing glare. In this world, nobody gives a damn about the weak. You carry the Chen name, you stand up exactly where you were knocked down. Our philosophies on survival are worlds apart. Stop trying to shove your ideals down my throat. I muttered, my mood turning darker by the second. I just want to live a quiet, ordinary life. I'm not chasing some grand legendary legacy. Chen Xiaoji was so livid he nearly hurled an ashtray at my head. Yin Yihua and the trainer scrambled to restrain him. Chen Fan, shut your mouth. Your second uncle is absolutely blowing a fuse. Yin Yihua ushered me out of the room. I'm taking you to lunch. You haven't had a bite all day, have you? Move it before we lose our grip on your uncle. Li Jiahao urged, pushing me toward the exit. I was practically dragged to a local joint by Yin Yihua. Lunch turned out to be an incredibly tense and hollow affair. As we prepared to head our separate ways, Yin Yihua pressed me on whether I was truly done with Katie. I gave a flat, lifeless response. It's not on my radar right now. Then my phone buzzed with a call from Li Jiahao. He barked, we have all the receipts locked and loaded. What the hell are you so scared of? It's not about being afraid, I countered. I just despise that entire snake pit of an environment. So you're fine with letting everyone brand you a thief? My sister has been wrestling with doubts about you this whole time. He turned dead serious. The fact is, you had 10,000 in your hands. Who's going to buy the "I was going to hand it in" sob story? My sister didn't even put up a fight to save you. She figured 10,000 was a small price to pay to see your true colors. But you have no clue what's actually going on in her head. I felt like I'd been hit by a physical blow. I hadn't considered the weight on her shoulders. Shia is fighting an uphill battle, with a horde of greedy shareholders circling, and her vicious power struggle against our brother. She desperately needs someone she can actually trust in her corner. Li Jiahao continued to press. Think long and hard about this. I'm standing by waiting for your signal. Qiao Youwei is a cancer. He's a direct threat to my sister's position. I offered no immediate response. I just told him I needed a few days of total silence to clear my head, to truly reflect on what kind of life I want to lead. When evening fell, Lin Yifei and I prepared flyers featuring photos of Nunu and her grandma, hoping to track down Nunu and her grandmother first. After weighing our options, we realized that hawking flowers was just a band-aid solution. Our real mission was to reunite them with their long-lost family. Lin Yifei knelt down, handing a flyer to the little girl. Niu. Tonight we're giving these flowers away for free. Tell everyone the flowers are a gift, but ask them to read this flyer and blast it on their socials. And we're going to snap a photo of you, okay? Do you understand the plan? Nunu nodded with pure intense determination. After an entire night of grinding, the impact was undeniable. Kind-hearted strangers began spontaneously sharing the posts. They recorded Nunu and her grandma flooding the internet with clips. A wave of people even tried to donate cash directly to Nunu, but since the old woman didn't own a smartphone, Lin Yifei stepped in and collected 3,000 yuan on their behalf, handing every single cent to the grandmother immediately after. We were buzzing with hope for Nunu's family reunion, but instead we were blindsided by a devastating bombshell. A major local lifestyle media outlet dropped a viral article brazenly claiming that Lin Yifei had exploited Nunu and the old lady, coaching them to scam the public for cold hard cash. Because Lin Yifei was the one handling the donations, and her face was framed perfectly in every video, while I remained a blurry, unrecognizable figure in the background. She was instantly branded as public enemy number one. Not only was she ruthlessly doxxed, but her private identity and employment history were leaked. Seeing her world crumble, I could only hold her and offer comfort. Lin Yifei choked back sobs in my arms. Chen Fan, what is wrong with the world today? Why is it so punishing to just do something good, without having a hidden agenda? It's going to be okay, I whispered to her. Let's go check on Nunu and her grandma. I'm worried sick about how they're holding up. The truth will eventually crawl its way to the surface. To our horror, the moment we stepped outside, we were treated like filth. Not only were we bombarded with vile verbal abuse, but a few bystanders actually turned violent. I took a beating until my mouth was bloody just to shield Lin Yifei. Watching me get hurt made Lin Yifei completely lose it. She collapsed into tears, whispering that she was done. Can we just go home? Ultimately, we never made it to see Nunu and her family. Instead, we both cut off our phones in unison, as if we could simply vanish from the face of the earth. We exhausted every possible avenue to fix this, from drafting desperate clarification posts to calling up evening papers to buy ad space. But every single effort fell flat. We slumped on the sofa, drowning in pure despair. Then on this fateful day, a horde of self-proclaimed reporters swarmed us with cameras. After a grueling barrage of interviews and interrogation, Lin Yifei and I were naive enough to hope they might actually help us clear our reputations. Instead, a far more terrifying nightmare was lurking for us. At approximately 3 p.m., another viral account dropped a bombshell article with a narrative so twisted it was impossible to stomach. The post featured a heavily edited video clip, raw footage of that woman interviewing us, but scrubbed and replaced with a fake voiceover. The visuals were distorted with light pixelation, leaving the audience only able to witness our blurred lips moving beneath the mosaic, while the dubbed audio told a completely different story. The script for that voiceover was actually a clip of Lin Yifei and me confessing that we exploited Nunu's tragedy to grift for cash. We admitted to targeting the old woman specifically because she had no WeChat, using her as a prop for our elaborate performance, while shamelessly flashing our own QR codes for the payout. By the time the video hit the final frame, the two of us were supposedly apologizing to the entire nation, begging for a mercy we didn't deserve. But the most loathsome part of this hit piece was the second video embedded in the text, an interview with the grandmother and little Nunu. They were completely oblivious to the trap being set. Staring directly into the lens, they poured out their hearts with gratitude toward me and Lin Yifei. Even through the cold digital screen, I could see it. The old woman and Nunu were genuinely radiantly happy. It was raw, unfiltered emotion, as they offered their sincere thanks to their saviors. The contrast between those two videos was razor sharp, weaponizing the audience's emotions into a frenzy. The share count skyrocketed as the outrage spread. The article's closing argument claimed that Lin Yifei and I were playing the elderly woman and poor Nunu for fools, milking their tragic backstory for our own secret profit. The pill that's hardest to swallow is that this viral account with over 300,000 followers blasted this fake news across the web in an instant. In barely an hour, the views skyrocketed past 100,000, and the shares were already hitting six figures. The toxic sludge in the comments was beyond soul-crushing. Lin Yifei's tears wouldn't stop falling. She leaned into me, whispering with a shattered voice, "Chen Fan, can you please tell me what is wrong with this world? Why are they hunting us down like this? What did we ever do to deserve this?" I was utterly speechless, my throat tight with grief. I could only pull Lin Yifei into a suffocating embrace, muttering a hollow promise, "Just hold on, stay with me, and things will eventually turn around." Lin Yifei whispered, "I'm just so exhausted. I need to close my eyes for a little while." I watched as Lin Yifei retreated into the bedroom, her silhouette looking so fragile and utterly alone. Yin Yihua called to offer some hope, saying second uncle was already deep into investigating the source. Turns out this local hit piece account is being run by a shady crew right here in Kunming. They were shamelessly exploiting our tragedy just to farm, clout, and chase a viral trend. That's all we were to them. But the one thing none of us saw coming was that Lin Yifei would choose the most agonizing and permanent way to silence her own suffering. By the time the police breached the door and stormed the scene, I was already paralyzed in Lin Yifei's room, staring at the final suicide note she had left behind. I reached out desperate to read her last words, but the officers swept it into a plastic evidence bag. In the chaos, I was hauled away as the prime suspect, trapped inside the cold interrogation room from our first meeting to the moment she took her own life. I laid out every agonizing detail of what had transpired. 2 hours bled away while I was lost in the fog of grief. During that grueling marathon of questions, the officer even sacrificed his last pack of smokes for me and cracked open a fresh bottle of water. When I reached the part about why Lin Yifei leaped from that ledge, my voice shattered and I couldn't force the words out. The female officer recording my statement was also moved to tears. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic or pull at heartstrings, but this is the brutal, unvarnished truth of our reality. The officer who had been silently transcribing the nightmare slid the completed transcript across the table toward me. Her voice trembled as she said, "Please review this. And if everything is accurate, just sign your name right here." I didn't even bother reviewing the transcript. I just scrawled my signature at the bottom. Then I stared at the officer and muttered, "Local affairs." That digital hit piece account hounded Lin Yifei until she broke. The predators operating that account bear a heavy inescapable responsibility for her death. I'm begging you, please clear her name. The policewoman gave a solemn nod. Then she pulled out her smartphone and slid it toward me, her voice low as she spoke. "I can't release the physical suicide note to you yet, but I can let you see the photo I took of it." I snatched the phone from the officer's hand, my eyes locking onto the text on the screen. It was the final message Lin Yifei penned before she leaped. Only as I read her words did the crushing reality set in. Lin Yifei's past was a cycle of pure misery. Her father had a sordid affair and walked out on them. Her mother, unable to bear the betrayal, followed soon after. By 16, she was nothing more than a ghost on the streets. By the time I finished reading, I was sobbing uncontrollably. I collapsed against the desk, my grief completely taking over. The phone slipped from my numb fingers and hit the floor. The policewoman reached down to retrieve the device and whispered, "Breathe, don't worry. I am going to help you settle this. We'll hunt down the operators of those viral accounts and get her the justice she deserves." Justice! I roared the word, tasting like ash. What the hell is the point of justice now? Do you think it actually matters anymore? She's gone. What good is your justice to a dead girl? Where was this justice while they were tearing her apart? The realization that I'd snapped hit me, and I fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. I locked eyes with the officer. My voice was a hollow rasp. "I need to see her. I need to see Lin Yifei." "Where is she?" "Look, trust me on this," she replied. "You do not want to see the aftermath of that fall. Just let her go. Keep the memory of her at her most beautiful in your heart. Why don't we focus our energy elsewhere? You mentioned earlier that a social media reporter came to your place today, specifically to interview you, right? I can help you track down the rats behind that account." With her expert technical skills, we quickly bypassed the surface and dug into the verification of the public account's backend entity info. We pinpointed the mastermind, a man named Zhu Dalong. It turns out he was precisely the lowlife who staged that malicious interview with Lin Yifei and me. The officer didn't let up for a second, digging deeper through public corporate databases and official verification channels. He confirmed that the entity behind the local affairs account was nothing more than a local advertising firm. The company's legal representative, Tian Aifin, was the very same woman who had tagged along that day, poisoning the entire interview with her loaded, malicious questions. Staring at Tian Aifin's headshot on the monitor, I could vividly recall her sharp predatory interrogation and that mask of pure hypocrisy she wore. An uncontrollable fury erupted in my chest. I white-knuckled my fists, struggling to keep my rage from boiling over. As the lead detective on Lin Yifei's case, Qimu followed the investigative playbook to the letter, verifying the registration data for a BMW X5 registered under their names, along with the vehicle's real-time GPS coordinates. After syncing the digital breadcrumbs I had gathered with my second uncle, I rode shotgun with Qimu to the target location to assist with the field investigation. I never would have guessed that Qimu would take this tragedy so personally. He looked at me and said that Lin Yifei was an innocent pure soul, who never should have been caught in such a senseless disaster. The monsters who dragged her name through the mud couldn't just walk away. He was determined to drag the truth into the light. As we sped through the streets, Qimu suddenly glanced over at me with a warning. When we confront these people, you absolutely have to keep your cool. No reckless moves and don't cross the line. We're here to nail down the facts and lock in the evidence. Everything has to be strictly by the book. This stern warning of his caught me completely off guard. 30 minutes later, at the Starry Bar, we spotted Tian Ifan's BMW X5. While Qimu and I were scanning for a place to park, our eyes glued to that luxury SUV, Tian Ifan and Zhu Dalong suddenly emerged. My instant reflex the moment I saw those two was to bark at Qimu, "Stop the car right now." There they are, but Qimu remained far colder than me. He turned to me and smirked. "Why stop here? Drive straight ahead and cut off that BMW's path. You're not actually worried he'll bolt, are you?" Kima gunned the engine, steering us directly toward the BMW. Suddenly, two blinding white beams erupted directly in front of us. High beams so intense they completely scorched our vision. The guttural roar of a high-performance engine followed, punctuated by the piercing screech of a sudden brake. The very next second, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Then that vehicle with the blinding high beams streaked past us like a phantom in the night. The entire sequence went down in less than 10 seconds. Once the mystery car vanished, and our eyes finally readjusted to the dark, we realized Tian Ifan and Zhu Dalang were gone. Qimu and I both stood there utterly paralyzed. Two grown adults had just evaporated into the night. Qimao slammed the gear into reverse, desperately trying to hunt down the car that had just blasted past us like a rocket. But by the time he pulled a frantic U-turn, not even the ghost of a tail light remained. As we scrambled out of our vehicle, we discovered two bodies sprawled across the asphalt. Zhu Dalong was collapsed near the curb, clinging to a shred of consciousness. Tian Ifan, however, had been knocked out cold. This was a high-profile hit-and-run witnessed by dozens, and the driver had cold-bloodedly fled the scene. I hadn't anticipated that second uncle would resort to such extreme measures for my revenge. I was reeling from the shock of it all. Yet deep down, I felt that even this wasn't enough to atone for Lin Yifei's death. In that heated moment, Qimu stepped forward demanding to inspect my phone. He suspected I was the mastermind behind this hit. I gripped my phone tightly, shielding it from his reach. "You have zero right to search my personal property," I snapped. "A phone is private, stay out of my business." As we were locked in a fierce non-stop argument, a familiar commanding voice echoed in my ears. Qimu and I both snapped our heads around at the same time. Li Xia emerged from the shadows with a full entourage, addressing Qimu with chilling politeness. "I am Li Xia, General Manager of Katy International Hotel. Chen Fan is an essential employee of the Katy Group. I'm taking him back to the company immediately. We have urgent business that requires his attention." Qimu stood there visibly dazed by her sudden arrival. Stubbornly hoisting his chin, he snapped at Li Xia. "He's currently a person of interest. He's coming back to the precinct with me right now." A sharp, subtle smirk played on Li Xia's lips, her presence radiating an overwhelming icy dominance. She countered, "Since when are suspects escorted out so recklessly? And just who do you think you are? Where's your identification?" See, Miu instantly realized Xia was intentionally backing him into a corner. He shifted his stance, his tone hardening. "I'm acting on direct orders from my superiors, conducting a tactical escort of a high-value suspect. Go ahead, run my badge number if you must. I am a sworn officer of the law. And since when does the law allow the arbitrary detention of a civilian? Every citizen is entitled to their personal liberty. I strongly suggest you take this up with our firm's legal department before you go any further. Do you really want to make this a legal battle?" Qima was left utterly tongue-tied by Xia's ruthless rebuttal. It was my first time witnessing Li Xia unleash such a ferocious, unyielding attitude. I remembered Li Jiahao mentioning that his sister was a master of the poker face, a woman whose calculations ran deeper than anyone could imagine. Today, I finally saw that cold brilliance in action. Compared to her, Qimu looked like a total rookie. Beyond wearing his heart on his sleeve like a liability, he lacked the grit and cunning needed to play at her level. Li Xia locked eyes with me. "Chen Fan, we're leaving. If they have any further grievances, our legal team can handle the small talk." Qimu shouted after me, "Chen Fan, I know I can't force you to stay, but give me your word on one thing. If we need you in the coming days, will you report to the station immediately to assist the case? I promise we won't waste your time. Stashing you at the guest house was solely for your own safety. It was true. From the second I stepped into that precinct, Kiami had looked out for me more than he had to. He even went rogue with his own methods to hunt down Zhu Dalong and pinpoint where the others were hiding. I gave Chimu a firm nod. Don't sweat it. If you need my help, just give me the word. I'll be there the moment you call. The moment I slid into the back seat, I realized Li Jiahao was the one behind the wheel. Liu Xiaoru was stationed in the passenger seat, while Li Xia and I took over the back row. The moment I settled into the car, Li Jiahao poked his head back toward me, exclaiming with pure adrenaline, "Chen Fan. Bet you didn't see that coming, did you?" See what coming exactly? I'm talking about Second Bro's savage move. I never dreamed Second Bro would move with such lethal efficiency. I was still busy plotting how to catch them for a beatdown. But man, who would have guessed he'd go that hard? Just focus on the road, Li Xia commanded Li Jiahao, and take us to the destination. I need some one-on-one time to talk with Chen Fan. Inside the opulence of a luxury hotel suite, only Li Xia and I occupied the vast silent room. Li Xia slid a glass of water across to me. Hydrate first. I've been fully briefed on the chaos of the last few days. I am going to leverage every single connection I have to ensure the truth finally comes to light for you. It's meaningless now. I stared blankly out the window and told Li Xia, even if the whole world admits they were wrong. As for Lin Yifei, the chance for any real salvation has already passed. I forced a hollow, bitter smile. I've reached a point where I've stopped caring about the noise. So what if the world labels me the villain? After hearing my defeatist tone, Li Xia whispered, "Chen Fan, please don't spiral like this. I know you're drowning in a world of hurt right now. If I were in your shoes, I'd be shattered and grieving too. But you have to find the strength to pull through. I'm not even sure how to properly counsel you. But regardless of the obstacles, I will give my absolute everything to support you." I locked eyes with Li Xia and asked, why go through all this for me? We're basically just strangers who crossed paths by accident. Li Xia slowly shook her head. Gazing at me, she confessed, honestly, I don't know why either. Maybe there's just a strange sense of familiarity between us. Just crash here for the night. I have an early board meeting to attend tomorrow. Try to get some rest. Watching Li Xia's silhouette vanish as she left the room, I pulled out my smartphone and scrubbed a few incriminating WeChat logs between me and second uncle. I collapsed onto the bed, desperate for the void of sleep, only to find that rest was a luxury I simply couldn't afford. Finally, I decided I might as well just retreat home, only to be greeted by a soul-crushing sight upon my return. Lin Yifei's room had been officially cordoned off with police tape. I grabbed a bag of rice from the kitchen, poured it into a milk pot, and sparked 3 cigarettes like makeshift incense before her door. In the dead of night, Chimu rang me to say Zhu Dalong had filed a formal report, alleging that I was the mastermind behind the accident. He insisted I return to the precinct to cooperate with the probe. I let out a cold sneer. I was sitting in your passenger seat when it went down. You were the one behind the wheel, remember? Does a fact that obvious even require an investigation? Kim Mo maintained a professional tone citing enforcement protocols. As it stands, the incident involving Zhu Dalong and Tian Aifen contains several suspicious anomalies directly linked to you. You are required to cooperate with the Public Security Organ's inquiry. Report to the Beishi District Police Station immediately and voluntarily to undergo formal questioning. Failure to do so will result in a legal summons being issued. Once I stepped back into that cold station, 2 high-ranking officers from the Beishi District joined Kimu to conduct the interrogation. They began the standard verification process within the sterile room, syncing the audio and video feeds while drafting my official statement. Regarding the baseless claims made by Zhu Dalong, accusing me of making direct threats against his life, I shut them down instantly with a firm denial. Swallowing my rage, I calmly stated that I had never once threatened his existence. It was he and Tian Aifen who maliciously engineered fake news, staging predatory interviews and weaponizing the edit, until the victim Lin Yifei broke under the weight of the cyberbullying and chose to leap to her tragic death. The vile actions they orchestrated were the ones that truly trampled over the legal red line. I meticulously reconstructed the entire timeline of events, finishing with a final cutting remark. What is happening to them right now is nothing more than the divine karma they earned for their sins. Kimu, acting as the officer on record for the case, delivered his objective, legally binding testimony. I can provide an airtight alibi for him. During the exact window of the incident, the individual Chen Fan was in my vehicle the entire time. The dashcam footage from my car and the surrounding traffic surveillance can verify every second of it. He physically lacked the opportunity to commit any such act. Furthermore, on that day, I was en route to Beishi District for a case-related field visit. We encountered Zhu Dalong and his cohort purely by chance while traveling. There was zero premeditation for that trip whatsoever. Investigations must be anchored by objective evidence, leaving absolutely no room for superstitious accusations. However, once the officer finished processing the statement, he delivered the legal reality to me straight. You still possess a compelling motive for this crime. As of now, we cannot officially dismiss the suspicion that you orchestrated this hit through a third party. Throughout the duration of the follow-up inquiry, you are legally obligated to cooperate instantly with every demand of the public security organ. I gave a sharp nod. I understand perfectly. I'll provide full transparency for the entire investigation. Post-interrogation, I treated Chimu to some late-night street food. We broke bread and delved deep into conversation. I realized then that he was a man of unwavering integrity, a truly compassionate officer in a cold system. Even though the cold logic of the case dictated he should view me with maximum suspicion, he remained tethered to the principles of objectivity and justice, relying on hard evidence to shield me from the core allegations. Once we finished our midnight meal, Kimu checked me into the police guest house for the night. The next morning, a violent pounding on my door jolted me awake. We leaked Lin Yifei's suicide note to the web last night. The Times has already picked up the story this morning. Every major TV station is scrambling for a piece of this. Brace yourself, you're about to be swarmed by reporters. Nunu and her grandmother just arrived as well. Nunu and her grandma were absolutely devastated. The moment they laid eyes on me, their tears wouldn't stop. Then grandma knelt before the cameras clutching her ID and chronicled the raw, unvarnished truth of how Lin Yifei and I had selflessly supported them from the very beginning. The shadow finally lifted and the truth stood revealed. Since Lin Yifei's deadbeat father was unreachable and no other kin could be found, the public security department stepped in to organize her funeral. Her remains were slated for storage in a cold crematorium locker, as I simply didn't have the funds to secure a proper final resting place. In a final act of love, Nunu's grandma laid her to rest in their own family plot. In death, she finally became their cherished granddaughter. 3 days later, Chimu requested a private meeting. He revealed that Tian Ifan had succumbed to her injuries. He pressed me once more. Did I have a hand in this? Masking my nerves with a facade of calm, I fired back. I'm starting to have a real problem with your interrogation tactics. This is a blatant deviation from standard legal procedures. Kimu's expression turned deathly serious, his voice completely stripped of any human emotion. I am formally notifying you right now. The complete criminal trajectory of the suspect vehicle has been fully secured through our technical forensics. By following this specific lead, we will pinpoint and apprehend the driver in no time. With that final warning, he slammed the case file shut and paced out of the office area. I wrestled with whether to tell second uncle to vanish, but I was terrified Chimu was just running a bluff on me. After agonizing over the decision, I resolved to head to the fitness club to confront him in person. The moment I mentioned Tian Ifan's death in the hospital, he remained unnervingly composed. I leaned in and whispered for him to go ghost for a few days. Second uncle stayed dead silent. I reminded him that the heat was already on me. The police were tracking the scent. He just lit a cigarette, slumped in the lounge area with his head down, brooding in silence. I could see the flicker of genuine fear in his eyes. After all, a life had been snuffed out. How exactly did you become a person of interest? He asked. I admitted to the call I made. Kimo was already shadowing Tian Ifan's every move. He's convinced I leaked her exact coordinates. He tried to seize my phone that night, but luckily, Li Xia intervened at the perfect moment. Today, he cornered me, confirmed Tian Ifan is dead, and basically dared me to tell the driver to run. The surveillance grid has already mapped the car's entire route. Second uncle looked up and locked eyes with me, his gaze clouded with pure confusion. He doesn't know it was you, I insisted. He just told me to pass the word along as a warning. After crushing his cigarette, second uncle stood up. Don't sweat it. At worst, it's a hit and run charge. They can't drop a death sentence on me for that. Besides, it's a toss-up if they can actually track me down. I called him on his bravado. Deep down, you know they're going to find you eventually, don't you? He gave me a dismissive glance. Quit overthinking everything. Just focus on landing a stable gig. Your dad's medical bills aren't going to pay themselves. I wired 5,000 yuan back home just the other day. If I actually end up behind bars, the weight of providing for the family rests solely on your shoulders. Watching his back as he tried to play it cool, I felt a sudden sharp sting in my eyes. Life has never played fair with any of us, but we still have to grit our teeth and move through the fire. Suck it up, Chen Xiaoji commanded in a gravelly tone. Man up. What's the point of constantly leaking tears like a child? That Santana was rocking forged plates, and I was fully masked up. Whether they ever track me down hinges entirely on whether that officer named Chimu decides to sell us out or not. I looked up, my voice trembling. Is it really that crucial? Right now, he's the only one who can connect the dots. Regarding you leaking that location to me, second uncle broke it down with chilling logic. How high do you think the odds are that he'll keep digging? I honestly have no clue. I sparked a cigarette and took a deep pull, staring at the floor. I've only known the guy for a minute, but I can tell he's got a relentless sense of justice. He's a straight shooter, no filter. Second uncle went quiet for a beat, then stood up. Go get to work. Check in on your parents more often. He played it off like it was nothing, but it felt like he was handing me his final testament. That afternoon, my phone buzzed with a call from Chi-Mu at the precinct. He told me they had successfully tracked down Nunu's father, but the massive caveat was that he flat out refused to acknowledge Nunu as his own blood. Nunu's mother, meanwhile, remains completely off the grid. We've summoned them all to the station to hash this out. I'm terrified things are about to get ugly. Really damn ugly. Get over here if you can make it. After all, you're the one who made this happen. 30 minutes later, I pulled up to the police station. A gaudy red BMW X6 was idling right at the main entrance. Chi-Mu pointed it out. That's Deng Qiming's ride. He's officially Nunu's biological father. Someone rolling in a BMW X6? How could he leave his own daughter to rot on the streets? It's a complicated mess. The political commissar is currently trying to beat some sense into him. Chi-Mu added. The unit picking up Nunu and Grandma is almost back. Let's wait it out in the chief's office. What we never could have anticipated was that even after Nunu and Grandma walked through those doors, Deng Qiming remained as cold as a block of ice. The old woman searched Deng Qiming's eyes. Where's Quilan? Where did you take Quilan? Deng Qiming let out a heavy, weary sigh. Mom, Quilan signed the divorce papers and left me 3 years ago. You honestly had no clue about any of this. The elderly woman stood there completely paralyzed by shock. A heavy, stunned silence swept across everyone in the room. Deng Qiming's face darkened as he pushed forward. We finalized the divorce agreement 3 long years ago. Quilan fought for and won full custody of Nunu. He slammed a divorce certificate onto the table for all to see. I haven't heard a single word from her since the split. I was under the impression she took you and Nunu to start over and live a decent life somewhere. I never imagined he grabbed a tissue, dabbing at his eyes. How could things have spiraled this far out of control? The grandmother's face went completely vacant and pale. She just kept chanting, where on earth did Quilan go? How could she vanish without a trace for 3 whole years? In the aftermath, Deng Qiming took Nunu and departed. Shortly after, the grandmother followed them out. At high noon, Li Xia reached out with a sudden lunch invite. She claimed there were business matters we needed to discuss. Li Xia reached for the red wine, elegantly filling her glass. She asked with forced nonchalance, is Chen Xiaoji actually related to you? You refer to him as second uncle. He's my grandfather's adopted son, so technically, are you even remotely aware of how he spends his time? It hit me instantly, she definitely knew something she wasn't saying. Casting my mind back to the night of that accident, she and Li Jiahao just happened to show up at the perfect time. Was that really just a lucky coincidence? I exhaled sharply and locked eyes with Li Xia. Whatever game you're playing, just lay your cards on the table. Really, it's nothing too serious. I'm just trying to get a better read on Chen Xiaoji. Li Xia's lips curled into a faint, mysterious smile. Jiahao and I were orphaned at a very young age. I'll admit, I haven't watched over him as much as I should. Lately, he's been getting way too close to Chen Xiaoji. I need to understand the man's true nature from a different angle. I went silent for a beat before answering, don't worry. Chen Xiaoji is a man of solid character. He just carries a bit too much street grit in his soul. Li Xia hoisted her wine glass and let it clink against mine. Then she dropped a question like a hidden trap. Has Chen Xiaoji ever done time in prison? And if so, what was the charge? Surely it wasn't for a hit and run, was it? That single sentence struck my most raw and sensitive nerve. I stared intensely into the depths of her eyes, and she met my gaze without flinching for even a second. Her look was a silent interrogation, daring me to confess everything. I pulled out a cigarette and sparked it, using the movement to steady my breathing. That's right. He has served time before, and more than just once. He's been a regular at the precinct since his school days. A few years back, he did 6 months for a brawl. But I've never heard of him doing a stint for a car accident. Just eat something, Li Xia said smoothly, pivoting the conversation. The grilled fish here is incredibly flavorful. She paused, her voice softening. Jiahao is my only blood. I can't afford to let him spiral into trouble. Can you deliver a message to Chen Xiaoji for me? Tell him to keep Jiahao out of his shady business. I get it, I muttered, keeping my gaze low, avoiding her eyes. Despite her stunning beauty, she felt like a total stranger. Chen Fan. You're still currently unemployed, aren't you? Would you consider returning to Katie? No thanks, I snapped, cutting her off. After the Lin Yifei tragedy, the landlord reclaimed the apartment. I need to secure a new roof over my head first. Then I'll hunt for work in that area. This meal felt suffocatingly heavy. Once we finished, I turned down the offer of a driver. I dialed second uncle immediately and demanded to know exactly how many people were aware of the accident that night and why the Li siblings were prowling the vicinity. Chen Xiaoji was hesitant to spill at first, but my relentless persistence eventually broke him. The moment I had called him, he was in the middle of a Sanda session with the Li Jiahao. When he sped off to handle the situation, Li Jiahao trailed him to the Beishi district in his own car. Li Jiahao eventually lost his tail, But while searching the area, he accidentally witnessed the hit. Li Xia, who was arriving to pick up her brother for dinner, caught a glimpse of the aftermath as well. She must have pieced the puzzle together a long time ago. She just chose to keep her mouth shut. I realized then that Li Xia was also an insider. But unlike Qimu, she wasn't driven by a moral compass. She simply didn't want Chen Shaoji's influence tainting her brother. So I wasn't particularly worried about her snitching to the cops. That afternoon, with Liu Qiang backing me up, I moved onto the second floor of a mellow bar in Guandu Old Town. There's a quaint little courtyard tucked in the back. Stepping out through the bar's rear exit, you're met with a narrow, winding staircase. The man running the place is known as Old Joe. He runs the bar on the ground floor too, but the place is a ghost town. I just finished scrubbing off the day and was ready to crash when an unknown number lit up my screen. It was the authorities demanding I assist with the inquiry. Same old story, the investigation into that car wreck. Deep inside the Beishi District Police Station, the officer slapped down Zhu Dalong's official statement. You were caught making threatening remarks to the victim at the scene. I owned it without flinching. He maliciously destroyed Lin Yifei and me. The crash only dealt physical damage, but he completely decimated our reputations and left permanent scars on our souls. I just spat some venom to keep from losing my mind. Exactly how long after the impact did you arrive on site? Maybe a minute or two, it's all a blur now. I heard the commotion and went to investigate. Where were you positioned prior to the incident? In Chimu's vehicle. We were scouting for a parking space nearby. And what was your business in that specific area? After Lin Yifei took her final leap, Qimu refused to let me see her broken body. He claimed some food would be a good distraction for me. So at the moment of impact, you were physically with Qimu. He was behind the wheel. And you were right there, he muttered, conferring with a colleague. Then he stood up. Appreciate your cooperation today. Stay available. Any big travel plans on your horizon? Am I forbidden from leaving Kunming? Just a routine question. Stepping out from the precinct's shadow, I didn't just walk away. I had a gut feeling that Qimu was about to roll up. 30 minutes dragged by. Before his car finally swung into view, I retreated into the darkness, glancing up only to realize the entire block was a forest of cameras, seeing lenses pointed in every direction. A cold wave of guilt washed over me. My brain short-circuited entirely. Should I step out and confront Qimu, or remain a ghost in the shadows? A few heartbeats later, I decided to stay hidden. If I showed my face now, the cops would peg us as accomplices for sure. A quick check of the tapes would prove I never actually left. I watched helplessly as Qimu vanished into the station, praying he didn't accidentally slip up and bury us. My heart was thumping against my ribs like a trapped animal. If our stories at the Beishi District Station, and if our stated motives didn't align perfectly, the fallout would be absolutely catastrophic. A desperate urge to flee washed over me, but I realized I had nowhere left to hide. 40 grueling minutes later, Qimu emerged and climbed back into her car. My smartphone vibrated instantly. I can see you lurking. Once inside the vehicle, I broke the silence first. You didn't bolt, she questioned. I figured they'd haul you in for questioning too, so I decided to stick around a while longer. You're wearing your guilty conscience on your sleeve. What exactly do I have to feel guilty about? I was merely curious about the situation. Save it. Meet me at the next intersection. I'll scoop you up there. Qimu abruptly ended the call. My conscience was screaming, but I refused to lose my cool in front of her. Before boarding, I grabbed 2 cold Cokes, desperately hoping a peace offering would distract her. A few tense minutes later, Kimu's car pulled up to the curb. I sucked in a deep, shaky breath. I hopped in and offered the drink. I know Coke is your go-to. Isn't it? Qimu just rolled her eyes at me. She snatched the bottle from my hand. You seriously need a caffeine hit just to face me. That's the textbook definition of a guilty soul. I was momentarily paralyzed, searching for a retort. A detective's intuition is truly in a league of its own. As long as you're aware, overanalyzing everything isn't a great look for a girl. I tried to project a facade of total calm. I caught a segment on the news the other day. Some poor guy had a lipstick smudge on his collar, and his wife forced him to kneel on a keyboard for hours. Turned out, it was just a mishap on a crowded bus. Talk about a total overreaction. Quit dodging the question. Why are you so visibly shaken? I'm not, I replied, but Qimu was far too sharp to play. Watching me double down on my denial, she let out a sharp mocking laugh. During the interrogation, they grilled me on why I was in Beishi. They squeezed you for the same info, didn't they? What was your cover story? I blurted out, unable to hide my anxiety. And you're still trying to claim you're not sweating, Qimu countered with a piercing look. You placed a 3-minute call to a burner ending in 4400. I tracked that lead myself. You're actually running a background check on me. No, he practically roared back. His tone was stone cold serious. If I don't dig up the truth, how can I face the victim or close this case? Do you think simple denial is enough to keep me from the facts? That belongs to my second uncle. With such a massive tragedy unfolding, is it a crime to dial a family member? I cranked up my volume, attempting to weaponize my aggression. to mask the sheer panic and guilt eating me alive. Kima threw a look of pure contempt my way. If I truly wanted to nail this down, I would have used official channels to pull his file ages ago. They grilled me on why we headed to the Beishi district. I told them we were just hunting for a meal, since I was the one who drove you there on a whim. Did they ask you specifically what we were craving? They did. I told them I couldn't recall the exact menu we settled on, just that Beishi was the spot for top-tier food. I instinctively patted my chest, quietly exhaling a breath of relief. Thank God I improvised that extra detail, mentioning we went for BBQ just to clear our heads. Our stories lined up perfectly. Kima stared me down, a knowing, cynical smirk tugging at his lips. Those words are practically a backdoor confession. Don't you dare try to play me. He let out a calm, chilling laugh. Chenfan, stop trying to act clever and lie to my face. I'm a police officer. It is my sworn duty to defend the legal red line and uphold the scales of true justice. Zhudalong and Tian Eifan weaponized rumors, hounding Lin Yifei until she had no choice but death. They built their personal empire upon the agony of others. The atrocities they've committed have already shattered the boundaries of the law and the absolute floor of human morality. They have to pay the blood price for their sins. Letting this continue will only claim more innocent lives. I stared at the officer in a daze, forced to completely reevaluate this person. The weight of her words sent an indescribable jolt straight to my core. I might actually need your help soon. He abruptly shifted the gears of the conversation. I've been digging into Deng Qiming and the missing Qilan, and I've stumbled upon several glaring red flags. Qilan's vanishing act and that divorce are both incredibly fishy. I'm going to go all in on this. Deng Qiming's current spouse, Deng Jin, is the CFO over at Katie International. Since you're tight with Katie's general manager, could you do some internal digging into her professional record? Check her marital history as well. If it's too risky, just drop it. Keep your eyes peeled for my update. It honestly wasn't a difficult task to undertake. Since the heat from the car accident hadn't cooled down yet, I wasn't exactly in the headspace to hunt for a career. Whenever old Joe's bar got a bit slammed, I'd just hop behind the counter and help him out, scrapping together some pocket change as a part-timer. The following day, I invited Li Xia to the lounge, plotting to pick her brain about Deng Jin. You caught Nu's viral story a few days back, right? Her biological father, that Deng Qiming character, is the guy currently married to Deng Jin. And what exactly does that have to do with Nunu 3 years ago? Deng Qiming and his wife Qilan moved to Kunming for work. Post-divorce, Qilan just evaporated into thin air. Deng Qiming claims she eloped with some wealthy high roller, abandoning everything but her daughter. Li Xia's brow furrowed in suspicion. So you're suggesting Qilan calculated the divorce, then bolted the second the property was finalized? I was momentarily taken aback. Li Xia had immediately sliced through to a darker subtext. Women's intuition truly is a terrifying thing. Something along those lines. I poured a fresh cup of coffee, the steam rising. Deng Qiming was a nobody who vanished for 3 years. And now he's flexing in $1 million BMW X6. That kind of glow-up has Deng Jin's fingerprints all over it. Deng Jin is your firm's financial gatekeeper. Doesn't that strike you as a massive conflict of interest? This doesn't verify she's embezzling or abusing her station. That's a pretty reckless leap to make. We won't know for sure until we peel back the layers. I maintained a facade of total composure. My interest in them isn't strictly about Deng Jin's role. It's the fact that Qilan has been a ghost for 3 years. How could a mother go 3 years without a single word to her kid? Or even her own flesh and blood mother? Social media has been absolutely saturated with Nu's story lately. It's physically impossible that she hasn't caught wind of it. Li Xia took a slow sip of her red wine. I see where you're going. So how exactly do you need me to play ball? Chenfan, I can read you like an open book. She spoke with a cold indifference. The company is a total disaster right now. Li Quanming and I are nothing more than partners for show. Behind the scenes, the power struggle is getting bloodier. My father didn't just hand me the reins, out of some lingering sense of guilt. He knew Li Quanming was a liability, mistresses, scandals, you name it. The board of directors is already fed up with his gambling habits. Lately, guest complaints at the hotel have been skyrocketing. The quality of our essential supplies is complete garbage. Li Quanming is the one overseeing procurement, and Deng Jin controls the vault. If you want to dig into her, I'm all in. I'll need the full financial disclosures from the past few months. I'll leak them to you through a private channel. Every significant transaction has to pass through Deng Jin's desk. I asked, probably sounding like a total amateur. Every single cent spent leaves a digital footprint in finance. It's just shuffled around into various department budgets. She was dead certain. Then get me the logs from the last quarter. I hesitated for a brief second, hoisting my coffee to take a calculated sip. The truth is, I have a dark suspicion that Deng Qiming actually murdered Nu's biological mother. Li Xia gave a subtle, sharp nod. Go find your proof. I'll provide the cover you need. You did a hell of a job fixing Katie's security protocols before. The entire team's reputation saw a massive glow up. It's a shame you walked away in such a rage. Jahao's been talking in your ear, hasn't he? I shook my head, a hollow smile on my face. I'm not cut out for places fueled by shadows and backstabbing. That's just the nature of the corporate beast Chen Fan. It's all about your perspective on the game. She pressed the point, a peaceful team is a fairy tale. Where there are people there is inevitable friction. Suppressed emotions are just waiting for a reason to explode. My conversation with Li Xia stretched on for hours. She possessed a terrifyingly sharp way of viewing the world. When it came to the art of corporate warfare, she didn't win the board's favor just because of her father's name. The following morning, an encrypted email from Li Xia hit my inbox. Attached were Katie's internal financial records from the last quarter. The cash flow was staggering, nearly 200 million. Net profits were holding steady at 30 million a month. Their daily revenue was easily clearing 7 figures. He sent a separate urgent WeChat message. This statement must absolutely never be leaked. You realize if this gets out, my head is on the chopping block. I immediately pinged Chimu. I've secured Katie's internal financial records from the last quarter. Every single transaction has Dangjin's seal of approval. Is this high-level intel useful to you? Incredible, send that over to me right now. I'm diving into this data immediately. Kimu's voice crackled with sheer excitement. Hold up, I cautioned. This disclosure is strictly for your eyes only. A leak would put the whistleblower in extreme jeopardy. He only stepped up out of pure sympathy for Nunu. We can't afford to screw him over. Relax, I know the drill and how to stay low-key. Let's link up at noon to dissect the specifics. After the call cut to silence, I forwarded the encrypted email to Chimu. He possesses a brand of justice that eclipses mere professional ethics. He plays fast and loose with the rules, but never betrays his moral compass. I've come to trust him implicitly. While grabbing lunch with Chimu at midday, he revealed that Katie's ledgers were bleeding. Tens of millions in monthly overhead costs, all categorized as luxury tobacco spirits and high-end consumables. Chimu paused for dramatic effect. Care to guess what I dug up in the fine print? Lay it on me. The supplier for Katie's massive tobacco and alcohol orders is one entity, and the shadow boss pulling the strings is none other than Deng Qiming. It all clicked the secret behind Deng Qiming's overnight fortune. That's not even the most shocking part, Kima noted, flipping to a fresh page in his notebook. There are a handful of shell companies registered under Deng Qiming's name, each one drowning in a sea of complaints and fraud reports. One of those very suppliers was officially dissolved 2 years ago, yet Katie was still funneling cash to them for goods long after that. Feed this intel back to Li Xia. She'll definitely owe you a massive favor for this. I'm not even sure how to break it to her. You seriously have no idea how to play your cards to win favor. Kimu rolled his eyes in disbelief. I'm digging deeper into the origins. Deng Qiming's very first corporate entity was registered 3.5 years ago. Back then, he was still legally tied to Quilan, despite being mentally braced for the worst. Kimu's revelation left me reeling with shock and grief. Perhaps it's for the sake of the word love, which has been so cruelly tainted. In my soul, love was supposed to be about sharing every joy and sorrow, and never turning your back on one another. Chen Fan, I realize you're struggling to swallow this dark theory, but the cold hard facts must be verified. Kima let out a heavy sigh. I've essentially abandoned the search for Quilan's whereabouts, and I'm funneling every resource into nailing Deng Qiming. Once I secure the ironclad proof, let's see how he tries to squirm out of it. It's just, my heart truly aches for Nunu. Is there anything else you need me to handle? I asked, my voice clouded with gloom. Nothing for the time being. I'll hit you up the moment a lead develops. He reminded me, make sure Li Xia knows what I've uncovered. She needs to keep her guard up. Consider it a major favor you're doing for her. Later that day, I got Li Xia on the line and exposed how Dangjin was weaponizing her power for personal gain. She remained unnervingly composed, simply inquiring if more concrete evidence could be excavated. Just as I was reaching out to Chimu for backup, Li Jiahao's call intercepted mine. He sounded absolutely livid. Chen Fan, what's your status? If you're free, I need you to back me up right now. I'm literally going to end that guy today. Who the hell set you off like this? Just get down here and be ready to throw hands. If things go south, I'll take the heat for everything. I'm dropping the location on WeChat. Grab a cab and move. The hardware is already prepped and waiting. Realizing I couldn't talk him down, I scrambled to the scene. By the time I pulled up, a crew of guys roughly the same age as Li Jiahao were already standing by for the signal. Someone shoved a cold steel pipe into my hands. Those punks are inside the bar waiting for their crew. The second we step in, start swinging like crazy. Don't pull your punches. This thing isn't lethal. I tested the weight of the pipe. It was hollow and relatively light. It wouldn't cause any fatal injuries, but it'd definitely leave a mark. Jiahao, tell me what's actually going on. Is there no way to settle this without blood? His voice was unwavering. This is the only way it ends. I knew then that words were useless. Minutes later, 2 more recruits joined the ranks. The 6 of us marched into the bar like a hit squad. It was prime time at the University Town Bar, right around 8 or 9 p.m. The entire room went dead silent the moment we stormed through the doors. A table of 4 dudes and 3 girls in the corner scrambled to their feet. "That's them, take 'em out." Li Jiahao let out a roar as he led the charge. We lunged forward right behind him, white-knuckling our steel pipes. The ensuing beatdown was a complete slaughter, and the aftermath played out exactly as one would expect. We were promptly hauled off by the local precinct cops. Cuffed and forced to squat in a miserable row inside the holding cell, Li Jiahao, who was just bragging about taking the heat, looked like a completely deflated balloon. After the initial inquiry, the officer announced a 500 yuan fine per head. "Call your families to come bail you out. Pull this stunt again and you're heading straight to detention." "Officer, look, we know we screwed up big time. I'll cover the fines for everyone. Can we just leave our parents out of this? Both of my parents are actually dead." Li Jiahao blurted out, his voice cracking with anxiety. The officer snapped back. "How can you disrespect your parents like that? Where's your sense of filial piety? I'm dead serious, I'm not playing games. Just run my ID and you'll see for yourself." After a quick search, the officer confirmed his parents were indeed deceased, and their household registration had been wiped clean. In a state of total desperation, I reached out to Chen Chiang. I hadn't been home for long when Li Xia stormed in, looking absolutely murderous. This was the first time I'd ever seen her completely lose her cool. "What the hell was going through your head? Didn't I explicitly warn you? Stop dragging Jiahao into your gutter lifestyle?" I was paralyzed as she pinned me down with that interrogation gaze. "What lost your tongue? Why on earth would you bring Jiahao to a street brawl and you were pathetic enough to get caught by the cops? Are you really going to stand there and deny it?" "That's not..." Just as I started to defend myself, Li Jiahao rushed over in a panic and shielded me. "Sis, back off, don't be like this. Stay out of man business for once. Backing up a brother is just the code of the street. If you're looking for a scapegoat, pin it on me." Li Xia's face turned a terrifying shade of livid. The tension in the room was thick enough to choke on. Li Xia was shaking with silent fury, while Li Jiahao kept acting like he didn't give a single damn. "I'm sorry I let my impulses get the better of me back there. I shouldn't have roped Jiahao into the mess. I'm giving you my sincerest apology. I swear this kind of chaos won't happen again." Chen Fan Li Jiahao's eyes were brimming with gratitude, yet he could only choke out my name. "I am demanding that you, your family, and your associates stay far away from my brother from this moment on." Li Xia roared at the top of her lungs. "You are utterly unworthy of being in my brother's circle." She forcibly yanked Li Jiahao away, hissing a final warning for him to sever all ties with us. "Sis," Li Jiahao shoved her hand off, "you're crossing a line. How can you trash talk people like that?" I realized that if this screaming match escalated, Li Jiahao would inevitably let the dark truth slip. I quickly intervened. "Jiahao, stop losing your cool with your sister. Listen to her and just head home for now." "Chen Fan," I raised my hand to silence him, "just go." 2 days later, Kimu delivered the second dossier of compiled incriminating evidence. As I combed through the documents, my heart was seized by absolute paralyzing shock. While he was untangling the criminal case of Lin Yifei, who was ruthlessly hounded to death by slander, he had launched a legal dragnet on every relevant lead and secured ironclad evidence on every single company registered under Deng Qiming's shadow. Even the shell corporations registered under the names of his inner circle had been fully exposed. Without a single exception, these entities were nothing more than fraudulent front companies, with zero physical business presence. The forensic audit revealed that these companies used hotel supply trades as a smokescreen, and with Deng Jin acting as the inside man, Deng Qiming pawned off cheap bottom-tier trash as premium goods, unloading them onto the Katie Group at astronomical prices. He meticulously used each company for a single hit-and-run deal, liquidating the firm the moment the payment hit his account. By the time the Katie Group realized they'd been scammed, the legal entity had vanished into thin air, leaving no one to sue, forcing them to eat the massive loss and restock at a premium. Meanwhile, he would simply spawn a new shell company and reboot the entire contract fraud cycle. In just 3 lightning-fast years, leveraging these predatory illegal tactics, he had cycled through 6 different shell corporations. Every piece of this evidence was obtained by the book, Kima noted, looking directly at me, a faint trace of relief coloring his voice. "Get these files into Li Xia's hands immediately. It's the only way the Katie Group can stop the bleeding. Furthermore, it serves as the final nail to bury Deng Qiming for his illicit criminal operations. Seriously, I can't thank you enough for this assist. What's your craving? I'm definitely taking you out for a top-tier feast." "Forget the meal." Kiamu offered a subtle, knowing smirk. "In a few days, I'm actually going to need a favor from you." Kima gave a bashful grin. "My parents are badgering me to find a boyfriend. Just play a temporary guest role to help me survive one dinner. My mom is a total sweetheart, but my old man is pretty intense, so try not to sweat it." I twitched my lips in a wry smile. The pressure was real, but it was just a dinner with some elders. Left with no choice, I reluctantly gave my word. That night, I snapped photos of the incriminating files Chimu provided, everything regarding Deng Qiming and Dang Jin draining Katie's accounts, and fired them off to Li Xia. I wasn't looking for a thank you. I only prayed she'd show some mercy and keep my second uncle out of it. We hadn't spoken a word since she laid into me last time. Only Li Jiahao had sent me a few raw, heartfelt messages. Even after I sent the evidence, she remained ghost quiet. I lay back on the bed, puffing on a cigarette, my mind swirling with anxiety over second uncle's fate. Just as the cherry hit the filter, my mom's name lit up the screen. She almost never reaches out on her own accord, always terrified of burning through phone credit. Mom, what brings you to call me at this hour? She forced a cheerful note. Is the job treating you well lately? It's fantastic. The busier I am, the more cash I rake in. Just don't burn yourself out and stay safe. She hesitated. Your father needs his dialysis tomorrow. I sold off the old laying hen we had at home. If you're craving eggs, go buy some for yourself. Make sure to pick the clear, fresh ones. Hearing that, my heart twisted with a sharp ache. Mom, I actually landed a fat bonus a couple of days ago. They named me Employee of the Month and gave me 2,000 yuan. I fabricated the excuse on the fly. I'll wire it to you tomorrow. I'll be home to see you and Dad once my paycheck hits at month's end. Her voice broke into soft sobs as she spoke, muttering about how she was a burden and how sorry she was. The weight in my chest became almost unbearable. Later, I hit up the fitness club to grab a bite with second uncle. Li Jiahao basically lives here every single day now. The kid's physique is looking more shredded by the minute. The second he saw me, he insisted on taking the trainers to a club. Yin Yihua complained it would be too loud and rowdy, suggesting we just hit the street for some BBQ and cold beers instead. Right in the middle of the chaotic night market stall, the 7 or 8 of us polished off 24 beers. But halfway through the feast, the atmosphere shifted. Over 20 thugs wielding clubs completely swarmed us. And the one leading the pack, none other than the punk we decimated at the university town bar. The rest of you beat it, this doesn't concern you. Because today I'm only here for one person. He leveled a menacing finger directly at Li Jiahao. Every panicked gaze instinctively shifted towards second uncle. Li Jiahao stood his ground barking, think a crowd scares me. If you've got the stones, fight me 1v1. Only cowards hide behind numbers. The guy sneered with pure arrogance. Let's see who's suicidal enough to intervene. Second uncle rose calmly and said, Look kid, take a breath and walk away. We can bury the hatchet over a round of drinks. What's it gonna be? The punk strolled to our table and filled a glass with beer, glaring at Li Jiahao with a wicked grin. Get on your knees and chug this, and then maybe we'll call it even. Li Jiahao instantly erupted into a flurry of curses, only for a face full of beer to be splashed directly at him. Enraged, Li Jiahao reached for a bottle to retaliate, but the entire mob shouldered their steel pipes in unison. A brutal, bloody brawl was seconds away from detonating. Realizing the odds, Li Jiahao's courage failed and he froze in place. Duan Wentao's ego surged as he realized he had the upper hand, leaning in close and tapping his own forehead mockingly. Go ahead, take your best shot right here. I've been orchestrating this payback for a long time. Tomorrow, I'm showing the footage of this to Xiaoqing. I'll make sure she sees exactly what a pathetic loser you are. You actually thought you could steal my girl? A piece of human trash with dead parents like you? Isn't even worthy of touching me. This is just the beginning. Your sister's reign as Katie's chairman is also coming to a dead end. Crawl on the ground and beg for my mercy today. And maybe I'll convince my old man to keep backing her. A wave of mocking laughter exploded from the surrounding thugs. Li Jiahao's face turned a sickly livid shade of pale, his entire body trembling with suppressed rage and fear. Among our group, I was effectively useless in a real fight, and he was clearly on the verge of a total breakdown. That left only second uncle and 2 others to stand firm against an army of over 20 armed goons. But the moment Li Xia's name was dragged through the dirt, Li Jiahao finally broke. Fine, you win. I'll kneel. His legs buckled as he prepared to surrender his dignity. Suddenly, second uncle's left hand clamped onto his shoulder like a vice, while his right hand blurred as it snatched a heavy beer bottle, shattering it violently against Duan Wentao's skull. I assumed second uncle would have mellowed out with age, but I never expected him to be even more unhinged than before. The very instant that glass bottle detonated, he lunged forward with terrifyingly agile footwork, sending Duan Wentao flying 3 meters back with a single kick. The mob of 20 surrounded us, brandishing their steel pipes, initially fueled by the sheer confidence of their numbers. But once second uncle cracked a few skulls and sent them fleeing, their collective morale suffered a total meltdown. Every last one of them turned tail and bolted into the night. I stood there absolutely paralyzed by the scene. Yin Yihua and the 2 female coaches never lifted a finger, nor did they bother trying to de-escalate the violence. They only casually handed over tissues once the coast was clear. Li Jiahao's expression was a frantic blur of triumph and dread. Duan Wentao is the son of a major Katie Group shareholder. The fear that this fallout would crush Li Xia was the only reason Jiahao had initially tried to submit. In a brawl like this, getting hauled in was a certainty. Second uncle ordered the rest of us to vanish immediately, insisting he'd stay behind to face the authorities alone. Second brother let me take the heat for this, Li Jiahao argued, stepping forward with sudden resolve. You need to disappear before they get here. Yin Yihua's composure finally fractured into panic. She knew second uncle couldn't survive another stint in a cell. No chance. Second uncle sparked a cigarette and grunted, Jiahao and I stay. The rest of you need to clear out right now. Whatever the fallout is, we'll own it. Chenfan, get moving. Don't give your parents another reason to lose sleep. He motioned for me to scram, his urgency mounting, along with a look of sheer impatience. Let's move, Yin Yihua hissed, dragging me into a cab, bound for the exclusive Dishan Court in Century City. This was a high-tier sanctuary for the elite, leagues beyond anything like Dianchi Spring. Inside Yin Yihua's sprawling detached villa, I spotted that infamous Santana lurking in the garage. The sight of it felt like a curse manifest. The upper floor was cluttered with Chen Xiaoji's personal effects. It was glaringly obvious they were domestic partners. In the dead of night, I masked my face with a heavy scarf, piloting the Santana to a desolate abandoned pier at Dianchi Lake. I yanked the handbrake free, gave the frame one final heavy shove, and watched the vehicle slowly vanish into the depths. The abyss here was more than deep enough to swallow the evidence. I finally slipped back through the door at 3 a.m. Yin Yihua was still pacing the living room waiting for my return. How did it go? Did anyone spot you? She questioned me with visible dread. I shook my head. Has Chen Xiaoji reached out to you yet? You're losing sleep over that car accident too, aren't you? Yin Yihua gave a slow, heavy nod. I'm spiraling, honestly. I just have this gut feeling that the sky is about to fall. A person's sixth sense might not be grounded in science, but its pinpoint accuracy can be absolutely terrifying. After a night consumed by pure anxiety, the sun finally rose. Yin Yihua drove me straight to the precinct to bail out second uncle under the guise of family. But the desk officer dropped a bombshell. Li Jiahao had been cut loose after his family settled the fines and damages. However, second uncle was flagged for that hit and run from weeks ago and had been hauled off for a high-stakes interrogation. Panic surged through me instantly. My absolute worst-case scenario was playing out in real time. Why the sudden connection between that wreck and Chen Xiaoji? I spammed Li Jiahao's phone 3 times in a row, but the line was dead every single time. Yin Yihua hovered beside me, trembling. Jiahao mentioned his sister is his only living kin. You're acquainted with her, right? Call her, we need to know what's going down. We can't just stand here like sitting ducks. She was surprisingly more composed than I expected. Whatever the fallout looks like, we have to stare it down. We have to find a way to fix this mess. I gritted my teeth and dialed Li Xia's number. The first attempt went completely unanswered. On the second try, her assistant Xiaoru finally picked up. Quit blowing up President Li's phone. She made it clear she has zero interest in speaking with you. I'm not here to harass her. I just need the truth about Li Jiahao's release. How did he get to walk free? While second uncle got buried in a separate criminal case, before Xiaoru could offer another deflection, Li Xia snatched the phone away. I gave you a fair warning to keep second uncle away from Jiahao, since you chose to ignore my advice. I had to resort to my own measures to end this influence. The line went dead with a cold, sharp click. I let out a string of curses at the silent screen, but the outburst was utterly futile. What the hell is happening? Yin Yihua demanded, her voice trembling with urgency. I suspect Li Xia snitched on Xiaoji for the hit and run. I'm screwed, totally and completely screwed, muttered while redialing for the 3rd time. Li Xia remained stone cold, refusing to answer. Yin Yihua dropped a heavy line, I'll find a way, and vanished into the crowd alone. The grim answer was already carved into my heart. Yet I still desperately clung to a final shred of hope, vowing to storm Katie and drag the truth out in person. I bypassed security and slipped into the executive elevator like a pro, before violently throwing open the doors to Li Xia's office. I lunged toward her desk, slammed my palms down, and roared, "Spit it out." What exactly did you tell the cops? Li Xia's expression was hauntingly grave. Li Xia declared, I can tolerate a lot of things, but I draw the line at Jiahao spiraling toward ruin. He is my flesh and blood, my only brother. My mother's final wish was for me to shield him at all costs. If a single hair on his head is harmed, I won't be able to face the spirits of my parents, nor will I be able to live with my own shadow. Then what's the deal with my second uncle? I demanded, tears stinging my eyes. He took a beating to protect Jiahao, only to be betrayed by those he helped and left to rot. Did you spare even a single thought for him? Does he truly deserve this nightmare? Do you even have a clue what went down? Doesn't your soul ache for selling him out like that? Li Xia dodged my gaze, staring blankly into the distance. I don't care to know the details. I simply want Jiahao to have a clean world to grow up in. That's the end of it. The dam finally broke and my tears spilled over. I raised a trembling finger and leveled it at her. Backing away, I hissed, I hope when the truth finally hits you, that your conscience burns like hell. I spun on my heel and stormed out of the office. The agony and hopelessness crushing my chest were beyond words. This is just too much to bear. The sweltering heat of summer and autumn has scorched my youth. Lin Yifei's tragic face flashed through my mind again. The road stretching before me is still so impossibly long. How am I supposed to find the strength to keep going? Suddenly, Yin Yihua's call broke the silence. Her voice was frantic. Chen Fan, give me your home address right now. Cut the power and go dark. Don't contact a soul. I'll bring a specialist to your location the moment I'm clear. Listen closely. Do not let the authorities track you down yet, especially the precinct. If you're off the radar, they can't force a confession. Whatever happens, don't let a single wrong word slip. I white-knuckled the phone. When will you be here? And who exactly are you bringing? Should I kill my phone signal this instant? Yin Yihua pressed on. My family's personal legal counsel. We'll break it down in person. Just go ghost for now. Her family's lawyer, I was momentarily floored. It seems Yin Yihua's family tree is packing some serious heat. When Yin Yihua finally pulled up, she was accompanied by a middle-aged man in a sharp gray suit, clutching a professional briefcase. Just refer to him as Uncle Joe. Yin Yihua introduced him. This is attorney Joe Guofa. He's someone we can trust implicitly. Good to meet you, Uncle Joe. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. We're practically family. Skip the pleasantries. The second Joe Guofa took a seat. His tone shifted. I need every single gritty detail if I'm going to dismantle these upcoming charges. Did you dial Chen Xiaoji on the night of the collision? I gave a slow nod. Yeah, I told him the victim's location. I just wanted him to rough the guy up a bit. Suddenly, Uncle Joe raised a palm to kill my momentum. On the night in question, did you contact Chen Xiaoji? Exactly what was communicated. Do you understand how you need to respond now? It clicked instantly. Wait, did second uncle actually hit him? Did you witness the impact with your own eyes? He interrogated further. I shook my head. You saw nothing. And no one ever whispered a word of it to you either. What concrete proof exists that his presence on site translates to criminal involvement? In reality, you have no clue where Xiaoji was that night, right? The two of you never crossed paths, did you? Chen Fan, baseless accusations are worthless in court. Yin Yihua interjected from the sidelines. Uncle Joe has been in the legal trenches for over 2 decades. His track record is a staggering 99% win rate. With him leading the defense, Xiaoji is safe. You just need to maintain your composure. I nodded fervently. I follow you. I know what stays off the record and what gets said. Halfway through our tense dinner, the police came knocking on the door. No doubt about it, this was regarding second uncle. During the interrogation session, the officer was stone cold serious. I shouldn't have to say it. But you're fully aware of why you're in this seat, right? Leniency is for those who spill their guts. But we're merciless to those who play games. Your partner's already saying, so you better choose your words wisely. I've already disclosed everything necessary in the previous sessions. I have absolutely nothing more to contribute. Don't be a stubborn fool. I haven't committed any crime, so I have no need for your leniency. I kept Uncle Joe's legal coaching etched into my brain. The police couldn't squeeze a single drop of info out of me, finally letting me go with a warning to keep my line open. The sky was a pitch black void by the time I walked out. My chest was tightening with sheer, unadulterated anxiety. If both Chen Xiaoji and I end up behind bars, who's going to fund my father's life-saving dialysis? The crushing weight on my shoulders was becoming suffocating. The following day, Li Jiahao, who had been MIA for 48 hours, suddenly materialized right in front of me. He hit the floor with a heavy thud, sobbing while begging for a chance to explain. I hoisted him up. I know you're a ride-or-die guy, and this mess isn't really on your head, so don't let it eat you alive. Chen Fan, please, you have to forgive my sister. She was just paralyzed with fear for my safety, convinced that second brother would drag me into the gutter. He was a pathetic wreck of tears and snot. But I never imagined she'd be so heartless. She literally kept me under house arrest for 2 days. I just had a massive blowout with her, so please let me stick with you. I'm ready to roll with you from now on. I can't stand the thought of going back to that house. Just do me this one solid. I gave his shoulder a firm pat, asking him to bridge the gap and set up a meeting with Li Xia to settle the score. Inside the tension-filled space of Li Jiahao's living room, Li Xia was already sitting there poised. A fruit platter and steaming coffee sat untouched on the table. Chen Fan, just take a seat and relax, Li Jiahao muttered. I sat directly across from Li Xia, locking eyes with her without uttering a single word. Her face was a mask of deep-seated remorse. I'm truly sorry, Jiahao already laid out the full origin story, and gave me the play-by-play of everything that went down. I had no idea that was the truth behind it. Duan Wentao is the son of Katie's most powerful shareholder. Both of us were fighting over the same girl, Xiaoqing. Li Jiahao interjected from the sidelines. That's exactly why I dragged you to the bar to jump him last time. His old man started threatening my sister, claiming if I kept acting out, he'd pull all of his support from her. After that, he got more arrogant by the day, stealing Xiaoqing away right in front of me, and even bringing a mob to force me onto my knees. It was second brother who stepped up and shielded me. I'm in his debt more than I can ever repay. Drop it. Now isn't the time for empty apologies. I let out a soft, heavy sigh, while turning my gaze toward Li Xia. The situation has already spiraled past the point of no return. A real name criminal report is a death sentence. Chen Xiaoji was already the prime suspect in their eyes. If they pinned this on him, it's straight up intentional homicide and a felony hit and run. As I spoke, a wave of pure bitterness flooded my soul. Li Xia's expression remained dark and gloomy. As she whispered with haunting regret, "I'm so sorry." I sparked a cigarette and pressed on, "A life for a life." He's looking at the death penalty, or at best, a suspended execution and life behind bars. His life is effectively over, and there's no way I'm walking away clean either. I'm not terrified of a prison cell, but I'm already juggling too many burdens I can't abandon. My father is in total kidney failure. He requires dialysis at least 3 times every week. My mother is just a laid-off laborer, selling roasted sweet potatoes just to keep a roof over their heads. I hit the streets of Kunming to work right after high school, breaking my back hauling bricks and cement, grinding through endless takeout deliveries, starving myself just so I could send every cent back home. Chen Xiaoji doesn't share a drop of blood with my family, yet every dime he earned went straight to my father's medical bills. Soon both of us might be rotting in a cage. The cigarette smoldered down, each ash feeling like a drop of blood from my heart. I took a punishing drag, struggling to choke back the tears. I didn't come here today to point fingers or start a fight with you. I realize you only did it to protect Jihao. I'm here to beg you if I get hauled off to prison. Could you find it in your heart to look after my parents? Just a few thousand yuan a month is all they need to survive, so my old man can keep receiving his dialysis. I realize I'm asking for the world here, but I'm terrified that if I don't speak up now, I'll lose the chance forever. The second I'm a free man, I'll pay back every single cent I owe you. This is the only favor I'll ever ask. Please." As the words left me, my legs gave out and I prepared to kneel. Li Jiahao lunged across the room, hitting the floor first to catch me in a desperate embrace. Wrenching through tears, he choked out, "Chen Fan, don't you worry. No matter how grim things get, I will never ever betray the trust you've placed in me. Your father's health is now my top priority. Even if I have to swear off smoking, drinking, and the club scene, I'll personally guarantee he has the funds for every treatment. I have the final say on this, and I mean it, from this moment forward. Your parents are my parents. You're my brother for life through thick and thin." When Li Xia finally rose from the sofa to make her exit, her eyes were bloodshot and brimming with moisture. Despite her cold attempt to mask her emotions, I saw the truth. I chose to put my faith in Li Jiahao's vow. A few thousand yuan is pocket change to a guy like him. That very same night, he insisted that I take him to my hometown to introduce him, reasoning that the cops might kick down my door any minute. I figured it was now or never. So I piloted the car through the dead of night, heading straight for my parents' doorstep. Li Jiahao and I tore down the highway toward home in Li Xia's white Range Rover. The SUV was a high-end gift from the father of the Katie shareholder Duan Wentao. The old man wanted to marry his son off to Li Xia just to pull her massive share of the company into the Duan family's grasp. Jiahao spilled a lot of family secrets on It turns out he and Li Xia only inherited paper shares in Katie. Their grandfather had signed over all the prime real estate and liquid savings to their uncle Li Quanming's side of the family. They were actually hurting for actual cash flow. Li Xia, however, is a financial genius, playing the stock market with the secret allowance grandpa funneled her. That brilliance is exactly why the old man handed the chairman's throne over to her instead of anyone else. After grinding behind the wheel for 4 grueling hours, we finally rolled into the small town at 1 a.m. I pulled over at a local hotel to check in for the night. Li Jiahao couldn't fathom why we weren't heading straight to the house. My dad is usually out cold by this time, and my mom is exhausted from the stall and nursing him all day. I couldn't live with myself if I robbed them of a peaceful night's rest. I didn't catch a wink of sleep that night, agonizing over how to break the news of the upcoming storm to my parents. At the crack of dawn the following morning, we stocked up on apples, a fresh watermelon, and a few pounds of premium ground pork. My mom was at her usual corner peddling roasted sweet potatoes. Catching sight of me returning so out of the blue, and especially in such a luxury ride, She scrambled over frantically asking what brought me back so suddenly. Before I could get a word out, Li Jiahao stepped up and greeted her with a warm "Mom." He turned to me beaming, "This is our mom, right?" My mother stood there, absolutely floored. I stepped in to explain, "This is my sworn brother Li Jiahao. Just think of him as another son." "Mom, I'm home to see you. Is Dad inside?" Li Jiahao's greeting was so earnest, it left my mom completely dazed. I started pushing the cart. "We're shutting down the stall for today. We're craving your homemade wontons for lunch." I even bought the pork filling myself. Once we got inside, my father was also radiating pure joy. Li Jiahao showered them with Dad and Mom repeatedly. His silver-tongued charm was off the charts. I gently informed my parents that he was an orphan, with only his sister to lean on in this world. My parents' hearts immediately went out to him, insisting that he bring his sister over for the holidays next time. Li Jiahao didn't behave like a guest at all, bolting to the sink to tackle the dishes the moment we finished. He joked that as a son he had to put in work when he visited. "I finally have a mom again. I've got to make every second count." That afternoon, I retreated to my bedroom to decompress. It was a cramped space barely hitting 8 square meters. I used to bunk in here with Chen Shaoji. A yellowed, young and dangerous poster was still plastered on the wall. He was Chen Shaoji's absolute idol back in the day. Li Jiahao scanned the room with intense fascination. "Now this is a legendary idol. I'm definitely following in second brother's footsteps from here on out." He snatched the nunchucks hanging from the wall. "This grip feels incredible. You can see the years of wear and tear on these. Did you train with these? They actually belong to second uncle. They're yours if you want them." I recalled how, during his training days, he ended up with more than a few knots on his skull. But once during a real brawl, he unleashed those nunchucks, and a mob of nearly 20 guys couldn't even touch him. Absolute legend. I've got to get him to train me back in Kunming. Later that afternoon, we hit the market and hauled back piles of fruit, fresh greens, and various cuts of meat, completely stuffing the refrigerator to the brim. I couldn't shake the grim sensation that I was settling my final affairs. Over dinner that evening, my father looked me in the eye. "Did you boys mess up back in Kunming? Stop trying to shoulder the entire world alone. Just vent, you'll feel a hell of a lot better once it's out." "You're overthinking it." I lied through my teeth. "Business is booming. We've just been grinding on a massive project lately." I brought Jiahao along this time to officially introduce him. "I'm not sure when my next visit will be, so in the future, let him check in on you in my place." My dad let out a heavy sigh. "Being a useless cripple all these years, I honestly should have checked out a long time ago, instead of being a millstone around your necks." My mom snapped at him instantly. "Don't you dare say you're a burden. Just focus on living. This family would fall apart without you." That night, Li Jiahao and I crammed onto a single narrow mattress. This was the exact spot where Chen Shaoji and I used to squeeze in. The lack of space was practically muscle memory for me. He tossed and turned clearly restless for the first few hours. But eventually, exhaustion won and he drifted off. At the crack of dawn the next day, the Municipal Public Security Bureau rang, ordering me to report in. I informed them I was currently back in my hometown. The voice on the other end turned sharp and suspicious. "Are you planning to skip town to dodge your crimes?" "No, I'll be at the station before 2 p.m. sharp." I blurted out, the promise heart hammering. The officer finally relented and cut the line. The knot of nerves in my stomach was tightening by the second. Before making the trek back to Kunming, I stopped at the small town's local train station. I picked up an untraceable anonymous SIM card and slotted it directly into Li Jiahao's phone. Once we were on the road, I reached out to Yin Yihua. "Chen Fan, are you holding up okay?" She sounded breathless the second she answered. "I hauled it back home the other night to handle some family business. I feel like my time with my parents is running out," I admitted with a sigh. This morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau summoned me for 2 p.m. to cooperate with their investigation. What's the latest on Chen Shaoji's situation? The police have him dead to rights. They've locked onto him. He let the wrong details slip during his interrogation. Yin Yihua's voice dropped to a somber whisper. My heart did a violent somersault. What exactly did he screw up? Is it that critical? What the hell am I supposed to say? During my interrogation this afternoon, at first he flatly denied ever leaving the fitness club, but the surveillance footage caught his exit time red-handed. Then he pivoted, claiming he had a total blackout of his whereabouts. She let out a heavy ragged sigh. The police traced his cell phone's digital breadcrumbs and have already branded him as the prime suspect. They're just hunting for that one piece of silver bullet evidence. What do? I'm completely spiraling out of control. I'm going in. I'll turn myself in. This entire nightmare started because of me. Don't you dare do anything reckless. Yin Yihua sounded absolutely desperate. Shaoji and I managed to speak once. Listen to me, you are his only shot at freedom. He swore I must shield you at any cost. He said you're the only hope this family has left, and your parents are leaning entirely on you. Right now, the cops are bluffing. They don't have enough to convict. I'm pulling every string I have to bail him out. The tears were streaming down my face, unstoppable. I choked out, Sister Hua, I hear you. I'll follow your lead. That's it, stay calm, stop crying. Have a little faith, Xiaoji is going to make it. The moment the call disconnected, I buried my face in my trembling hand and broke down. Li Jiahao had eavesdropped on every devastating word. He silently shoved a box of tissues toward me, muttering endless apologies while chain-smoking. I only prayed he'd actually step up for my parents. Once the hammer finally drops on me and Chen Xiaoji. As the skyline of Kunming loomed closer, a sickening intuition told me something was still off. After wrestling with the urge over and over, I finally punched in Chimu's number. So you finally remembered I exist. I figured you'd wait until the dust finally settled, before even thinking about thanking me for those files. Chimu's playful smirk-filled voice echoed from the receiver. I can't deal with the small talk right now. I fought to suppress the tidal wave of grief and panic. Chimu, I'm drowning here, I'm completely lost. Tell me, can I trust you with my life? Without a single doubt. Chimu's voice instantly lost its light-hearted edge, shifting into a tone of absolute chilling gravity. Based solely on the pure selfless heart you and Lin Yifei showed for Nunu back then, yes. I consider you a brother in arms. Your trust in me is well placed. I inhaled a jagged, trembling breath, finally unleashing the question that had been crushing my soul. Honestly, you've probably already deduced that I'm knee-deep in that hit-and-run case. Haven't you? The line dropped into a chilling silence for a heartbeat. Chen Fan, the law only deals in cold objective evidence, not baseless subjective theories. Until every detail is formally verified, stop acting as your own judge and jury. And for God's sake, quit psyching yourself out. Chen Xiaoji has already been bagged. I fought to steady my spiraling mind before continuing. The authorities have pinned him as their primary target. He was physically present at the scene that night. Someone snitched on him, and he's already in handcuffs. The Public Security Bureau just served me a summons to report by 2 p.m. to cooperate with their interrogation. I'm hauling it there right now, but I'm completely drowning, with absolutely no clue how to survive this. Control your panic. Listen to me. Chimu's voice was a rock steady and commanding, instantly soothing my frazzled nerves. First, during the critical window of the crime. You were physically in my vehicle the entire duration. There is seamless dashcam footage and street-level surveillance along the route to back it up. That is an ironclad, unbreakable alibi. I will personally present the investigative task force with a formal legal statement, backed by every shred of supporting data. Second, about those calls to Chen Xiaoji regarding the trip to the North City District. I was an eyewitness to that entire exchange. I will testify to the absolute truth of those conversations. The police are bound strictly to the facts and the uncompromising yardstick of the law. Without a flawless, airtight chain of evidence, they can't just convict someone on a suspicious hunch. I'll head to the precinct this afternoon to handle the coordination. How much time until you pull up? I shot a frantic look at my watch. I should be making my entrance in about an hour. Walk in there like you have nothing to hide. Stick to the raw facts throughout the entire interrogation. Don't let that mental baggage weigh you down. I'll be right behind you the second I wrap this up. Kimu's voice resonated with absolute unwavering confidence. Lose the fear, just put your faith in me. I'll see you in a bit. Could I actually make it out of this nightmare unscathed? I'm terrified that the moment I step inside, they'll lock me down, and I'll never see the light of day again. That is not going to happen. Kimu countered with bone-chilling resolve. Cooperating with an inquiry is simply a legal obligation. You have an ironclad, verifiable alibi. As long as you stick to the facts, the scenario you're dreading won't manifest, so stop spiraling. I'm practically on my way. Catch you in a bit. As his voice finally faded into silence, I cut the connection with Chimu. I sparked a cigarette with trembling fingers. Li Jiahao, eyes glued to the road, suddenly muttered, Chen Fan, do you despise my sister for what she did? I was momentarily paralyzed by the question. Just as I opened my mouth to dismiss the idea, he interjected, honestly, even I hate her right now. I'm itching to give her a taste of her own medicine. But at the end of the day, she's my flesh and blood. She's sacrificed everything to raise me. I know apologies are cheap right now, but I swear on my life, I'll protect our parents. I know. I looked him dead in the eye and nodded. Enough with the formalities. I'm entrusting my parents' lives to you. As for the grudge, let it die with the past. If you don't want the world to know your sins, don't commit them. Even without her snitching, the truth would have surfaced. Li Jiahao fell into a heavy silence. Back in the concrete jungle of Kunming, returning to the city that started it all. We ditched lunch and drove straight to the bureau. He insisted on pulling a stakeout at the entrance for me. I told him to clear out and head back first, not having the heart to tell him I might be leaving in a van, not a car. This interrogation was a completely different beast. 2 blinding light boxes were angled at 45 degrees on either side. 4 officers loomed in the sterile room. 2 were designated for the verbal assault. 1 was documenting every flinch with a DV camera, and another was typing away recording my every word. I took my seat under the suffocating pressure, given the hell I'd already been through. I was surprisingly composed as the heat turned up. They hammered me relentlessly about my location during the crime, the specific details of my frantic calls to Chen Xiaoji, and whether he was aware of the blood feud between me and Zhu Delong. I stuck to Chimu's script carefully, refining the narrative. I was merely having a casual chat with Chen Xiaoji. He simply asked me what I was craving for dinner. I offhandedly mentioned heading to the North District Food City to grab a quick bite with a close friend. The interrogation reached its grim conclusion. The officer stated coldly, "Based on our current leads, you are undeniably linked to this criminal case. We are moving forward with a formal criminal detention, so do not attempt to resist." Hearing the verdict, I let out a bitter, hollow laugh. I had already braced myself for this exact outcome. Just as the officer reached for the detention warrant to lock me into those heavy, cold restraints, a sharp, authoritative knock echoed through the room. Director Key of the Provincial Supervision Team, clad in his formal high-ranking police uniform, strode inside, flanked by an elite entourage. Kimo was right there in the mix, and as he brushed past me, he shot me a subtle, reassuring glance. Every officer in the room snapped to attention and saluted, delivering their reports with rigid military precision. Director Key's piercing gaze scanned the entire room. His voice was booming and stern. "We have arrived to specifically oversee the Chen Xiaoji investigation and all related legal proceedings. Our focus is strictly on verifying the evidence chain and ensuring total accountability for all parties. Regarding the interrogation of Chen Fan, what is the foundation of your core evidence?" The case files were presented. The officers scrambled to detail their active leads and the current status of the investigation, desperately justifying the grounds for my detention. Once the briefing was complete, Kimu stepped forward with absolute confidence, addressing both the supervision and investigation units. He presented a meticulously sealed set of evidence files, reporting to my esteemed colleagues on the team. I served as the primary investigator for this lead. Contained here is Chen Fan's exact movement history, backed by ironclad alibi evidence, including unedited dashcam footage, time-stamped road checkpoint surveillance, and fully synchronized call logs. Every shred of this data was secured via legal protocol. I have already cleared Chen Fan as a primary suspect. I previously handed this evidence to the active task force. Kimo's delivery was sharp, cold, and professional, maintaining a perfect balance of authority and respect. The moment the officers double-checked the evidence, they realized they had made a colossal oversight. They pivoted instantly, addressing me with newfound respect. "Mr. Chen, please accept our sincerest apologies. Due to an insufficient verification of the facts on our end, we've caused you an inexcusable amount of trouble. You are officially cleared of all preliminary suspicion. We truly appreciate your patience and cooperation." The second the interrogation wrapped and we cleared the room, Kimu instantly reverted to her usual playful self. She flashed a smirk and grabbed my arm. "So, I didn't give you too big of a heart attack, did I? Actually, let me do the honors and introduce you. This is my father. He also happens to be the head of this entire supervision task force. Director Key, more like my mischievous daughter, always blurring the lines between business and pleasure." Director Key offered a helpless smile and turned to me. "Xiao Chen, I'm truly sorry for the ordeal you just endured. Rest assured, we follow the cold facts, not personal ties. We will never allow an innocent soul to be slandered." Kimu playfully stuck out her tongue at him. She nudged my arm. "Why are you just standing there, dazed? Hurry up and greet my old man properly. It's an honor, Uncle Key, though meeting for the first time in a place like this is a bit awkward." I blurted out, "But it's perfectly fine, really." Director Key let out a booming laugh. "Go on, head home with Mumu for now. Your aunt has already started on dinner. We're going to have a real heart-to-heart tonight." It became painfully obvious. Director Key genuinely believed I was Chimu's boyfriend. The moment we were shielded by the privacy of Chimu's car, she began to vent. "You heartless jerk. You gave me your word you'd play the part of my boyfriend. So why did you kill your phone and go ghost on me?" "I wasn't dodging you. I swear I'll make good on my promise." I defended myself, adding, "Your dad isn't even that intimidating. That's only the mask he wears for the public." Kima snorted. "You better stay on your toes tonight. He has 1,000 ways to make your life a living hell. But here's a pro tip as long as you win my mom over. My dad won't dare to lose his temper with you. And how exactly am I supposed to charm your mother? I'm broke. I can't even afford a gift over $200. I asked while nervously scratching the back of my head. Kimu rolled her eyes at my denseness. "My family doesn't want gifts. There is only one surefire way to make my mom love you. And that's by treating me like a literal queen in front of her. I shouldn't have to school you on the basics, right?" Traffic was an absolute nightmare the entire way. It was already 4:30 p.m. by the time we hit Chimu's luxury complex. My heart was pounding against my ribs with pure nerves. But what's coming is coming, and there's no running now. Kimu's place was a high-end direct access elevator apartment. Inside the lift, she clocked my obvious anxiety. She hooked her arm into mine and smirked, "Chill out. Even if this is a total scam, you better sell it. Whatever moves you pulled on your exes, unleash them all on me today. I need your acting at a god tier level." Despite her words, I was still an absolute emotional wreck. Kima just rolled her eyes at my lack of composure. The moment we stepped in, a middle-aged woman was tidying the lounge. "Mom," she announced, before gesturing toward me, Chen Fan. "Meet my mother." I scrambled to pay my respects. "It's a pleasure, Auntie." Kimu's mom was radiating an incredibly welcoming vibe. She grabbed some slippers. "I've been nagging Mumu to bring you by for ages. This girl just kept coming up with lame excuses, hiding your relationship like it was some top-secret file. I only held off because I thought I could do better than him." Kima teased while sliding into her adorable house shoes. "Will you behave yourself?" Kimu's mom playfully scolded, "If you even manage to get hitched, I'll be offering prayers of thanks to the heavens. Stop being so selective. I think Chen Fan is quite the catch." She turned to me warmly. "Chen Fan, please get comfortable. Auntie is going to prep some fresh fruit for you. Auntie, please don't go to any trouble on my account. I'm not much of a fruit person anyway." "Well, I am," Chimu chirped, playing the part of the spoiled princess. "I'm craving those specific apples from last night." "Just you wait," her mom laughed, heading for the kitchen. Suddenly, the living room felt way too quiet with just the two of us. "Just park yourself here for a minute. I'm going to go swap into something more comfortable," she signaled. I leaned in, whispering deviously, since we're supposedly involved. "Aren't you going to invite me in for the show?" Kiamu hit me with a legendary soul-piercing eye roll. My gaze drifted to a treadmill tucked away in the corner, right next to some dumbbells and a heavy punching bag. I could vividly picture her in skin-tight athletic gear, rocking those boxing gloves, vibrant, dangerously sexy, and dripping with power. A few minutes ticked by, and Chimu emerged in her casual home attire. Her mother also approached, balancing a platter of fresh fruit. Kimiya snatched an apple and shoved it toward me to peel. "I've truly raised a spoiled brat, haven't I?" Kimu's mother sighed with a mock frown, though her voice was dripping with pure affection. I flashed a smile, taking the fruit and the paring knife, and began carefully carving away the skin. Her mother kept the conversation flowing, mostly venting about how much of a handful Chimu could be, and pleading with me to be patient with her fiery temper. Strangely, she didn't grill me about my degrees, nor did she pry into my career or family tree. Kima would occasionally fire back with a snarky retort, but her mother just tuned her out completely. I sliced the peeled apple into neat bite-sized pieces. Kima was perched cross-legged on the sofa, deep into a match of Honor of Kings. "Open up," she commanded, gesturing for me to play the part of a server. While I played along and fed her, I offered the remaining half to her mother. "Auntie, please have some as well." "Oh, I've already had my fill this afternoon." She declined with a gracious wave. "See, Mumu is pampered beyond belief." She turned to her daughter. "Put that phone away. This is Chen Fan's first official visit, so actually pay attention to your guest. I'm heading downstairs to grab a few more ingredients. Chen Fan is staying for the full dinner spread tonight." Before I could even voice a polite response, Kima let out an enthusiastic shout. "Chen Fan is dying for some braised fish. I suspect you're the one with the craving." "You little glutton," her mother chuckled warmly. Kimu laughed it off. "Chen Fan, just relax for a second. I'm making a run to the supermarket to fetch the fish. I'll be back in a flash." "Hold on, let me accompany you." Kimu dropped her phone and stood. "Why are you even coming? You'll just be in the way." Her mother snapped back, "I'm coming regardless." Feeling useless otherwise, I followed along to play the role of the driver. By the time we returned, Director Chi had officially clocked out. Facing him again, my fight or flight instincts kicked in, likely due to the heavy guilt I still felt over Chen Xiaoji. He didn't interrogate me about my background, income, or family history. Instead, he simply asked if I knew my way around a chessboard. I wouldn't call myself a grandmaster by any means, but I play a very deliberate game, meticulously analyzing every possible move on the board. He kept nodding. "Take your time, son. No need to rush." A single high-stakes round of chess dragged on for nearly an hour. The board was locked in a stalemate when Chimu's mom finally called us for dinner. During the feast, Director Chi inquired if I indulged in alcohol. I politely declined the offer, choosing to sip juice alongside Chimu instead. I played the doting partner to a T, constantly serving food to Chimu, and putting on a masterclass performance to look the part. Post-dinner, Chimu suggested taking a stroll together, but I made a graceful exit early. That game of chess remained an unresolved battlefield. The moment the elevator doors hissed shut, I exhaled a massive breath of relief. "Miss, we've cleared the premises. Surely you can let go of my arm now, right?" Kimu flashed a wicked mischievous grin. "Mad respect for that. You're a straight-up pro-level actor. Seriously, thanks a million? I'm pretty sure your folks clocked that I'm a total fraud. Why else wouldn't they pry into my career salary or bloodline? Not a chance. You were flawlessly convincing." She replied with an air of nonchalance. "My parents are obsessed with finding me a partner in the police force, so they couldn't care less about your current gig. If we actually made this thing official, they'd just pull some strings and land you a prestigious job. For a split second, that proposition actually sounded tempting. Having a director of public security as a father-in-law would be a total cheat code, but it was nothing more than a fleeting moment of self-indulgence. Chimu dropped me off at the Guandu Ancient Town parking lot, then spun the car around and headed home. The next morning, Chimu showed up at my doorstep with burgers and fried chicken. She'd cooked up a new strategy regarding second uncle's predicament. Keeping a suspect in perpetual detention without a shred of evidence is a blatant violation of protocol. She urged me to weaponize internet public opinion to put pressure on the case. The problem was I didn't have a single contact in the media world. The only person I could think of who might have a lead was Li Jiahao. The second he picked up the phone, he roared in pure shock, "Chen Fan, you're actually free? Are you tied shut up with something right now? I've got something major to discuss with you. I'm totally swamped, I'm pinned down and can't budge." "What's the holdup? I'm currently at the operating theater." He paused. "Our old man is under the knife as we speak." "It's almost finished. Dad's in surgery." My brain went completely numb. What happened to my father? What kind of surgery are we talking about? "Hey, I said our dad." Li Jiahao corrected with a grin. "He's undergoing a kidney transplant. If this takes, he can finally kiss those weekly dialysis sessions goodbye. A full transplant is his only shot at a real life." I could hardly believe what I was hearing. No kidding. He was practically glowing with pride. I haven't been slacking this week, scouring the list for donors and pulling strings at hospitals. I managed to find a perfect match in just 3 days, handled the negotiations, brought in the specialist to double-check everything, and rushed our old man straight to Shanghai for the operation. Talk about peak efficiency, huh? You definitely owe me a massive round of drinks later. Jiahao, tell me you aren't messing with me right now. Is this the kind of thing I'd ever joke about? My parents and I are physically in Shanghai at this moment. I fed them a story about how you've been buried in work lately, and told them you'd head over once the surgery was wrapped up. A full kidney transplant. Between the procedure and the donor, that's at least 400 or 500,000. Forget about the money. It's handled. Our dad is going to be back on his feet and healthy in no time. We're heading back to Kunming for his recovery next week. Once we're clear of any organ rejection, he'll be discharged. He paused for a heartbeat. Mom just stepped out of the restroom. I'm handing the phone over to her. A second later, my mother's voice crackled through, "Chen Fan. Is that really you? Jiahao flew us all the way to Shanghai for a transplant. Why on earth didn't you mention this to me?" My mom sounded absolutely floored. "Jiahao claimed you were in the loop, so what's the real story?" "It's okay, Ma. Just stay by Dad's side until he's out of surgery. I'll catch the first flight out to join you tomorrow." "Don't you dare. Plane tickets are a fortune. And the cost of staying in this city is highway robbery. I've got your father's care under control. You stay right where you are. Besides, these long-distance minutes are draining the bill. Do you have anything else to say to Jiahao?" "Here he is," she said, passing the phone back to Li Jiahao. He asked with a triumphant chuckle, "Well, I didn't lead you on, did I?" I exhaled a long, shaky breath. "Brother. Thank you. I've carved this debt into my heart. From this day on, if you need anything, I won't hesitate for a second. Haha, spare me the loyal servant routine." He abruptly shifted gears. "How about you just become my brother-in-law?" To be honest, tracking down the donor and the medical team, that was all my sister's doing. She spearheaded the entire thing. I'm really just here to keep our parents company during the op. If you want to show real gratitude, do it to her face and give my idea some thought. My sister is an absolute bombshell. You'd basically be winning the lottery by becoming my brother-in-law. I knew Li Jiahao was just playing around with that brother-in-law talk. But orchestrating something as monumental as a kidney transplant for my old man? There was zero chance he managed that level of logistics solo. It was almost certainly Licia who pulled the strings behind the scenes. She's the definition of dependable, and light years more sophisticated than Li Jiahao. As I lowered the phone, I wrestled with the thought of how to properly repay Licia. Kim Yu snatched up the final chicken wing, judging by that call. Your father is actually under the knife, and Licia is the one who made it happen. She's likely just trying to drown out her own guilt. Kimi flashed a subtle smirk. If she hadn't snitched to the authorities, the cops would still be clueless about Chen Xiaoji. Think of this as her way of buying back her conscience. Even if that were the case, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude toward her. When I reached for a burger, I realized the family bucket was nothing but crumbs and side dishes. Kimu had single-handedly demolished every wing and drumstick. She caught me staring at the empty bucket and let out a guilty giggle. My bad. I completely skipped lunch today. I totally forgot I actually bought this meal for you. There's something about her quirky, unpredictable nature that's actually charming. Kimu hung around for over 2 hours before she finally made her exit. My heart was a chaotic storm of conflicting emotions. No matter what Licia's true motives were, I was determined to honor this massive favor. I picked up the phone to apologize a dozen times, but my courage failed me every single time. The memory of her branding me a bad influence on Li Jiahao was still burned into my brain with agonizing clarity. Even later, when our paths crossed at her place, she remained cold and distant. She had vanished into her bedroom the second my request was aired. There was still a massive wall standing between us. After agonizing over it for the entire night, I finally resolved to go to the Katy Hotel to track down Li Xia. I needed to look her in the eye and thank her myself. The moment I hit the executive floor, I collided with a frantic Liu Jun. "What on earth are you doing here? Are you here for me or looking for President Li?" "Both. I need to thank Li Xia and then drag you out for some drinks. I desperately need to vent this suffocating frustration. If I were you, I'd hold off on seeing President Li for a minute." Liu Jun's voice dropped to a tense whisper. She's in serious trouble. There was an emergency board meeting this morning, followed by a massive staff-wide assembly this afternoon. The rumor mill says she's being demoted for siphoning corporate funds. Li Quanming is pouncing on this chance to usurp the chairman's seat. Liu Jun scanned our surroundings. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's head to the Starbucks on the third floor to regroup. I need to get to Li Xia immediately. We'll talk later." Liu Jun grabbed my arm. "Duan Jingnan is currently in her office. That's Duan Wentao's old man. There is zero chance you're getting an audience with her right now." I had no choice but to retreat with Liu Jun to Starbucks, where we hunkered down in a secluded corner. Today's hostile board meeting was deliberately orchestrated by Li Quanming. Liu Jun's voice dropped to a tense whisper. CFO Dang Jin officially blew the whistle on Li Xia for embezzling a cool 800,000 from the company last week. Li Quanming leveraged the scandal to strip her of all executive power. Now, any expenditure surpassing 500,000 requires a full vote from the board of directors. Her demotion is essentially set in stone. However, one major shareholder granted her a 3-day window to justify the paper trail and potentially reverse the verdict, monitoring every cent over 500,000. Doesn't that turn the chairman into a glorified figurehead? I scratched my head. She's basically been neutered. Liu Jun took a bitter sip of coffee. The internal power struggle is brutal. Dang Jin is a total puppet for Li Quanming, and several key shareholders are already falling in line. But Li Xia still has some heavy hitters in her corner. During this afternoon's general meeting, it was made crystal clear to the entire staff that every single expense requires a receipt and an executive signature. As we were speaking, Dang Jin himself strolled into the shop and sat right across from me, placing a high-stakes call. "Mr. Ming, stop worrying. I've intercepted Li Xia's internal emails. I have the exact records of her personal bank transfers. That 800,000 was definitely moved out." He sneered. "There is no way she can dodge this bullet. It's been over a week since the transfer, and there isn't a single receipt or return slip to back it up. Since I made the move to report her, I've burned every bridge behind her. Mr. Lin, you better remember who helped you." He paused listening. Then he continued, crystal clear. "I'm sitting on the spending logs of every single department head. If we start digging into the dirt, nobody comes out of this clean. So let's just sit back and watch the show. I've already cooked the books to perfection. If you need dirt on anyone's finances, I can leak it to you at a moment's notice." With a smug look, Dang Jin terminated the call. I leaned in and whispered to Liu Jun, "Is this guy seriously trying to blackmail the entire staff?" Liu Jun gave a grim knowing nod. He signaled me to keep quiet. The corruption in this firm runs bone deep. Li Quanming and his ruthless cronies are hell-bent on orchestrating Li Xia's total downfall. The smoking gun regarding that 800,000 is clutched firmly in Dang Jin's grasp. She left a massive opening and they've wasted no time exploiting it. We only dared to slip back onto the Dekai executive floor once Dang Jin had vanished. Liu Jun retreated to his desk to keep up appearances. I approached the entrance to Li Xia's office and pressed the buzzer. It was her personal assistant who swung the door open. Liu Xiaoru's expression was cold and hostile. "What do you think you're doing back here?" "Who's at the door?" Li Xia's weary voice drifted from within. "It's that manager Chen, the one who got the boot after just 3 days." Liu Xiaoru shot me a final glare. "Let him in. We need to speak in private." Li Xia set a glass of water down in front of me. She offered a faint smile. "Honestly, I owed you an apology a long time ago. Jiahao finally came clean about why that brawl started. I'm truly haunted by what I did. If the man you had pulverized hadn't been Duan Wentao, I might not have snapped and sold out Chen Xiaoji to the cops. I am deeply sorry, and thank you." I locked eyes with her. "I didn't come here for an apology, I came to thank you. If it weren't for your intervention, my father would never have seen the 400,000 needed for that kidney transplant. I despise being in anyone's debt, but the reality is I don't have a cent to repay you right now." I faltered for a second. If I were talking to Chimu, I would have probably cracked a joke like, "Would you accept my body as collateral for the debt?" But such a line would be a complete disaster with someone like her. Why the sudden silence? She pushed for an answer and I felt the heat rising in my face. I wanted to tell her to call me if she ever needed backup, but considering my own pathetic lack of influence, making such a promise felt hollow and fake. So I just doubled down on my gratitude? Licia chuckled softly and replied, I suppose this is where I say something polite in return. Hearing you give your word is more than enough for me. Isn't that the kind of empty talk people use over drinks? I let out a heavy sigh. Please stop mocking me. I'm fully aware that funding my father's transplant was largely a move to silence your own guilty conscience. She shot me a piercing fiery glare. You truly are a heartless bastard. Fine, believe whatever twisted narrative you want. You're desperate to pay me back and clear your conscience right. Then march downstairs right now and fetch me a vanilla cornetto. The moment you hand it over, our debt is settled forever. I was stunned. Is clearing a debt like this really that simple? What else would you prefer? She teased with a smirk. Should I drag you back to Dikai as security manager? That subject was far too heavy for comfort. I took the easy way out and headed downstairs for the ice cream. When I returned to the office with the cornetto in hand, Licia was draped over her mahogany desk, resting her chin on her palm while staring blankly into space. I slid the cold treat across to her. There it is, pure vanilla. She slowly lifted her heavy eyelids, delicately unraveling the crinkling wrapper. She darted out her pink tongue for a soft lick, a look of pure bliss washing over her face. I watched her for a second. Satisfied now? Beyond satisfied. A cornetto is my ultimate guilty pleasure. She squinted her eyes in delight. So Chen Fan, what was your go-to snack as a kid? I shook my head slowly. Childhood treats are a foreign concept to me. If I had to pick, it'd be those cheap 50-cent spicy strips. I'd devour them until my fingers were glistening with oil. Back then, second uncle used to hijack other kids' snacks for me. That was the only way we ever got a taste of anything. Lucia's expression turned into one of sheer bewilderment. She couldn't fathom a world where boys had to pillage snacks to survive. Once the last of the ice cream vanished, Licia pivoted sharply. Chen Fan, are you free this afternoon? Depends. Why? Because I'm dragging you to Moon Bay. I didn't realize until it was far too late. Moon Bay's main claim to fame was its terrifying bungee jump. Had I known, I wouldn't have stepped foot there for $1,000,000. I've been paralyzed by a fear of heights since I was a toddler. Staring down into the abyss from 100 meters up made my world spin and my stomach churned. Licia finished tightening her harness and glanced my way. Don't you want to feel the raw power of the wind screaming past you? It's the only way to truly erase the noise in your head. It feels like a rebirth. You're absolutely insane. I checked the gear nervously. What if there's a mechanical failure? Then your mind goes blank permanently. The corners of her lips twitched into a cryptic smile. She said with chilling indifference, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Honestly, just existing is becoming exhausting. Going out in a blaze of glory wouldn't be the worst way to go. She whispered, spreading her arms wide as she plunged into the void. I white-knuckled the railing, staring down into the abyss. Her silhouette shrank rapidly until she was a mere speck. Hey kid, you want to take the leap? It's the ultimate adrenaline spike, the staffer prompted. A lot of folks use bungee jumping to flirt with the sensation of their final moments. If you can face death, what else is there to be terrified of? He leaned in. The lady who just dived is a regular here. Usually she's a lone wolf. I was actually pretty stunned to see her drag a partner along today. Is she here because she actually has a death wish? I questioned. Most people just come to vent soul-crushing pressure. The staff member let out a dry chuckle. Hard pass. I haven't ticked off my bucket list yet. I shot down the suggestion instantly, feeling a desperate urge to get back on solid ground. 30 minutes later, I was reunited with Licia. I sensed a subtle shift in her aura, something elusive that I couldn't quite identify. She's a master at masking her true feelings, yet her internal frequency seemed to be fluctuating wildly. During the drive back to the heart of Kunming, she broke the silence by bringing up Chen Xiaoji. She wanted to know if there was any path to redemption. I offhandedly tossed out a single strategy. Zhu Dalong is weaponizing social media to crush us. Maybe we should play him at his own game and fight fire with fire? I thought I was just killing time with small talk. But I never anticipated that, by the very next morning, a wave of Kunming's most influential media influencers would unleash a coordinated blitz of articles. The move instantly thrust our crisis into the center of a viral storm. One particular expose was laced with devastating subtext. A single viral thread managed to set the entire internet ablaze. The headline was pure clickbait, the hunt for clout. How local media bullied Nunu's savior to her grave. Lin Yifei's tragic suicide had begun to fade from the headlines. But this post dragged her story back into the brutal spotlight. The narrative didn't just blame the local outlets for hounding Lin Yifei until she broke. It provided a cold, calculated breakdown of the events backed by logical deductions and hard proof. Meanwhile, another viral hit viciously doxed Zhu Dalong and Tian Eifan. It broke the news of Tian Eifan's fatal car crash, and the court of public opinion declared it a case of poetic justice. These two viral posts were calculated with surgical precision, dropping the second the local news cycle hit its peak. Official WeChat accounts are capped at a single daily post. meaning even if Zhu Dalong was desperate to clear his name, he was stuck waiting in silence until the clock struck midnight. This gave us the perfect window to hijack the narrative and keep the flames of public outrage licking at his heels. There wasn't a shadow of a doubt this was Li Xia's masterstroke. I'm racking up quite the debt to her. As the controversy reached a fever pitch, the tide of public opinion finally turned in second uncle's favor. With the authorities lacking the smoking gun needed to charge him, they were forced to cut him loose for the time being. I was dying to meet second uncle the moment he tasted freedom, but Yin Yihua shut me down instantly, insisting that his current legal status was far too volatile. Qi Mu even reached out with a stern warning of her own. Keep your distance from Chen Xiaoji for now, and watch every single word you say over the phone. Modern criminal investigative tech is far more lethal than you realize. Using the court of public opinion to squeeze the police, Ishuiki-iko. That was a move straight out of Chimu's own playbook. She knows the department's Achilles' heel better than anyone. A thunderous slap echoed through the bus while I was commuting. A voice strangely familiar roared with authority. Keep your disgusting hands to yourself. I whipped my head toward the source of the commotion, hardly daring to believe what I was seeing. Li Xia was actually standing there riding a city bus. For a moment, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. Why on earth would a woman like her be using public transit? The target of her wrath was a guy in his early 30s, a typical scrawny Four Eyes. Li Xia's strike had been so violent, it nearly sent his spectacles flying across the floor. The man stood there paralyzed for a heartbeat, no doubt burning with humiliation, under the judging stares of the entire bus. He puffed out his chest and snapped back, "Who touched you? You got receipts for that accusation?" The man's smug defiance sent Li Xia over the edge. She wound up her arm for a second devastating strike, but before her palm could connect with his cheek, the guy managed to intercept her mid-swing. He hoisted Li Xia's wrist into the air like a trophy, and appealed to the crowd, "Everyone see this crazy woman. She's assaulting me in broad daylight, and framing me for some pervy nonsense." Every passenger watched as his sentence died in his throat. He couldn't choke out another syllable, because my fist had already collided with his face. The creep let out a pathetic yelp and released Li Xia, clutching his bleeding nose as he stumbled back. I stepped in, using my body as a human shield for Li Xia. Glaring at the coward, I demanded, "Did she ever actually mention you touched her? You just outed your own guilty conscience, didn't you?" A nearby passenger shot the man a look of pure disgust. "He looks like a total bottom feeder. Stinking bus groper, give him what he deserves." An angry voice erupted from the back of the crowd. The passenger standing closest to the pervert delivered a vicious lunging kick. Suddenly, a wave of fed-up commuters joined the fray. Luckily for him, no one dealt any truly lethal blows. The man was kicked and shoved toward the front exit, cowering by the door, too terrified to even breathe. I stayed back, opting out of the chaotic group beatdown. Li Xia stood trembling beside me, looking shaken. As she watched the violent scene unfold, I tried to guide her toward the spot where I had originally been sitting, only to find that my seat had already been poached. The bus screeched to a halt at the Zhengyi Fang stop. The bruised pervert scrambled out the front door and fled into the night like a mangy stray dog. A few other passengers exited through the rear, finally giving us some much-needed breathing room. Leveraging my years of expertise in the bus-squeezing trenches, I successfully maneuvered through the crowd. To secure a vacant seat for Li Xia, I took my position right next to her, firmly planting my hands on the front row and the frame of Li Xia's chair. I formed a barricade to keep any other creeps away. She settled into the seat, looking up at me with a smirk. "And what do you call this move? Are you serious right now?" I huffed, genuinely annoyed. I looked down at Li Xia and explained, "Isn't it obvious I'm literally boxing you in? It's a zero-tolerance policy for any more gropers. For the time being, you can consider me your knight in shining armor." Li Xia let out a dismissive, playful roll of the eyes. She looked at me and countered, "I really can't find a single link between this awkward pose and the image of a knight in shining armor. Honestly, you look more like a farmer trying to corner a pig." Corner a pig? If anyone here is the pig, it's you. Li Xia instantly realized she had walked into that one, and decided to just forfeit the argument altogether. She whipped her head toward the window. "Is she ghosting me?" Towering over her, I poked the bear again. "Riding the bus. Are you on some quest to experience the commoner life?" Li Xia replied with a surprisingly casual shrug. "So what if I am? Is there a law against it? Can we actually have a civil dialogue for once? It feels like we're legally required to bicker every time we cross paths. Why don't you give me the play-by-play? How exactly did that groping incident feel just now?" Li Xia snapped her head back and shot me a lethal glare, before returning her focus to the blur of city lights outside. She was officially done with my nonsense. I was honestly just trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Is she really that triggered? The bus lumbered through several more stops, until we neared the high-end district where she lived. She stood up abruptly and commanded, "Out of the way. This is my stop." Is that any way to address your knight in shining armor? Could you maybe tweak that attitude by just a fraction? Savior. The corners of Li Xia's lips curled into a chilling razor-sharp sneer. What exactly did you save me from? Fending off a bottom-tier creep. I mean, facts are facts, right? If a hero swooped in and saved me from a groper, I'd at least treat them to a 5-star feast. Are you actually following me off this bus? Well, what's your take on the situation? Like a loyal, tail-wagging puppy, I trailed behind Li Xia as she stepped onto the pavement, Anshan pavement. A bustling commercial strip sat just outside her gated community. The moment her feet hit the sidewalk, she marched straight toward the neon lights of the shopping street. She asked without looking back, "What's on the menu?" I'm way too exhausted to deal with the kitchen tonight anyway. Dealer's choice, I teased, keeping pace with her. As long as you're the one footed the bill, I'll eat literally anything you put in front of me. The second those words left my mouth, random pedestrians passing by us all shot me looks of pure unadulterated judgment. I bet my last cent they were all thinking, how can this guy be such a shameless freeloading bum? Li Xia looked like she was about to have a mental breakdown. She hissed, "Could you try acting like a professional for 5 minutes?" I threw my hands up in mock innocence. What's the issue? Is there something wrong with my aesthetic today? Li Xia let out a heavy, weary sigh and turned into a high-end Korean BBQ joint. She signaled toward a booth and muttered, "Let's just settle here. I honestly can't handle another minute walking the streets with you. It's beyond humiliating. You've been firing ruthless shots at me this entire time. But since I'm the more mature one here, I'll refrain from stooping down to your level." Li Shi. Ya clearly had no desire to waste her breath on such a tedious and petty conversation. While scanning the menu, she shifted gears. She inquired about what I was doing for a living these days. So much chaos has erupted lately that I haven't held down a steady job. I've just been grinding out random side hustles whenever I can. Chen Fan, in all seriousness, have you considered returning to the ranks at Dikai? The truth is, many of the company's executive elites actually think very highly of your potential. Forget the fact that you were only there for 3 days. The entire atmosphere of the security department was transformed. He Dazhuang is currently heading the security team, since I've already kicked Chao Youwei to the curb. At that point, Li Xia snapped the menu shut. Fixing her gaze on me, she spoke with gravity. Chen Fan, I think it's time we had a genuine heart-to-heart talk. I sat directly across from Li Xia, watching as her expression turned dead serious, with absolutely zero room for games or jokes. 2 points, she began, first echoing what I said before. Jiahao has completely spiraled out of my control. But can you convince Chen Xiaoji to stop dragging him into these violent brawls? If he ends up in a body bag, how am I supposed to cope? The last incident wasn't Chen Xiaoji's doing, I cut in. I'm just paralyzed by worry, do you understand? I shifted the focus, and what's the second thing? The second point is about your future. I truly want you to come back to Dikai. I stared at her completely blindsided, desperately searching her eyes for any hint of a motive. There's no need to question my intent. Li Xia elaborated, I genuinely believe you have raw talent. Your stint only lasted 3 days, yet the majority of the guards gave you glowing reviews. They said you have vision and natural leadership, and that people actually respect the way you handle business. Will you actually consider rejoining us? Securing a decent career path isn't easy in this climate. If you're content with 3,000 to 5,000 a month just to get by, then stick to food delivery or basic gate duty. I'm not trying to throw shade at those professions. It's just that a man needs to prioritize long-term growth instead of just grinding away for a few measly bucks. So what's your take? Her words felt incredibly raw and sincere. Up until now, my only focus was scraping together cash for my dad's medical bills. I'd never even dreamt of stability or a real career path. In that moment, her concern actually reached me. After a heavy silence settled between us, I gave a slow nod and replied, I appreciate you being real with me. You're right about all of it. Just give me some time to process it. After that, the conversation shifted back to our school days. She glanced at me. Were you actually a good student back then? I barely scraped a 60 on the Chinese portion of my entrance exams. I completely skipped the essay, yet somehow my total score cleared 600. Li Xia's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Her face was a mask of pure unadulterated shock. We lost ourselves in food and conversation for nearly an hour. Just as we were making our exit, I genuinely asked if I could hit her up when I'm feeling lost. She told me her door was always open, on the condition that the next meal is on me. After spending some quality time together, I couldn't help but feel like the dynamic between Li Xia and me had shifted into new territory. 2 days later, early in the morning, Li Jiahao rang me sounding ecstatic. The transplant was a total success. 0 signs of organ rejection so far. We're touching down at Changshui Airport at 1 p.m. Make sure you're there to haul us home. The crushing weight on my soul finally evaporated. I scrambled to call second uncle to break the news, only to find out he was already in the loop. Clearly, Li Jiahao still considers him his top confidant. The moment lunch was over, I bolted toward the domestic arrivals at Changshui Airport. Yin Yihua was leaning comfortably against Chen Xiaoji, On a bench just a few paces away, Li Xia sat in solitary focus flipping through some files. It was obvious they were all well acquainted. Yet they were playing the part of total strangers for now. Chen Fan, you finally made it. Yin Yihua was the first to acknowledge me. I locked eyes with second uncle. So, are you finally ready to go legit and turn over a new leaf? Piss off, he barked at me with a smirk. I made a beeline for Li Xia. She didn't even acknowledge my presence until I was standing right over her. At which point, she casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You received the update from Jiahao, didn't you? She began tucking her documents away. Now that your father's condition is finally stabilized, a massive weight must have been lifted from your shoulders. Thank you, I replied, my voice thick with genuine gratitude. My mom's handmade dumplings are on another level. Once he's settled back in, you have to come over. I'll make sure she whips up a special batch just for you. Count on it. Li Xia agreed without a second thought. Don't you dare go back on your word. I promise it's a done deal. The words had barely escaped my lips when Li Jiahao emerged from the terminal with my parents. Big bro, sister Hua, we're finally back, he shouted while waving frantically. Big bro and second uncle hurried over to greet them. I turned to Li Xia. Come on, let's go join them. Li Xia followed closely behind me. Second uncle officially introduced Yin Yihua to my parents. After the initial pleasantries, I stepped forward. Dad, are you actually feeling like yourself again? I owe everything to Jiahao. If it weren't for him, I'd be rotting away for the rest of my days. Dad was overflowing with appreciation, and Dad, Li Jiahao interjected with an affectionate grin. Don't waste your thanks on me. Securing that donor was entirely my sister's masterstroke. Let me introduce my sister Xia, Dad said with a surge of energy. Young lady, I truly cannot thank you enough. Uncle, please, you're being far too modest. No. Li Xia replied with a graceful smile. Jiahao and Chenfan are like brothers, so consider him your godson now. That makes us all family. There's no need for such formalities. Exactly. Li Jiahao chimed in enthusiastically. Pop, stop being so stiff. Let's not turn the airport arrivals into a boardroom meeting. Brother, let's hunt down some food first. The five of us made our way to the parking garage, only to find Li Xia standing beside a heavy-duty Buick GL8 corporate van. Li Jiahao looked absolutely bewildered. Since when do you drive this boat? The Land Rover's dashboard said it needed a tune-up. I had someone drop it off at the service center. No way, Li Jiahao countered immediately. I literally just had the second service done before I left. How could it possibly need maintenance so soon? Did you get into a fender bender while I was gone? It was just a minor accidental scrape, nothing to worry about. Li Xia quickly changed the subject. Li Jiahao didn't press her for more details. I stepped in and blocked Li Xia as she reached for the driver's side. You're clearly not comfortable handling a beast this size. Let me take the wheel. She hesitated for a brief second. Then she tossed me the keys. Fine, it's all yours. I snatched the keys out of the air. Locking eyes with her, I demanded, level with me. That massive sum you siphoned from the company, it was for my father's transplant, wasn't it? And your Land Rover isn't at any service center. You pawned it off. Just to plug the hole in the company's accounts, didn't you? Li Xia shot me a look of pure coldness. She snapped back, and why exactly is any of this your business? She didn't give me a single heartbeat to interrogate her further. She brushed past me and climbed into the passenger seat. After returning to the city for a quick quiet lunch, we headed to the hospital to finalize the post-op admission. Li Jiahao handled every single cent of the fees. The specialist insisted on at least a week to 15 days of observation. My parents tried to argue that it was overkill, but Li Xia and her brother shut that talk down instantly. Once I had my parents settled into their room, the two of them took their leave. I remained in the ward to keep watch over them. Dad sat on the edge of the bed and sighed. The nurses said the stitches come out in a week. Adding another 7 days of observation means half a month in this place. We already spent an eternity at the hospital in Shanghai. 3 days here in Kunming is more than enough. Stop worrying about the cost, Dad. I countered firmly. The paperwork is signed and the bed is paid for. Give it 1 week. If you're in the clear, we'll discuss going home. This illness has been a nightmare for you for years. Just stay put and find some peace for these last few days. Son, Dad started, his voice heavy with caution. This whole trip to Shanghai was an absolute fortune. The surgery alone cleared over 600,000. That's not even factoring in the flights or the hotels. Your mother and I have reached a decision. We're putting the house on the market the moment we get back. If that doesn't cover the debt, we'll find another way. And where the hell are you supposed to live if you sell the roof over your head? Panic started to flare up in my chest. Mom chimed in from the corner. A house is just bricks and mortar. The two of us can manage just fine. In a small shanty out in the outskirts. You and Xiaoji are always off living your own lives anyway. That big house just feels cold and hollow without you. Actually, my mind is made up. Dad cut me off before I could protest. I used to focus on leaving a nest for your mother after I passed. But now that I'm recovering, do you doubt I can earn a living? Save your breath on giving me your opinion. I'm even more pig-headed than you are. Remember when you walked away from college? Didn't you stubbornly stick to your guns back then too? I was left completely speechless. He really is my old man stubbornness runs in the blood. Chen Shaoji and Yin Yihua dropped by later that evening. Chen Shaoji was loaded down with everything Dad loves to eat. Yin Yihua slipped Mom a thick, heavy red envelope. I steered Chen Shaoji out onto the ward's balcony, ensuring we were well out of earshot. I leaned in and whispered, "Is the heat still on you? I'm not sweating it, so why are you so anxious? Without a smoking gun, they're powerless against me. I've got to hand it to you, though you handled that Santana perfectly." I scratched my head and let out a nervous laugh. That car was a total eyesore sitting at Sister Hua's place, so I made it vanish in the middle of the night. Is it secure? Shin totally off the grid. I added, Dianchi Lake is thick with green algae this season, and the pollution is pretty murky too. By the time the water clears up enough for anyone to see, that car will be too corroded for the cops to even identify. Chen Shaoji shoved his left hand deep into his pocket, dangling a cigarette in his right while staring out at the horizon. Consider this the last time we ever speak of it. When the detectives come knocking, just stick to the script we practiced. I've been dancing with the law quite a bit lately, so I can play their games with my eyes closed now. I tried to laugh it off, but he remained chillingly silent. That level of stone-cold composure is something I'll never match. I couldn't help but probe a little deeper. Do you have any idea how the cops managed to pin you down? I'm aware, Chen Shaoji replied with eerie calmness. Jiahao filled me in on the whole story. He spoke with total indifference, clearly signaling that the conversation was over. I pushed my luck, and you don't have any feelings about it. Don't you feel any bitterness toward Li Xia? Of course I do. It's a deep burning resentment. He stated it bluntly, but I can grasp her perspective. Understanding her doesn't mean I've forgiven her, and not forgiving doesn't mean I'm out for blood. After all, she's the one who bought your father a new life. It would take us a decade to grind for that kind of cash. A man has to understand the weight of gratitude. I can carry this burden. Even if we aren't allies, we won't end up as enemies. I exhaled a heavy sigh of pure relief. I'm glad your head is in the right place. I was terrified your stubborn ego would trigger something reckless. Chen Shaoji pivoted and shot me a look of utter disdain. Being headstrong doesn't mean I'm a complete moron. Or a monster. You absolute scrub. If I wasn't so laughably outclassed, I'd seriously swing on him. Yin Yihua was currently hitting it off with my parents. I intended to pull an all-nighter to look after them, but I was practically evicted by Chen Shaoji and my folks. They were stressed that I'd be a zombie at work tomorrow. I didn't bother trying to convince them. Having Chen Shaoji on guard duty gave me peace of mind. Besides, I was low-key looking for an early exit, not to crash in my bed, but because a sudden intense urge to see Li Xia hit me, even if we just sat in silence for a few minutes. I hadn't even scripted what I wanted to say. I pulled up to the gates of Li Xia's elite neighborhood. The security guard immediately stonewalled me, insisting a resident had to buzz me through the security gate. Just as I was debating whether to blow up her phone, Li Xia pulled up on a cheap motor taxi. A luxury Gucci bag was casually slung over her shoulder. She hopped off and handed the driver a $10 bill. The driver handed her $5 in change. She completely froze when our eyes met. Shouldn't you be at the hospital guarding your parents? What on earth are you doing lurking around here? You've got some serious nerve, I joked. Aren't you terrified of getting jacked carrying Gucci on a moped? I leaned back and crossed my arms. Li Xia elegantly swept her long hair behind her ear. Do you honestly think a girl hitching a motor taxi is carrying an authentic Gucci piece? Would any self-respecting thief risk prison for a $10 street market knockoff? I flashed her a thumbs up. You're cold-blooded. You really think criminals have that much common sense? She swiped her keycard and ushered me into the luxury complex. The evening breeze carried the intoxicating scent of her hair. I turned to her and pressed, I'm here because I need the truth. Did you pawn your Land Rover to fund my dad's surgery? Yeah, she admitted with chilling nonchalance. Jiahao and I only hold shares in Dikai, not liquid cash. I survived solely on my monthly paycheck. I didn't have $800,000 in liquid assets, so the car had to go first. You essentially embezzled the firm's capital first, then liquidated the car to cover your tracks once you were busted, right? Li Xia came to a dead halt. Does the sequence even matter? But why would you go that far? Just to settle some internal debt of conscience. I felt a surge of regret the second those words escaped. That was definitely crossing the line. She resumed her stride, moving forward. It's not your burden to bear. My personal motives are none of your concern. I haven't demanded a single cent from you. So why are you acting so high-strung? I caught her arm and spoke with gravity. Thank you. Regardless of why you chose to do it, I am indebted to you from the depths of my soul. I have no idea how I'll ever square things with you, but I need to do something to make it right. Li Xia studied my expression, then shifted her gaze down to where I was gripping her hand. Don't you dare to offer yourself up. I'm not looking for that kind of compensation. I recoiled instantly. I'm being dead serious. Please don't treat this like a punchline. She gave a nonchalant shrug. Just don't corrupt Jihao. That's the only favor I'll ever ask of you. She pivoted and headed toward the lobby entrance. After a few paces, she paused and glanced back. What's the holdup? Aren't you coming inside for a while? No, I'm content just knowing you're okay. I should probably head out. Good night. Have it your way, she said, vanishing inside with effortless grace. To this day, her true incentive for helping me remains a mystery. Was it a play for redemption or a shield against guilt? I couldn't find a concrete answer, so I finally buried the thought. Stepping out of the complex, I treated myself to a premium $22 pack of smokes. I viewed it as a small tribute to my father's successful recovery. As I lit up, I punched in Chimu's number. His accent is absolutely comedic. The line droned on for ages before he finally picked up. His opening line was, Chen Fan, well, did you catch the joke? It's the one about the pig. What pig? I asked, lost. Wait, did you not hear the ringtone? He sounded genuinely let down. No way. You absolutely have to hear it again. He abruptly cut the line before I could even respond. I sighed and helplessly dialed her number again. The second it connected, I blurted out, fine, I heard it. I'm the pig, all right? Just don't you dare hang up on me again. Kimu chuckled. Calling at this hour, you definitely want something. You're really that sure of yourself. Duh, she countered bluntly. Every time your name pops up, there's an ulterior motive. You don't even have the decency to like my social media posts. As I processed that, I realized she was dead right. I felt a wave of heat rush to my face. The entire speech I had rehearsed suddenly felt like it had dissolved into thin air. Kimu let out a soft sigh. Whatever, I won't hold a grudge. Spit it out already. What's the crisis this time? Kimu's directness made my guilt hit a new peak. Clutching the phone, I offered tentatively, how about I treat you to a bar to catch some live music? How peculiar, Chimu muttered, when normal guys invite a girl out. It's always for the sake of drinking. How come with you, the main attraction is the playlist? Shouldn't the alcohol be the point? I replied, I was just worried that if I mentioned Welsh drinks, you'd assume I had some sleazy intentions. Like trying to get you wasted so I could drag you to a hotel. Chill, Chimu said coolly. You could never outdrink me. And even if I did lose a battle with the bottle, there is zero chance I'd be waking up in a hotel with you. Just drop the location pin. It just so happens I've got a hole in my schedule today. I messaged her the address of the lounge. The vibe inside was sophisticated and low-key, more of an upscale lounge than a rowdy dive. The snacks and beer were essentially a steal, and the premium spirits were sold practically at cost. At least I wouldn't have to worry about a predatory bill. Start talking, Chimu commanded, gripping a frosted beer mug. Now that we're eye to eye, quit stalling. What is it you're dying to tell me? I need you to dig up dirt on Dang Jin, and proof that Deng Qiming is embezzling funds from Dikai. I'm desperate for it. Kimu rolled her eyes with dramatic flair. I recall offering you that exact intel before, and you acted like you couldn't care less. Why the sudden urge to play detective now? If my intuition serves me correctly, Li Xia put you up to this, didn't she? Not a chance. Kimu raised her voice. Little Chen Fan, don't you dare lie to me. You're terrible at it. Your nerves give you away every time. I can read you like an open book. I'm telling the truth, I countered, meeting her gaze with a steady calm. I was the one who decided to step up for Li Xia. My father has been trapped in the hell of kidney disease for years, clinging to life through endless, exhausting dialysis sessions. I felt like a total failure. After grinding away in Kunming for over 4 years, I still hadn't scraped together enough cash for a transplant. A while back, Chen Xiaoji backed Li Jiahao up in a brawl. Li Xia mistakenly pinned Chen Xiaoji as the ringleader and snitched to the authorities in a blind fit of rage. I had prepared myself for the absolute worst-case scenario. If they dug into Chen Xiaoji, he'd likely be staring down the barrel of death. A suspended execution or life behind. And there was no way I'd escape that blast radius either. I made a plea to Li Jiahao. I told him that once the handcuffs clicked on us, all I wanted was for him to watch over my old man, just to cover the weekly dialysis costs, promising to pay every cent back once I tasted freedom again. But then Li Xia pulled a move and sent my dad to Shanghai to finally undergo the kidney transplant surgery. That cash was siphoned from company funds she had embezzled. Dang Jin and Li Quanmin smelled blood and used it to launch a coup. They called an emergency board meeting and stripped her of her throne. She was backed into a corner and had to pawn her Land Rover to fix the books. I can't just stand by. I have to do something to level the scales. That's my real drive. No deception. Chimu listened intently. Chen Fan, I actually believe every word coming out of your mouth. This is classic you. It fits your character to a T. When someone shows you kindness, you repay them tenfold. I've already started digging through Deng Qiming's dirt. There's enough there to build a solid case. I'll perform a deep dive into the transaction logs tonight, package the evidence, and hand it over to you. I appreciate it, I said. We were just two strangers. Yet you've pulled me out of the fire more times than I can count. Other than a simple thank you, I'm at a loss for how to truly square things with you. Kimu squinted, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Actually, there is a way. You need to play the good boyfriend role at my place to keep my parents at bay. After that one dinner we had, my mother's opinion of you shot straight through the roof. She won't stop nagging me to bring you back for another visit. When you have a window, come over for a casual stroll. Just look at it as a charity mission to keep my mom smiling. It'll finally stop her from buzzing in my ear like a fly. And don't stress. I'm not going to gatekeep your pursuit of Li Xia or whatever. I let out a gasp of pure shock. Me pursuing Li Xia? You've got to be kidding me. Quit playing matchmaker when nobody asked, alright. Since when did I ever mention having a crush on her? Who's been feeding you all this baseless gossip? Kimu flashed me a smug knowing smirk. Who needs a grapevine for intel? I've deciphered the truth all on my own. Every time you address Li Xia, your gaze turns incredibly soft and gentle. Even the register of your voice unconsciously drops by a few octaves, dripping with this undeniable tenderness. And the moment you brought up Li Xia pawning her Land Rover to save you, your eyes were practically brimming with raw emotion. Don't think for a second I missed those subtle cues. You're probably oblivious to your own feelings, but I'm 100% certain about them. As my contract boyfriend, you have my absolute blessing and support. Go get him, Tiger. Win your goddess over. I rolled my eyes and groaned. That's completely absurd. You're just reaching now, I added as Chimu chuckled. Look at him still playing the fool. Fine, keep lying to yourself if you want. I'll have those files delivered to you as soon as humanly possible. Just don't go back on our arrangement. It's a blood oath. I'll play the part of your fake boyfriend until the curtain falls. But I genuinely hope you find the real deal soon too. We kept the conversation going for over 2 hours, drifting through random topics until I finally made it home. After scrubbing off the day in the shower, I fired a voice note to Liu Jun, probing for any intel on Dikai's latest schemes against Li Xia. Chen Fan, my man. I was literally a second away from ringing you myself. Liu Jun's voice crackled with excitement. Dikai is about to hit a massive wall. Give me the details. What went down? Ever since Li Xia's financial scandal leaked to the public, the shareholders' confidence has completely tanked. Li Quanmin didn't waste a second. He's been blasting her relentlessly, openly forcing the higher-ups to choose a side in this civil war. I cut him off mid-sentence, and people are actually flocking to him that easily. Li Xia has been completely nerfed in the recent patch. She's effectively been reduced to a powerless figurehead. Liu Jun broke it down for me. Everyone sees how deep Li Quanmin's roots go. In the wake of this chaos, his influence has actually skyrocketed. I fell into a deep, silent contemplation. Looking at it objectively, everyone's faith in Li Xia has hit rock bottom. After all, she's the one who crossed the line by siphoning company cash. I honestly just can't wrap my head around how she found the nerve to embezzle funds during such a crisis. Liu Jun sighed, noting that Dang Jin is firmly Li Quanmin's lackey. With the finance department under their thumb, wasn't this just a suicide mission for her control over Dikai? The price she paid was far too steep. Listening to him break it down, the weight of it finally hit me. The sheer magnitude of the gamble Li Xia took for my sake. She knew exactly how this would blow up in her face, yet she dove headfirst into the fire anyway. The following morning, I pulled up to the police station to wait for Chimu as we'd arranged. The moment she finished her shift, hand over, she emerged clutching a heavy sealed evidence envelope. Locked inside here is the dirt I unearthed during Lin Yifei's defamation suit. While processing the criminal charges, I followed the breadcrumbs a little further and legally locked down these incriminating files. She placed the envelope into my hands with a somber expression. This documentation perfectly connects Dang Jin, Deng Qiming, and the procurement manager in a web of collusion, passing off bottom-tier junk as premium materials. It's an ironclad evidence chain of them defrauding Dikai Group. It's more than enough for you to file a formal police report and drag every single one of them into a courtroom. As for the internal fallout and corporate accountability, you can let the company lawyers handle the red tape. Once the business talk was over, her vibe shifted. She shot me a playful knowing smirk. Now then, it's time for you to pay up on that promise, isn't it? Consider it done. Tonight, I'm ordering a feast fit for a queen just for you. Nice try, but no. Kimu shot me a mock lethal glare. That's weak and totally insincere. I'm not playing around. I'm technically still on the clock anyway. Just don't you dare forget what you owe me. I'll pick a proper date later. Don't bother coming by tonight. I'm stuck on the graveyard shift. The moment she walked away, Liu Jun spammed me with shock emojis on WeChat, Chen Fan. All hell just broke loose at Dikai. An emergency board meeting was just slammed onto the calendar to officially strip Li Xia of her chairmanship, as well as her authority as general manager. It seems her entire world is going up in flames today. Reading Liu Jun's frantic message, I felt my composure snap instantly. I snatched up my phone and fired back. What's the play? Where is this intel coming from? I've been monitoring every move the executives make. My sources are solid. Li Quanmin just pulled the trigger on a board meeting for 2:30 p.m. The office is buzzing with rumors that he's set to sack Li Xia and seize her throne for himself. Snatching the dossier Chimu gave me, I sprinted toward Dikai. A grueling stretch of nearly 8 kilometers lay ahead. I flagged down a motor taxi in a daze. The driver was weaving through lanes like a madman, completely indifferent to the chaotic traffic, death gripping the evidence file in my left hand. I dialed her number with my right. Li Xia's phone rang into the void before being abruptly declined. Refusing to back down, I redialed immediately. She finally answered, snapping, "Chen-fan, I'm in the middle of something. I'll get back to you," before she could even finish. The line went dead once again. On my third attempt, the automated voice said the phone was powered off. Left with no options, I pivoted and rang Liu Jun. He snatched it up instantly. "What's the move?" "I'm racing toward Dikai as we speak. There's no way I'll hit the lobby by 2 o'clock. I'm going to be a few minutes behind." I commanded, "I need a massive favor. Infiltrate the conference room right now. Stash a phone in a blind spot somewhere. Keep the line open at all costs. I need a live feed of the execution happening inside." "What good is listening and going to do?" Liu Jun sounded utterly bewildered. "Don't interrogate me. Just move. Every second counts. You know the layout of that room better than anyone. Go." All right, I'm on it." I clutched my device, relentlessly hounding the driver to go faster. Suddenly, Liu Jun's voice crackled through the speaker. "President Li, I've got an urgent document that requires your signature. The board meeting is literally seconds from starting. If it's not life or death, we'll handle it afterward." Following that exchange, Liu Jun went radio silent, leaving only the muffled toxic chatter of the vultures. "Old Su, what's your read on this situation?" Li Kuan-min calling for a vote at a time like this. He clearly has the numbers to overhaul the leadership. This sibling warfare is going to bleed the shareholders dry. Let the most qualified candidate take the throne. I'll back whoever can actually drive Dikai to the top. Li Xia undeniably possesses the raw talent for this. Occupancy rates hit a 20% spike this off-season compared to last year. I'm still firmly in her corner. Don't overlook the fact that she siphoned company capital. Even if she eventually reimbursed every cent, she has yet to provide a legitimate justification for it. She had the audacity to pull this after only 6 months. Just imagine the stunts she'll pull down the road. Hasn't the board already stripped her of her main power? Pipe down, the future chairman has arrived. Immediately following that, Li Kuan-min's voice boomed, "Everyone's early, I see. I know this was a last-minute summons, so you have my sincerest apologies. President Li is missing. Don't tell me she got cold feet." As if she ever would. Liu Xiaoru's voice cut through the noise. "Aren't you just praying that she doesn't show up so you can seize total control of the room?" Li Kuan-min let out a condescending chuckle. "Now, why would I? We are deliberating on high-stakes matters today. This session is meaningless without President Li. It appears everyone has assembled. Let's commence." Li Xia's voice was chillingly calm and steady. Several major shareholders jointly demanded this emergency session, with a combined share ratio exceeding 40%. I am following protocol and respecting the request. I officially declare this board meeting in session. I'm curious to see what's actually on the agenda today. Li Kuan-min, since President Li is being so transparent, I won't waste any time beating around the bush. The sitting chairman and GM embezzled company funds and offered zero explanation even after paying it back. This is a blatant and inexcusable dereliction of duty. We have convened this board meeting today for one singular objective: to demand an immediate re-election for chairman and GM. The audio from the phone dissolved into absolute pandemonium. Paralyzed by anxiety, I screamed at the driver, "Sir, floor it, I'll double the fare." "Relax, kid," the driver muttered helplessly. "This is a scooter, not a superbike. I can't break the sound barrier." We're almost at the gate. The line stayed chaotic for ages, until Li Xia's unfazed voice cut through the static. "I want to ask every person in this room, how many of you support Li Kuan-min's proposal to hold a re-election for the chairman and GM positions? If the majority agrees, I will step down immediately." A gravelly, seasoned voice echoed through the room. The surrounding chaos was instantly smothered by silence. Ever since Li Xia took the reins of Dikai, the company's soaring performance has been undeniable. This year's growth, when pitted against the last, has skyrocketed by a massive margin. Attempting to impeach her solely over siphoned funds is perhaps somewhat justifiable. However, regarding this sudden election, I suspect someone has calculatedly manufactured this opening. As a stakeholder in this firm, my loyalty lies with raw capability. I expect the successor to be even more elite than Li Xia. Why don't we scrutinize the list of nominees first, before committing to a total leadership overhaul? Elder Yi makes a valid point. I stand with Elder Yi's measured approach. Li Kuan-min chuckled. "Multiple shareholders have already backed me. If there's a candidate you're rooting for, feel free to nominate them for a transparent vote." "Forget it. I refuse to authorize a re-election," Elder Yi stated firmly. "Your lone dissent is irrelevant now." Then a sycophant chimed in, "My vote goes to Li Kuan-min. I'm also backing the junior President Li. The room erupted as everyone talked over each other. The situation devolved into pure anarchy once more. I could only catch fragments forced to piece the rest together. Everyone shut your mouths and listen. Lee Kuan-min's voice boomed, "Let's settle this with a tally. All shareholders in favor of the re-election, cast your votes now." I knew he'd been plotting this for ages. My heart hammered against my ribs in pure desperation. I kept hounding the driver. "We're practically there. Just gotta clear this intersection," the driver muttered. He gunned it across the road before the light even hit green, leaving me drenched in a cold, nervous sweat. The voting tallies are finalized. Over 50% have voted for a regime change. Lee Kuan-min's smug voice bled through the speaker. Per protocol, the board will now field nominations. "I nominate my sister," Li Jiahao roared. A re-election doesn't mean she's out of the game. I'm sitting on 13% of the shares. My sister holds an equal amount. Combined, that's 26% right there. Does anyone else have the spine to support her? I'm in her corner, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Duan Jingnan controls 10% of Dekai's stock. With my backing, the numbers are sufficient. Suddenly, the realization hit me like a truck. This was none other than Duan Wentao's father. He'd always been obsessed with pairing his son with Li Xia, despite Duan Wentao's heart belonging to a different shareholder's daughter. Are there any further nominations to be made? Lee Kuan-min's voice was laced with palpable disappointment. If the floor is clear, prepare for the voting session. President Li, shall we commence? Begin, Li Xia replied, her tone hauntingly hollow. It was the sound of someone who had completely abandoned hope. Another voice echoed, since we've reached this final stage, there's nothing left for me to add. I only ask that everyone cast their vote with extreme caution. Choose a visionary capable of steering Dekai toward a brighter future. The scooter finally screeched to a halt in front of Dekai HQ. I tossed the driver a $50 bill and sprinted inside without a single glance back. The security guard blocked my path. Hold it. Where do you think you're going? Do you even have an appointment? Just swipe me into the elevator. I pointed at his ID badge and barked at He Dazhuang. Tell Minister Chen I've arrived. I'll catch up with him later. I'm a Dekai shareholder, and I'm already dangerously late for the board meeting. The guard swiped the elevator, his face a mask of skepticism. I threw one last comment over my shoulder. As I turned to He Dazhuang, keep this up and I'll get you promoted. He beamed and gave me a crisp, enthusiastic salute. If there are no further objections from the floor, let the voting process begin. Lee Kuan-min's smug voice crackled through the phone. Wait! I screamed instinctively at the device, knowing full well that my voice was reaching no one. The signal suddenly plummeted to zero as the elevator ascended. The situation inside that conference room was now a total black box. The execution was officially underway. I was so frantic I wished this elevator could just teleport me there. The second those doors slid open, I practically threw myself out of the car, beating a path straight for the conference room. Thanks to my brief stint working in this building, I knew every shortcut and corner of the layout. I reached the heavy double doors in 40 seconds flat. I could hear the muffled storm of chaos brewing inside. I forced myself to take one jagged, deep breath, desperately smoothing out my disheveled clothes and hair. This file in my hand was the only key to our survival. I slammed open the conference room doors with everything I had. The entire room was instantly plunged into a deafening silence. The entire room was paralyzed with shock. Every head in the room pivoted toward me in perfect unison. Li Xia's eyes flared with surprise, yet her mask of calm never wavered. Lee Kuan-min lunged to his feet and barked, "What the hell is this? Who authorized your entry into this meeting?" I completely blanked him and marched straight to Li Xia's side. Leaning in, I spoke with a whisper that boomed across the room, President Li. The forensic audit of the financial data is officially complete. The evidence is ready for full disclosure to the board. Would you prefer to announce these devastating results yourself, or shall I handle the honors? You take the floor, she replied with chilling composure. I took my position behind her. I seized the microphone and scanned the room like a predator. Dang Jin was there alongside various execs holding minor shares. I thrust the evidence envelope toward Liu Xiaoru. Get these documents onto the projector immediately. Blast them onto the main screen for everyone to see. It's time the board sees the absolute reality of our investigation. Results. Xiaoru didn't hesitate for a second. Shareholders, prepare yourselves for the cold, hard facts. I gripped the microphone tightly. As everyone present is painfully aware, Dekai's supply chain has been plagued by catastrophic failures. Overpriced bottom-tier garbage passed off as luxury hotel supplies has triggered an avalanche of guest complaints. President Li planted me undercover to root out the rot, and I finally secured the smoking gun. Eyes on the big screen, everyone. The profile of the first shady supplier flickered onto the display. I began the breakdown. The legal representative of this shell company is Deng Qiming. They initiated a collaboration with Dekai years ago. Behold the terms of the contract. Xiaoru pulled up the file. I pressed on. Immediately after the deal, this company vanished into thin air. Dekai was left with zero recourse to claim its legal rights, after being forced to eat the losses. Dikai was pushed to seek out new partners. Xiaoru flashed the second company's credentials on the screen. The rep for this new firm was surprise still Deng Qiming. The transaction followed the exact same fraudulent script. Once the money cleared, the company became a ghost. I gestured sharply at the screen, the third company, and the fourth followed the identical pattern of deception. For years now, every piece of trash Dikai purchased originated from him. Every single time a quality crisis was discovered, Dikai was forced to pay extortionate prices for emergency stock, while Deng Qiming was already busy registering his next shell company. On that note, I bet you're all dying to know his real identity, and like how he consistently manipulates the purchasing department. This is pure slander. A bloated middle-aged man bolted upright and pointed a finger at me. I head the purchasing division, and these accusations are reckless and unfounded. Where did you fabricate this fraudulent data? If you don't provide a valid explanation, there will be hell to pay. There's no need to get defensive so quickly. I replied, the legitimacy of these files will be undeniable in seconds. But first, let's unmask the man behind the curtain, Deng Qiming. Get out of here! Li Kuanmin suddenly snapped, barking like a madman. What kind of absolute garbage are you spewing in my boardroom? Let the boy finish. A stern-faced elder commanded in a resonant deep bass. As the primary shareholders, we have an absolute right to the unvarnished truth. Young man, proceed. I gave a respectful nod. Deng Qiming is the husband of our very own finance director, Dang Jin. The procurement of these supplies requires the explicit signature and clearance of the leadership. The purchasing team repeatedly secured junk and authorized payouts. I'll let your imaginations fill in the blanks on that shady racket. I began tracking the trail of low-tier suppliers recently, and unearthed this toxic little secret. I wouldn't dare make such claims without ironclad proof. The board is set to crown a new leader today, so I sincerely hope everyone chooses with their eyes open. With that, I placed the microphone before Li Xia and took a strategic, respectful step back. The entire conference room was plunged into a tomb-like silence. 60 agonizing seconds passed. The elder suddenly thundered his fist against the table. The purchasing department, finance department, give me a logical explanation for this rot. I move for an immediate adjournment of today's board meeting. Any leadership transition must be frozen indefinitely. Uncle Wu is making the right call. Li Jiahao was the first to shoot his hand up. I second the motion. My sister should remain at the helm as chairman. We flush out the rats before we even think about an election. Agreed. I'm in favor as well. Hands began to rise in a rapid rhythmic wave. The momentum for the meeting had completely evaporated. Yet Li Xia didn't rush to dismiss the assembly. She fixed her cold gaze on Li Kuanmin, Brother Kuanmin. By the authority vested in me as chairman and general manager, I am ordering you personally to spearhead this investigation. You have exactly 72 hours to deliver a comprehensive explanation to every shareholder here. Can you handle that responsibility? I was momentarily paralyzed by shock. Li Xia is fully aware that Li Kuanmin and Dang Jin are practically two sides of the same coin. Why on earth would she hand him the investigation? Is she losing her mind or extending an olive branch? Li Kuanmin was staring back at her in a state of total bewilderment. I surreptitiously glanced over at Dang Jin. Dang Jin's complexion had turned a deathly shade of ashen. It was obvious that she was absolutely petrified. Deng Qiming's shady operations were meticulously concealed, dissolving each shell company immediately after every deal. However, Mew still managed to trace every single entity he registered, using his own name or those of his close relatives, dragging every dirty secret into the light. The damning data projected on the screen exposed every link between those legal reps and him. I honestly couldn't wrap my head around it. Why would Li Xia entrust the probe to Li Kuanmin? Isn't that just handed him a golden ticket to bury the evidence? Fine, I'll conduct a rigorous investigation, and I'll deliver a full report to the board immediately. Li Kuanmin finally spoke after a heavy silence. Li Xia gave a curt nod of approval. She addressed the room. Since the motion to adjourn has passed, this session is officially over. Meeting adjourned. She rose from her seat to exit. Xiaoru scrambled to pack the files and trailed behind her, shooting me a subtle look that meant I should follow. The moment we entered Li Xia's private office, Xiaoru slammed the evidence files onto the desk in triumph. She pulled her into a hug, Xia, that was legendary. We snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. You had Chen Fan digging into this from the start. So why the hell did you keep me in the dark? I've been losing my mind with worry for weeks. You little brat. Let go already, you're suffocating me. Li Xia patted her back. Who told you to hide the fact that you are ready for this? Xiaoru released her and chuckled, wait, I didn't. Chen Fan showing up like that was a complete wildcard. Li Xia slowly shook her head in disagreement. Xiaoru glanced at me and then back at her. You're for real? I'm dead serious, I had no idea. Xiaoru's hype vanished, replaced by a suspicious squint at me. I threw my hands up defensively. Don't give me that look. It's actually making me sweat. Look, I still think you're incredibly annoying. But I'll give credit where it's due. You were a total boss today. I'll officially stop giving you the cold shoulder. Xiaoru shot me a playful yet sharp glare. Xiaoru, go handle your tasks. I need a private moment with Chen Fan, Li Xia commanded firmly. The office fell silent as only the two of us remained. Li Xia spoke in a soft, low voice. I genuinely didn't anticipate that you'd storm in at the absolute breaking point. I had already braced myself to step down. Li Kuan-min has been orchestrating this coup for ages. He was dead set on claiming victory today. Your sudden interference completely shattered his agenda. Why were you so ready to throw in the towel? I let out a faint, knowing smile. I handed you the receipts on Dang Jin and Deng Qiming, defrauding the firm once before. Why on earth didn't you play that card? It's common knowledge that Dang Jin is Li Kuan-min's puppet. A look of deep conflict crossed Li Xia's face. The internal warfare at Decai is far more labyrinthine than you realize. Li Kuan-min is merely a front for the opposing faction. The syndicate backing him possesses terrifying influence. Taking down Dang Jin alone wouldn't have shifted the needle. My reign over Decai has been relatively brief. My roots haven't struck deep enough yet. I wasn't ready to burn every bridge behind me. But today I was truly backed into a corner. Still planning to play the diplomat and negotiate? I ventured a guess, a compromise then? She looked at me perplexed. In what way? You handed the investigation of Dang Jin and the procurement head to Li Kuan-min. Isn't that basically inviting him to scrub the crime scene clean? He'll pull every string in the shadows to bail Dang Jin out, just to keep up appearances for everyone involved. So you can all go back to your fragile, peaceful coexistence. That was the plan all along, wasn't it? Li Xia wore a ghost of a smile but offered no confirmation. Instead, she countered, tell me, Chen Fan. Exactly what kind of woman do you think? I really am. You what kind? I was caught completely off guard for a moment. How are you supposed to tackle a question that heavy out of nowhere? Don't overthink it. Just be blunt. Give me the first thing that hits your mind. I wavered in the silence for a long time, before finally blaring out, someone who is relentless until the mission is complete. What makes you say that? Do I strike you as the type who employs any means necessary to win? She seemed momentarily stunned by my assessment. Yeah. I struggled to find the words, like when you narked on Chen Shaoji. You simply wanted to stop him from corrupting Li Jiahao. But there was zero reason to go to such an extreme. Yet you did it anyway, just to secure your objective. Li Xia inhaled sharply. Fair enough. And then there's the matter of my father's kidney transplant. You didn't blink when you gave Li Kuan-min the ammo to destroy you, siphoning company funds without a single thought for your own safety. Focus solely on finishing what you started. That's another prime example of your win-at-all-costs mentality. In all seriousness, thank you. My father has spent years trapped in a cycle of exhaustion. Without you, I don't know how much longer he could have endured. It's fine, really. You've saved my skin plenty of times, too. Consider us square. We spent some time catching up after that, and then I finally took my leave. 2 nights later, I was aimlessly roaming the streets with nothing but time. I mindlessly scrolled through my social media feed and spotted an update Li Xia had posted just a minute prior. It was a lonely street scene, shadows stretched thin by the lamps. Without overthinking it, I punched in her number. Still awake, she answered on the very first ring. I asked for her coordinates. I'm coming to get you, and I'm taking you home. She hesitated. I'm right by the entrance to the neighborhood. What's with the sudden urge to be my chauffeur? Just saw your post. I figured your soul was feeling as restless as mine, just drifting through the city streets. Then come find me, Li Xia replied. I'll take you somewhere your soul can finally find some peace. The line went dead immediately, followed by a location pin. I borrowed old Joe's beat-up car and managed to pull up within 10 minutes. Li Xia was silhouetted under a flickering streetlight, clutching a cup of milk tea between her palms. She didn't even notice my arrival. Until I approached. She looked up startled. That was fast. When I'm told my soul is about to find rest, you can bet I'm going to hurry. I joked, jump in, I'm treating you to a premium experience. She obediently climbed into the passenger side, without showing even a flicker of disdain for the car, which actually made me feel a bit self-conscious. Once inside, she still refused to let go of that milk tea. Is that drink really that legendary? Obsessed much, I tease. Here, take a sip. She extended the cup toward me. It's taro flavor. Try some if you're not a germaphobe. I accepted the milk tea and took a long pull from the same straw she'd used. A subtle, refreshing sweetness hit me. Actually, the taste was surprisingly elite. Didn't lie to you, did I? Her eyes were shimmering with anticipation. It's decent. I slid the cup into the holder. But not wandering the streets at midnight good, posting dramatic updates on social media. Li Xia let out a faint melodic sigh. Mocking my own words, my soul has nowhere to settle. Let's go find a place to ground ourselves. I cranked the engine to life. She pulled up the navigation on her phone. 30 minutes later, we pulled up to the Haigang Dam, a massive stone barrier stretching for miles along Dianchi Lake. I'd done delivery runs here back in the day, but I'd never experienced this place in the dead of night. Li Xia was the first to scale the dam steps, hopping and skipping along the ledge like a child. You're moving like a snail. What are you, 80 years old? I strolled up at my own pace. and found a quiet bench to settle onto. Distant fishing lights danced across the surface of Tianqi. A massive luminous moon hung low on the horizon, its shimmering twin etched into the dark water. The world suddenly fell silent. Li Xia finished her display and sat beside me. "Chen-fan, do you feel the vibe here? Is this a good enough spot for your soul to rest?" I turned my head to look at her. The night breeze caught her long hair, sending a wave of her perfume toward me. She caught me staring. She asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? You seem like you know this place inside and out." She took a long, steady breath, leaning back against the bench while staring into the void. My father was a ghost to me when I was a kid. It was just me, my mom, and my little brother. During an essay assignment titled "My Father," I left the entire page blank. I told them I didn't even have one. My classmates all stared at me like I was some kind of freak. But Dad had been secretly funneling money to Mom all along. We lived a life of absolute luxury, even though Mom didn't have a career. Eventually, the neighborhood kids began whispering behind our backs, claiming my mother sold her body to fund our education. Silent tears began to trace down her cheeks. I clumsily fished out a crumpled tissue and pressed it into her hand. Clueless on how to console her, I pulled Li Xia into my arms. She didn't fight me. Resting silently against my shoulder, she whispered, "Chen-fan, neither of us is truly happy, are we?" Her voice cracked with emotion. "I have these recurring dreams about my mother. She was always telling me to protect Jiahao at all costs. I would burn the world down for him. That includes the time I snitched on Chen Xiaoji. Chen-fan, I'm so sorry." She began to weep even more violently, her entire frame trembling uncontrollably. My shoulder was quickly drenched by her tears. It turns out I wasn't the only soul trapped in agony. I couldn't resist pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, drawing her even tighter into my embrace. I was terrified she'd sense my inner turmoil or awkwardness. She definitely noticed the shift, but strangely, she chose not to break the moment. Under the cover of the dead of night, we simply leaned on one another, existing in that space. She didn't try to pull away even once. After what felt like an eternity, she murmured softly, "Chen-fan, I'm freezing. Let's head back. Don't go catching a fever on my account." I slowly let go. "Do you have a spare coat in the car? I'd actually like to sit here just a bit longer." "No," I said, peeling off my jacket and draping it over her shoulders. "Let's take a stroll along the dam instead. Staying stationary only makes the chill worse." Bundled in my oversized jacket, she walked so close our shoulders brushed. I was dying to reach out and hold her hand, but I was paralyzed by the fear of being too forward, so I was forced to bury the urge deep down. "Whenever the weight of the world gets too heavy, I come here," she added gently. "The vastness of the water makes everything feel smaller." I've spent years losing myself in the horizon here, just letting myself have a secret breakdown. "Chen-fan," she said, cutting through the silence, asking me with a rare vulnerability, "Could you stop using my full name like a stranger? Just call me Xia from now on, okay? When you use my full name, it feels so stiff and formal. Or do you truly just view me as some ordinary acquaintance?" "No, I was just playing it safe, so I wouldn't offend you. It's fine." She managed to force a faint, delicate smile. "Everyone deserves to have at least a few kindred spirits. I've already let my guard down and wept in front of you. Do you honestly believe I still see you as just a regular friend?" I couldn't quite grasp why she seemed so anxious for an answer. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Regardless if you call me that, I promise I won't be upset." Hearing her say those words, I felt a sudden electric surge of joy. It felt as though the wall between us had finally crumbled. I casually shifted the conversation to the office drama. "Has Li Quanmin been breathing down your neck lately? Any updates on that investigation he's running on Dang Jin? I'm still trying to piece the puzzle together. Why on earth would you let him lead the charge against her? Isn't that the ultimate conflict of interest? The whole office knows Dang Jin is his most loyal soldier." She let out a weary sigh. "That day at the board meeting, I made those public declarations with a specific goal. I wanted to force him into the spotlight so everyone can watch him squirm. He's undoubtedly desperate to shield Dang Jin and sweep the entire scandal under the rug. But I've made sure he doesn't have a single exit strategy." The moment the conversation pivoted back to corporate warfare, her gaze instantly sharpened with lethal precision. "I've officially sued Dang Jin for corruption in the board's name. This has escalated far beyond a mere internal squabble. She's looking at actual prison time now. When the bomb drops, Li Quanmin will be caught in the blast radius. He is utterly powerless to protect her. He's currently trapped between a rock and a very hard place. If he tries to save her, he exposes his own dirty laundry. If he lets her burn, he loses the loyalty of his remaining inner circle. This is a psychological war for the soul of the company. Now we wait and see how he tries to claw his way out." I was floored by her ruthlessness. I never imagined her tactical mind was this meticulous. In just a few short minutes during that chaotic board meeting, she had woven a trap so massive it was inescapable. Old Man Lee was a genius to entrust Dekai's future to her. She has this fragile emotional side that can break down in tears. But she also possesses a cold, brilliant, and unwavering resolve. Anyone foolish enough to underestimate her will pay a devastating price. Processing the sheer brilliance of her move, I found myself feeling oddly exhilarated for some reason. By the way, she suddenly halted and locked eyes with me. Where did you actually dig up all those incriminating files? There's no way you did that without a serious player backing you up. And I assume you two are incredibly close, right? The legal team was utterly floored when they reviewed those files. Is there any way you could broker a meeting with them? I need to express my gratitude to them face to face. Plus, I have a high-stakes favor to ask. Facilitating a sit-down between Li Xia and Qimu. Do I really want to open that Pandora's box? The thought of Li Xia and Qimu crossing paths never even crossed my mind. I honestly believed their two worlds were destined to never collide. Noticing my heavy silence, she asked with a hint of hesitation, is it a conflict of interest? If it's too much of a hassle, just convey my deepest thanks to Qimu on my behalf. No, I clarified. I was just caught off guard that you'd want to meet her. I'll see if I can coordinate a meeting in the coming days, though it really depends on her mood. Qimu digging up dirt on Dangjin's husband? That's the kind of intel where the fewer people who know the better. Since she didn't exactly use the most legal channels, she'd undoubtedly prefer to keep this strictly under wraps. Understood, Li Xia said with a smirk. It's getting late. Let's get out of here. I finally dropped her off at 1 a.m. I didn't make it back to the bar until 1:30. My landlord, old Joe, was still wide awake, hunkered down in a booth reading under a dim lamp. A fresh pot of coffee sat steaming on the table. I tossed the keys down, thanked him, and headed for my room. The following day at high noon, Li Xia's name flashed on my phone. It's Friday finally. Let's head to the hospital together to check on your parents. Jahao mentioned they're causing a scene about getting discharged again. He's completely overwhelmed by them. It's going to take you their son to talk some sense into them. I let out a weary sigh. Fine. I'll make my way over shortly. She quickly corrected me. We're going as a pair. Swing by Dikai Hotel and find me after your shift. I'll be waiting. At 6:15 sharp. I pulled up to the Dikai Hotel. Li Xia was a lone figure in her office, buried under a mountainous stack of documents on her desk. Need an extra pair of hands. I happen to know a few guys who are absolute pros at auditing paperwork. I threw the suggestion out playfully. Actually, sure. She replied nonchalantly, you can start as my secretary tomorrow. Fine, but you're compensating me for my e-bike first. My ride was snatched right under your nose, and you didn't lift a single finger to help me find it. Li Xia set her files aside and locked eyes with me. Let's move. I'll take you to buy a brand new one this instant, but you'd better keep your end of the bargain. You're picking me up for work every single morning. I immediately folded, awkwardly scratching my head to pivot the topic. Let's just prioritize the hospital visit first. We can settle the bike drama once the elders are handled. She didn't push her luck any further. She snatched up her Gucci bag and fell into step beside me. Inside the hospital's high-end private suite, Li Jiahao was locked in a game of chess with my old man. My mom was busy with a rag keeping the room surgically cleaned. Li Xia had picked up some ridiculously overpriced premium fruit at the entrance and carried it in. Brother-in-law, you finally brought my sister to see our parents. Ready to stop hiding and go public with the relationship? The very second we crossed the threshold, Li Jiahao blurted it out for the whole room to hear. That brother-in-law comment hit both Li Xia and me like a physical shock, leaving us dazed. Her face instantly flared a deep burning crimson, and she shot me a heavy, unreadable look. My parents were just as stunned, staring at us in total silence. Stop spewing nonsense, I barked, dropping the fruit. What's your deal? Li Jiahao didn't skip a beat, acting all confident. What are you worried? Mom and Dad won't give their blessing. Why keep everyone in the dark? My mom clearly took his bait, looking at us with dead serious eyes as she asked if her son and Xia were actually a couple. I frantically intervened. Don't buy into Jiahao's garbage. My mom let out a regretful sigh. You're right. Xia is so far out of your league. There's no way she'd ever look twice at a guy like you. Auntie, please don't talk like that. Xia chimed in with a graceful smile. Chen Fan is incredibly grounded and devoted to his family. He's actually quite the catch. I sat down on the sofa right next to my father. I heard you're making a scene about leaving the hospital. It's only been 3 or 4 days, Dad. Didn't we explicitly agree on at least a week? My dad's eyes nearly popped out. This bed is over 600 a day. I'm not made of money, son. Since you're finally here, it's perfect. Sign those discharge papers first thing tomorrow morning. I'm leaving and that's final. Watching him brush off everyone's genuine concern, just to pinch pennies and save some cash, made me feel incredibly uneasy. My voice sharpened as I snapped, did I give you the green light to go? Since when do I need your permission for anything? Dad's roar was even more thunderous than mine. The atmosphere in the room turned toxic instantly. A full-blown family meltdown was on the verge of erupting. The old man is 10 times more hard-headed than I am. I raised my volume even higher. You just got off the operating table. Jiahao and Xia dropped hundreds of thousands, just to ensure you actually survive this. The massive bills are already taken care of. Can't you just cooperate over a measly observation fee? I know my own damn body better than anyone. Save your lecturing for someone else. Enough, stop it. My mom jumped in to play peacemaker. You two can't spend 5 minutes together without a shouting match. Use your heads, now everyone out. Dad fixed my mom with a stone-cold glare. Everyone clear the room and give us some air. I need to have a private word with this arrogant brat. Dad, Li Jiahao pleaded, my brother-in-law is just looking out for you. Please don't let your temper flare up. The hospital costs aren't even a drop in the bucket. Son. Dad's tone did a complete 180, softening for Li Jiahao. You and Xia head out and get yourself some dinner. I need to set Chen Fan straight. Li Xia shot me a look of pure sympathy before trailing my mom out into the hallway. Li Jiahao, the last one out, even had the nerve to mock me. The silence stretched between us once the door clicked shut. It's not that I'm trying to be a thorn in your side. I'm just terrified Xia will see us as a permanent anchor. When someone dates you, they weigh the baggage of your family. Who's going to sign up for a marriage just to become a nurse? To their in-laws, I'm leaving early to prove I'm not a liability. I refuse to be the reason you lose her. I am not dating Li Xia. That's just Jiahao spewing absolute nonsense. What exactly has he been whispering in your ear? Whatever Jiahao says is irrelevant. Your mother and I have eyes. We can see the truth. Xia is a rare find, a truly good person. Are you honestly going to tell me she isn't good enough for you? Jiahao already treats you like blood. They've shown us nothing but genuine heart. Don't you have any desire to make this connection official? Dad, please, I begged, try to be a bit more realistic. There is a fundamental divide between our worlds. Why would a woman of her stature even glance at someone like me? To me, my son is the absolute greatest. And it's obvious to anyone with eyes that Xia is falling for you. Drop it, I snapped. Let's not even entertain this conversation. Fine then, I'm signing myself out of this hospital right now. He threw out the threat like a stubborn, petulant child. If you don't make a move on Xia, I'm walking out those doors. My father shot me a smug, defiant look. Figure it out. Your mother and I have already reached a verdict. We approve of Xia. Now regarding my discharge, I surrender. Just stay in that bed. We can worry about the rest of this mess later. Li Jiahao returned, hauling a stack of 6 premium meal boxes, 4 meat delicacies, 2 veggie sides, and savory pork rib lotus root soup. One glance at the spread, and you knew he'd paid the bill. My mother would never dream of being this extravagant. Just how much did this feast set you back? My father grumbled once more, but Li Jiahao just smirked, its literal pocket change pops. Li Jiahao added with dutiful enthusiasm, the moment you're finally discharged, I'm bringing my sister over to our place for mom's legendary dumplings. I definitely didn't get my fill last time. Absolutely. My mom beamed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. We'll have a dumpling feast the second you're back home. The whole vibe of the room felt bizarrely off to me. After we finished the meal, Li Xia and I finally made our exit from the hospital. I took the initiative to clear the air. My parents were spouting a lot of nonsense today. Please don't take any of it to heart. Oh, she played coy, a mischievous glint in her eye. What did they say? You know about treating you like their future daughter-in-law. Just ignore them. I'm fully aware that someone like you being with me is a total pipe dream. Suddenly, if it's such a dream, then why did you sneak that kiss? I was instantly paralyzed, a burning flush creeping from my face down to my neck. She had been wide awake and fully aware the whole time. I frantically fumbled for a cigarette and shoved it between my lips, desperately pretending I'd lost my lighter. I'm going to go grab a lighter, I stammered, not waiting for her to utter a single word before I bolted away. The following day, Liu Jun hit me up to go grab some drinks. It was through him that I received the update. Dang Jin and her husband, Deng Qiming, had both been hauled off in handcuffs. When exactly did the hammer fall? I was beyond floored by the news. The very next morning after that explosive board meeting, Dang Jin was escorted from the building in handcuffs by men in uniform. The grapevine says Deng Qiming was also busted for massive fraud and tax evasion. Monday is right around the corner, so prepare for even more chaotic headlines. Dang Jin and Deng Qiming are actually behind bars. Wait, if they're locked up, what happens to Nunu? I scrambled to get Qimu on the line, but she sounded completely unfazed, saying she was already in the loop. She also mentioned that Nunu's grandmother arrived in Kunming just 2 days ago. She'd already coordinated for the both of them to stay at the police guest house. I cut the call immediately. I turned to Liu Jun and said, we're cutting this meal short. I've got to burn rubber to the police station. Is it a code red? You need me to back you up? Liu Jun was truly being a ride or die bro. I'm good for now. I sprinted out of the hot pot joint and flagged down a cab to take me straight to the precinct. It's been a minute since I last saw Nunu. I caught myself wondering if she even remembers my face. Then my mind drifted to Lin Yifei. Her final dying wish might actually end up as a haunting regret. Deep inside the precinct, Kima was stationed at the front desk in her full uniform, patiently guiding an elderly man through a stack of paperwork. The moment she spotted me walking through the doors, she whispered to a coworker, "Tag me out, I need a bathroom break." Then she shot me a sharp knowing glance, signaling me to circle around to the back entrance near the guest house. Kima was already there, leaning against the frame in her blues. Her arms folded tightly across her chest. She looked simultaneously teasing and genuinely annoyed. So you're finally graced me with your presence for someone else's sake. We've known each other for a lifetime, and not once have you shown up purely to see me. Before I could even attempt a pathetic excuse, she cut me off. Am I lying? Admit it. Do you even have the guts to challenge that? Can you name a single time you came here just for my company? Zero. I had absolutely no comeback for that. I'll step up my game next time, I promise. Actually, I've been dying to take you to the cinema, but I figured your schedule was already packed with dates. Getting rejected would be a total blow to my ego. Psh, Kimu scoffed. You're a real pro at spinning excuses, aren't you? Put your money where your mouth is next time. Come on, follow me. I'll take you to see Grandma and Nunu. I appreciate you going above and beyond on this. She puffed out her chest playfully. Hey, I'm an officer of the people. But regarding Nunu's mother Quilan, she's still completely off the grid. She's officially been flagged as a missing person. Is Nunu holding up okay? Does she even still recognize you? Naturally, Chimu boasted with a grin. The moment I scooped her up, she planted a kiss right on my cheek. Up on the third floor of the guest house, Nunu was hunched over the table scribbling away. Grandma sat nearby meticulously knitting a pair of slippers. As soon as I stepped through the door, Grandma beamed, standing up to clasp my hand warmly. Chenfan, have you been taking care of yourself? Why do you look so thin and haggard lately? Is your job putting too much pressure on you? It's nothing I can't handle. Everything is perfectly fine. Grandma called out to the little one. Nunu, look who's finally come to visit. Nunu had already spotted me and was standing there shy and obedient. Only then did she tentatively step forward to greet me. I hoisted her into my arms. Are you liking it at Daddy's place? Have you started kindergarten yet? Nunu gave a slow nod, then followed it with a shake of her head. What's with the mixed signals, kiddo? School is fun. But home is not fun at all. I just want to stay with Grandma. Grandma felt a sharp pang of heartache at those words, and couldn't suppress a heavy, weary sigh. After Deng Qiming dragged Nunu away, did he ever even bother to reach out to you? I inquired softly. Not a word. Grandma replied, trying to be rational about it. Young people are obsessed with their careers. Why would he worry about me? As long as he's a good father to Nunu, that's enough. I didn't have the stomach to break the truth to her, that Deng Qiming was involved in some seriously shady business. Nor did I dare mention that his downfall was orchestrated by us. After making small talk with the elderly woman for a while, we fabricated an excuse to slip out of the room. Lingering by the building's main entrance, Kimu asked with a voice thick with guilt, if Grandma ever discovered that Deng Qiming's arrest was our doing, would she despise us for the rest of her life? I honestly don't know. I stole a glance back upstairs. I could tell the old woman constantly made excuses for him, mainly for the sake of Nunu's future. So what's our next move? Kima sighed. Li Xia has zero intention of showing mercy. She's throwing the book at them. Those two won't be seeing the outside of a cell for at least 3 to 5 years. I'm terrified Nunu just found her father only to have him snatched away again. Can a child that young even process this kind of trauma? Use this window to get close to Deng Qiming and dig into Quilan's current whereabouts. I spoke up though. I secretly feared the absolute worst. I'm genuinely hoping our grim theory is dead wrong, and that Quilan is somehow still out there alive. Kimu let out a heavy, weary sigh. That's the only play we have left. If we can actually track down Quilan, it's far better for the kid to be with her mother than that deadbeat dad. At least she'd be safe from the nightmare of a stepmother. She visibly shuddered at the thought. Stepmothers in these stories are straight up terrifying. I spent the entire day in a total daze. After finally heading back late that night, I loitered around Old Joe's bar for a while to kill time. Then I just crouched on the sidewalk to chain smoke. Right as the streetlights flickered to life, a pair of sharp red high heels abruptly materialized in front of me right next to the pile of ash. I instinctively tilted my head up. Li Xia was standing there, silent and statuesque. You actually came. I didn't even bother standing up. Just tossed out a casual, low-energy greeting. Am I not welcome here? Of course you're welcome. I finally pushed myself up. Old Joe's little dive bar thrives on high-class customers like you. So what's your poison today? Coffee. And I want you to brew it personally. Li Xia claimed a booth and settled in. Do I honestly look like a master barista to you? Old Joe let out a chuckle from the counter. Get over here. I'll show you the ropes. A few minutes later, I served the freshly brewed coffee to Li Xia and took the seat directly across from her. Enjoy your drink, boss. Any further requests? I'm in desperate need of a conversation partner. And what exactly is the topic of the night? Is that really how you're going to play this? She huffed. Aren't you supposed to be the one leading the chat? I'm just not in a particularly social headspace today. I haven't had a single bite to eat since morning. I'm so starved I can barely find the energy to form words. What are you craving? It's on my tab. Forget it. I'm not in the mood. You showed up here pretty late. You surely didn't trek all this way just for a caffeine fix, did you? Li Xia let out a heavy sigh. Duan Jingnan tracked me down today. Duan Jingnan, that guy. It hit me then he was a heavyweight shareholder at Dikai. His brat Duan Wentao had been pulverized by me and Li Jiahao. What business did he have with you? Is he still hell-bent on pimping you out to his son? The board is launching a fresh round of shareholder voting to officially appoint the new chairman and general manager. Li Quanmin's last power play was a total flop, but my removal from the post was technically made official. Now we need a formal re-election to cement everything. Duan Jingnan claimed he's backing my candidacy, and that he's firmly entrenched on my side. And what else? I'm willing to bet his outreach wasn't just out of the kindness of his heart. Duan Jingnan caught on to the fact that I haven't been driving to the office. He immediately connected the dots to that previous embezzlement scandal and tactfully inquired if I'd liquidated the car to plug the deficit. Li Xia asked, "So what's your take on that?" I think Duan Jingnan is definitely playing some 4D chess here. She took a slow, deliberate sip of her coffee and stated flatly, I simply gave him the cold, hard truth. There was absolutely no tactical advantage in lying. He then insisted on buying me a brand new car. Wait, he's actually playing the nice guy card with you. He and my father go way back, they're quite close. I've always addressed him as Uncle Duan. Regardless, I politely declined his generous offer. Subway commutes are efficient enough for my current needs, and I can always requisition a company vehicle for business trips. I exhaled sharply, I'm buying a lottery ticket tomorrow. If I hit the jackpot, I'll clear that few $100,000 I owe. Can you try to have a shred of actual ambition? She shot back with a dismissive roll of her eyes. What kind of man pins his entire financial future on a lottery ticket? Don't you find that mindset just a little bit pathetic? It was just a joke, calm down. Fine, if my humor isn't landing. I'll tell you something you actually want to hear. You look absolutely stunning tonight. Are you satisfied now? Li Xia shot me a sharp, resentful glare. Escort me on a walk through the ancient town. Isn't the nightlife there supposed to be quite vibrant? I've lived here forever and barely even explored it. Consider me your personal tour guide, free of charge. Guandu Ancient Town was indeed pulsing with late-night energy. The limestone alleys were packed with glowing snack stalls, while squads of neighborhood aunties claimed the square for their dances. Groups of children were laughing and sprinting through the crowds. Li Xia seemed completely captivated by the budget trinkets lining the curb, halting her pace every couple of steps to investigate. She bombarded the vendors with questions but never actually bought a thing. I was left to simply shadow her movements back and forth. Suddenly, two kids came barreling straight toward us. Li Xia let out a sharp, genuine cry of pain. The boy in the lead barked a quick apology and bolted. Are you alright? Is the pain bad? I inquired with instant concern. I definitely twisted my ankle. It's throbbing, please help me up. Her eyes were already beginning to shimmer with tears. I supported her by the waist to steady her, try to rotate it, and let's see how much damage there is. It shouldn't be anything catastrophic. Probably just a minor sprain. I guided her to a nearby bench to catch her breath. Spotting an elderly woman peddling cotton candy from her bike, I told her, just sit tight and wait for me here. Wait, where are you going? Are you seriously just abandoning me? Please don't leave. I dropped $5 on a gargantuan cloud of cotton candy. When I reappeared, Li Xia gasped, covering her mouth in shock. By now, a small audience had already clustered around us, clearly under the impression I was making some grand romantic gesture. A few bystanders even started filming the scene with their phones. Just do me a favor and take it, I hissed under my breath. It's getting awkward with everyone staring at me holding this thing. Li Xia snatched the cotton candy and buried her face behind the pink fluff, reaching out to latch onto my arm. Hurry, get me out of here. The cringe was real. This was the first time I'd actually felt her hand. Her fingers were elegant and slender, and holding them felt unexpectedly right. Under the voyeuristic gaze of the midnight crowd, she limped forward, leaning her entire weight against me. Do you think that video is going to go viral? Confessing your feelings with cotton candy is a hell of a lot cheaper than roses. I decided to tease her. What kind of bargain bin confession would that even be? She scoffed. The internet will probably blow it way out of proportion. Claiming some sketchy-looking uncle is using sugar to lure a naive little girl away. And which part of you is supposed to be a little girl? She shot me a look that could have killed on the spot. I wisely chose to keep my mouth shut after that. Once we finally made it back to the bar, I escorted Li Xia up to the second floor. My bedroom is the one on the left, while old Joe the landlord takes the right. Why is your living space so cramped? She inquired, sounding genuinely taken aback. It works for me. The bed is a solid 5 feet wide. As long as it's a cozy spot to crash, I'm good. My wardrobe is pretty minimal anyway, so a single suitcase covers all my needs. What use would I have for a massive floor plan? I leaned back and collapsed onto the mattress. See? This bed is elite tier comfort. Care to test it out for yourself? I didn't actually think she'd do it, but Li Xia surprisingly mimicked me and lay down, her head resting directly on the crook of my arm. That specific moment felt absolutely surreal. She tilted her head slightly toward me, murmuring softly, "Is my head crushing your arm?" I hooked my forearm to draw her into a tighter embrace. Gazing up at the ceiling, I asked, well, is my bed up to your standards? Probably feels like a rock compared to Dekai's luxury suites, huh? Licia rested in my arms, huffing dismissively. It's stiff as a board and you're calling this comfortable. Firm beds are actually superior for your posture. Traditional medicine says it's the key to a healthy spine. I tentatively slid my hand onto the curve of her waist. Pulling her closer, I whispered, doesn't a hug make it feel warmer? And just why are you holding me like this? The question left her lips with a hint of protest. But her body remained still and she never pushed my hand away. I decided to lean into my thick-skinned persona. When a gorgeous girl with a lethal physique literally falls into my lap, I'd be an absolute fool not to hold on tight. Gah, before I could even finish my thought, Licia's hand came down hard on my stomach. I let out a sharp yelp of pain. She promptly pushed herself off the bed, shooting me a look brimming with playful resentment. Absolute pervert. With that, she pivoted and walked out. I scrambled to my feet and chased after her immediately. I found her leaning against the worn wooden railing of the hall, staring absent-mindedly at a small neglected pond in the yard below. What's going through that head of yours? I stepped up to stand beside her, assuming she was still fuming over my boldness, already mapping out how I'd apologize and win her back. Chenfan, look at how mesmerizing this pond is, she murmured softly, encircled by these ancient limestone paths. If we were to cultivate a few vibrant water lilies and lush greenery, then arrange some elegant tables and chairs, sipping tea in the cool afternoon breeze would be divine. That's a brilliant vision. Even the thought of it is therapeutic. I leaned into her daydream, playing along. Why don't you and old Joe make it a reality? You already run a bar. Just extend an awning over the first floor rear rooftop. Scatter a few lounge chairs, and I'd absolutely lose my heart to a place like this. Fine, I'll transform it just for you. And I'll be waiting for you to come and bask in it. I instinctively shot back, then it's a done deal. Doesn't the Sky Garden on Dekai's 8th floor offer the same vibe? Why not just find your peace over there? The crowd there is far too suffocating. It's constantly crawling with hotel guests. And it's hardly professional for me to lounge there during office hours. Fair point. I should get going. Licia locked eyes with me. I'll track you down when I'm off the clock. You'll walk through the ancient town with me. And you're definitely buying me more cotton candy. I'll see you to the door. Don't bother. She left me with nothing but 2 lingering words, silly guy. The rhythmic click of her heels echoed down the stairwell. I leaned against the railing, captivated by the stagnant pond, thinking that a few aquatic plants might actually turn this into a masterpiece. At the crack of dawn the next morning, I geared up to head out. Old Joe, the landlord, was already busy tidying the ground floor. Out early? Did you finally land a decent gig? Nah, heading to Dunan Flower Market for some aquatic seeds. Since when did you become a gardener? Licia and I figured that pond out back has untapped potential. Pop open a back entrance. Mount a sleek sunshade. Toss in some furniture and greenery. Imagine how incredible an afternoon tea session would be. Old Joe let out a knowing chuckle. Why are you acting like a love-struck teenager all of a sudden? Grinding your soul away just because a girl dropped a subtle hint. Don't start with that. A girl like her falling for me, impossible. The real question is, do you want her if you do make a move? Don't spend your life rotting in regret. I scratched my head, feeling exposed. I'm a total rookie when it comes to this stuff. Just go buy the seeds. I'll help you flip the place when you get back. Old Joe's encouragement actually got my pulse racing for a second. But then the reality of my broke loser status hit me, and that familiar wave of insecurity came crashing back in. Isn't this just a pathetic toad lusting after a swan's grace? But I brushed the doubt aside and went anyway, convincing myself it was just a way to stay occupied. The next morning, I rolled out of bed and descended the stairs, only to find Old Joe already hard at work, installing a sleek sunshade beside that neglected back pond. Even the egg-shaped hammock and swings were perfectly in place. As the morning light cascaded down, the area radiated a serene charm. I grabbed the watering can to tend to the greenery inside the bar. Old Joe lives like some timeless immortal purely focused on flowers, diving into books and losing himself in painting, or drinking. Soon he whipped up some noodles topped with poached eggs. The two of us sat there face to face, feet propped up on the long chairs as we slurped heartily. Broth was practically flying everywhere. Suddenly, Licia appeared. Are you two actually enjoying that? She looked at our messy state, unable to suppress her amusement. Want a bowl? Old Joe offered casually. There's plenty more in the kitchen pot. I've already eaten, thanks. Licia deflected. I'm going to check out the backyard. I want a proper tour of our little sanctuary. I chimed in. Old Joe's already got the whole vibe ready. There's even a giant bird egg waiting for you. A bird egg? What are you talking about? Her curiosity was piqued. You'll see when you get there. I grinned. That bird egg is actually a hammock, and it's insanely comfortable. Licia clicked her high heels toward the back door, staring at the transformed pond in a daze. Well, how is it? Old Joe's aesthetic is top tier, wouldn't you say? I asked, stepping up to stand beside her. It's stunning though, it still lacks some lush, decorative foliage. Relax, I already scattered the seeds yesterday. Give it a month and they'll be in full bloom. She rolled her eyes at me. Only you would be that patient. How long do you honestly think it'll take for those to sprout? Buying fully grown plants is a much more reliable move. In just a few more months, winter will be clawing at the door. Even with Kunming's mild weather, who's going to want to lounge out here? Most homes in Kunming are lacking air conditioning. It ends up being colder inside than outside during the winter. I just live for soaking up the sun outdoors. I countered her logic, though I secretly noted her advice. Suddenly, Li Xia dropped a bombshell suggestion. What if we opened a hotel back in your hometown? You could let your parents take the reins. It's a massive upgrade from your mom selling sweet potatoes on the street. Launch a hotel, I shook my head violently. Forget about it. The initial capital required is just too massive. Plus, small backwater towns have 0-foot traffic. Price doesn't matter. It's a dead end if no guests show up. I genuinely appreciate that you're looking out for us, but we can't just throw money away on a blind investment. She had to hustle back to her duties at Dikai. Before heading out, she promised to swing by tomorrow morning, so we could head to the hospital as a team to bring my father home. It hit me then, it was already discharge day for the old man. I'd completely lost track of time. I slumped by the bar window and sparked a cigarette. A hollow sense of aimlessness began to gnaw at me. My career is in the gutter, and my entire life feels like it's stuck in a glitchy loop. Old Joe read the frustration written all over my face. He silently offered me another smoke, and simply sat there with me sharing the quiet. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was Chimu, bearing news that hit like a freight train. New news, biological mother has finally been located, but she's already passed away. She was cold-bloodedly murdered by Deng Qiming. But the real kicker came. Only moments later, Deng Qiming had taken his own life inside the detention center. In the aftermath, Dang Jin's lawyer moved like lightning to file a suit, shifting every ounce of criminal blame onto the deceased Deng Qiming. After all, dead men can't defend themselves. I can't shake the feeling that this whole thing is rigged. He was silenced. I muttered firmly to Chimu. You're actually terrified that Li Quanmin and his crew might target Li Xia next, aren't you? Kimu read me like an open book and decided to poke fun at my obvious concern. But I wasn't in the headspace for her games. My only priority was confirming Li Xia was still breathing. I reached out to Li Xia immediately, insisting she come down to the bar, finally coordinating that long-awaited sit-down with Chimu. The two of them surprisingly bonded right away. Watching Li Xia's genuine, relaxed smile, the knot of panic in my chest finally began to loosen. Later that night, Li Xia dragged me out for a stroll. When the subject of Deng Qiming's suicide came up, she echoed my darkest suspicions. This had Li Quanmin's fingerprints all over it. Dang Jin held the keys to Dikai's books and knew way too many skeletons. Li Quanmin couldn't afford to let her go down alone. Let me head back to Dikai's security department. I mustered every ounce of courage and blurted out, I'm terrified for your safety. Li Quanmin is a complete loose cannon, he's lost his mind. I need to be right by your side to act as your shield. Li Xia froze dead in her tracks. After fixing me with an intense, deeply affectionate gaze, she suddenly rose onto her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on my cheek. With her face flushed a deep crimson, she breathed, you silly guy. In that heartbeat, my pulse practically flatlined from the shock. Every bit of my aimless dread and anxiety finally drifted away into the night. At the crack of dawn the next morning, Li Xia arrived to pick me up exactly on schedule. She'd even gone out of her way to bring breakfast. We headed to the hospital as a united front. Chen Xiaoji and Yin Yihua were already there, the whole family swarming, to help with the move. Li Xia didn't play the untouchable chairwoman card at all, diving right in to help pack up the bags. My parents watched her, their eyes sparkling with pure unadulterated joy. On the long drive back to the county town with the elders, Li Xia stuck with us for every mile of the journey. The moment we stepped into the old family home, she was right there helping my mom scrub the place top to bottom, and even threw herself into the chaos of making dumplings. When night fell, there was suddenly nowhere for us to sleep. Li Jiahao, being a total menace, hogged the rooms on purpose. I could see the flicker of nerves in Li Xia's eyes. She leaned in and whispered, "Can you stay with me tonight?" Honestly, I'm a little spooked being alone in this town. I gave her a firm nod. I stayed with her at the most upscale hotel the county had to offer. That night, we shared the same bed, yet we strictly respected the line between us. She curled into my arms, pouring out her soul about Dikai's drama and the sheer weight of her own exhaustion. I held her with a gentle, protective grip, realizing for the very first time that having a true companion is the warmest feeling in the world. Upon our return to the bustling city of Kunming, Li Xia dropped a massive bombshell on me. She appointed me deputy director of Dikai's planning department, putting me in total command of the off-season marketing blitz. The pressure made me an absolute nervous wreck initially, paralyzed by the fear of failing her. But she was my rock, constantly feeding me confidence. Sitting through every grueling meeting and strategy session by my side, ensuring I found my footing in this high-stakes world. Work finally began to hit a smooth professional rhythm, and I slowly crawled out of the dark pit of my previous slump. Meanwhile, I kept working the shadows with Chimu to settle the score with Yanpin, dedicated boyfriend duty. Dedicated boyfriend duties. With Li Xia constantly by my side, witnessing my transformation, and crushing every obstacle in my path. The feeling of being lost finally vanished, and I stopped running from my shadows, finally summoning every ounce of my courage. During a breathtaking crimson sunset, I grasped Li Xia's hand and spoke from the soul, Xia. I was too blind to truly understand my own heart before, until the moment I met you. Now I realize that you're the one I've been searching for all along. Li Xia beamed and gave a soft nod, a radiant shimmer dancing in her eyes, as she squeezed my hand with matching intensity. Together, we systematically dismantled the opposition, crushing the toxic power struggles within Decai. Li Kuanmin's treacherous conspiracy was dragged into the light, and he finally faced the brutal justice he deserved. My parents are now living a peaceful life in the county town, freed forever from the cycle of struggle and backbreaking toil. Even Chimu finally discovered her own slice of happiness. Li Xia and I never needed some over-the-top cinematic confession. Our bond was forged in steady, unwavering loyalty. Now we tackle each workday at Decai as a team. Whenever we have a moment, we retreat to Guandu Ancient Town to savor the legendary noodles old Joe whips up, or simply lounge by our private little pond, watching those very seeds I once scattered flourish into a sea of lush, vibrant greenery, while we lose ourselves in talk of our future. The man I used to be believed life was a tunnel of endless darkness, but then Li Xia appeared, like a brilliant beacon incinerating all my doubt and confusion. And now I'm constantly evolving, pushing myself to reach new heights. In the days to come, I'll be the fortress, shielding her from every storm life dares to send our way.